Chapter 2144. That's right, that Zhang Qingxiao is from the Devil's sect. There must be something like this in their cultivation technique. It's just a matter of who can cultivate it to the extreme. Thinking of Zhang Qingxiao, Xiao Hua was full of doubts. He thought of Xiao Yuehong and Gong Mingwei. The night passed quickly, and at dawn, Xue woke up. Seeing Xiao Hua by her side, she smiled sweetly, clapped her hands, and immediately handed the pink jade slip to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua only glanced at it with his divine sense and knew that there was still a restriction inside, so he didn't ask any more questions and carefully put it into his space. He understood that Xue would definitely not say anything until the time was right. Husband, those fishermen have all been rescued, right? Xue's gaze swept across the many disciples resting in the distance and understood. And your husband was fortunate enough to not disappoint you. Xiao Hua said with a smile. However, why did my wife suddenly cultivate? Did you have some enlightenment? That's right. Xue smiled sweetly and said, the last knot in my heart has been untied. I feel that I can enter the foundation establishment stage at any time. Ha, great. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He actually somersaulted a few times in the air and said, this trip to QC was not in vain. Xue also laughed, it's a pity that I was comprehending and could not see my husband display his might. Ha, my wife is wrong. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and pinched Xue's nose and said with a smile, the one who displayed his might yesterday was not your husband, but someone else. Who? There was someone else who helped? Xue was surprised and looked around. Unfortunately, other than Bai Min and the others who had already stood up and were walking over, there were no other cultivators. It was very lively yesterday. Xiao Hua had a mysterious expression on his face. He then looked at Bai Min and the others and said in a low voice, however, these cultivators brought a bamboo pole for me to strike. After I'm done, I'll explain everything to you in detail. Bamboo pole? Knock? What do you mean? Xue asked curiously. At this time, Bai Min and the others had already arrived. The four of them bowed and said, I and the others thank fellow Taoist Xiao for saving our lives. There's no need to bow. Xiao Hua said with a smile, yesterday, fellow Taoist Bai Min has already paid his respects to quite a few people. If it wasn't for him begging me bitterly, I would have left long ago. When Bai Min heard this, his heart warmed. He was very pleased with himself. He felt that everything that happened yesterday was not in vain. That's right. We all know fellow Taoist Bai's feelings for us. He could have escaped, but he chose to stay with us instead. In the future, the connection between Awakening Silicon Island and our 3 islands will be even closer. Ko Qinglian said with deep affection. A strange expression appeared on Xiao Hua's face. Damn it, this Ko Qinglian couldn't have been interested in Bai Min for a long time, right? She actually took this opportunity to confess today? This is what I should do. Bai Min said with a smile, however, I've already agreed to 3 of fellow Taoist Xiao's conditions yesterday. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please give me your orders. I hope that the 4 of us will be able to satisfy fellow Taoist Xiao's requests. Yes, fellow Taoist Xiao, please speak. The 3 of them also smiled apologetically. This fellow is quite tactful. Xiao Hua secretly gave a thumbs up to Bai Min in his heart. He said again, my 3 conditions are very simple. First, I also want to hunt some sea beasts in the heavenly sea. I hope that the island masters of the various islands in the sea will show mercy and not blame me for overstepping my boundaries. Fellow Taoist Xiao must be joking. Bai Min immediately replied, not to mention fellow Taoist Xiao's kindness to us, even if fellow Taoist Xiao brought his dual cultivation partner here to hunt sea beasts, we won't interfere too much. That's good. Xiao Hua said with a smile, my second condition is, can you let me cultivate your water escape technique? Water escape technique? Bai Min was slightly stunned. He looked at the others and was very puzzled. Ding Xuan thought for a moment and smiled apologetically. Is fellow Taoist Xiao talking about the technique that we use to enter and exit the sea? That's right. Could it be that it's not a water escape technique? Xiao Hua knew that he was wrong. I'll let fellow Taoist Xiao know that it's not a water escape technique, but a type of water dispelling technique. Ko Qinglian grinned and said, it's an ordinary technique of the various islands in the sea. In essence, it's a flying technique. As she spoke, Ko Qinglian slapped her hand and took out a jade slip from her storage pouch. She handed it to Xiao Hua and said, if fellow Taoist Xiao is interested in this technique, I'll give it to you right away. So it's like that. Xiao Hua was very disappointed. He received it with his hand and looked at it with his divine sense for a moment. He nodded and said, thank you, fellow Taoist Ko. Seeing Ko Qinglian rush to give the water-dispelling technique to Xiao Hua, Ding Xuan smiled apologetically again and said, I wonder what fellow Taoist Zhao's third condition is? If my Tiger Spine Island has it, I'll definitely give it to you. When did these people become so respectful? They all want to curry favor with this young master. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned, but he immediately understood. His strength was comparable to 5 middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators, and he also had the backing of a cultivator like the Empress whose true cultivation was unknown. Which cultivator wouldn't want to make friends with him? Cough cough, my last condition is, who knows where Sunset Island is? After Xiao Hua finished speaking, he looked at the 4 people very eagerly. Sunset Island? Sure enough, the 4 people looked at each other in dismay. You look at me, I look at you. It seems that none of them have heard of this island. Fellow Taoist Xiao, I'll let you know. Among the various islands in the sea, there are Star Bright Island, Moon Island, Broken Star Island, Sunrise Island, Star Island. And there's also Scorching Sun Island. However, I've never heard of Sunset Island. Xiang Wenqing finally got the chance and hurriedly said. Then, is there any island that has, the celestial race? Xiao Hua thought for a moment and still asked. If we're talking about the celestial race, then the various islands in the sea should all be counted. Bai Min said with a smile, as for the true celestial race, I'm afraid they're already gone. Oh right, if fellow Taoist Xiao wants to find Sunset Island, my Silicon Islands records are more comprehensive. Moreover, my island master also has a wide range of connections. Fellow Taoist Xiao might as well return with I. You'll definitely be able to obtain some information. Ding Xuan, Xiang Wenqing, and Ko Qinglian smiled bitterly. As expected, Bai Min was the first to say this sentence. However, they were also clear about Bai Min's righteous act yesterday, so they couldn't snatch it from him. Thus, the 3 of them looked at each other and smiled. Since fellow Taoist Bai invited fellow Taoist Xiao to the island, we won't fight over it. We'll go report to the island master and ask him to make a decision. Immediately, the 3 of them each took out a small storage pouch and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, these 3 conditions are practically unspoken. We still feel apologetic in our hearts. These sea beasts' inner cores, beast skins, and other items are the specialties of QC. Please kindly accept them. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua was secretly happy in his heart. Truly, he got whatever he wanted. Sometimes, some words not spoken were more important than spoken. Xiao Hua pretended to decline a few times, but he accepted them. Immediately, the 4 island masters formed a team. Xiao Hua carried Xue and followed everyone into the sky, heading towards QC. Behind them, in the fishing village, many fishermen indeed erected Xiao Hua's longevity memorial arch. At first, they were grateful, but later, as long as they paid their respects to Xiao Hua, after going out to sea, they would be calm and even had a bountiful harvest. However, the fishermen who didn't pay their respects were far worse. It was unknown whether it was true or if they made it up. In any case, as time passed, all the fishermen in Qi began to pay their respects. Taoist Master Zhao's name actually became their guardian god. Sometimes, faith came about like this. Perhaps it was a coincidence, perhaps it was true, perhaps it was false. However, as for whether it was true or false, even the believer couldn't say for sure. And, even if it was the believer, how could he say it clearly? The depths of Qi were different from the seaside. Xiaofan, who was surrounded by the crowd, felt that all he could see was waves. He couldn't see north, south, east, and west. Other than the sparkling light in his eyes, he couldn't see anything else. Moreover, the sound of waves in his ears was mixed with the whistling sea breeze and the cries of seabirds. After flying for an hour, Xiaofan still couldn't see anything different. It was simply like looking at a mountain and running a horse to death. Good boy, this young master is a directionally challenged idiot. On Dawn Rain continent, let alone here. Xiaofan sighed and stole a glance at Shui. At this moment, Shui's eyes were also filled with confusion. Naturally, she had the same thoughts as Xiaofan. As they were traveling, Bai Min and the others paused slightly and turned to fly towards the north. After a while, they once again flew towards the east. Seeing this, Xiaofan was somewhat bewildered. He couldn't help but ask, "Fellow Taoist Bai, why is that? Wouldn't it be fine if we just directly flew over? Why are we taking a detour?" Bai Min smiled apologetically and said, "I'll let fellow Taoist Xiao know. Just now, the place we passed by was a dangerous place. Its range was several tens of miles. Within it, divine sense was disturbed, true qi, and true essence were also disturbed. Many times, flying techniques couldn't be used. Ordinary cultivators who didn't know about it would most likely lose their lives if they fell into it." "Oh, there's such a thing." Xiaofan suddenly realized. Wasn't this similar to the forbidden and dangerous places on Dawn Rain continent? Exactly. Ko Qinglian grinned and said, "This place is still the inner sea of my Qi. It's far from the deep sea. According to my island master, not only are there many dangerous places like this, there are also many powerful sea beasts in the sea. Even if Gold Core, Nascent Soul, and other seniors were there, they could be attacked." Hearing this, Xiaofan was somewhat puzzled and asked, "This Xiao knows that as long as those demonic beasts reach the 8th stage, they can transform. Their strength is comparable to nascent soul cultivators. Since those sea beasts can attack nascent soul cultivators, and it's said that even spirit-severing stage seniors are disturbed, these sea beasts should be around the 8th stage. Why, didn't they transform?" The reason why Xiaofan asked this was because he had just seen Yang and Dai, so he was extremely puzzled. "I know about this." Ding Xuan said with a smile, "My island master once said that because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the Qi becomes thinner, although those powerful sea beasts can defeat nascent soul cultivators, because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is innately thin, it's not enough for them to transform. If they can't do it in the deep sea, then they'll come to the near sea." Shui said with a smile, "The spiritual energy of heaven and earth here is still abundant. If the 8th stage sea beasts come to the near sea, those spirit-severing stage seniors, I'm afraid they'll swarm over." Ding Xuan said with a smile. Chapter 2145. So that's how it is. Xiaofan slapped his forehead, suddenly enlightened. Yes, although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the distant sea was insufficient, it was still possible to survive. In the coastal sea, it was true that it could transform, but before it could transform, its inner core would be taken away by cultivators. How could it still cultivate? And for powerful human cultivators, if they wanted to hunt 7th or 8th stage sea beasts, they had to take the risk of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth being insufficient. They had to take the risk of being killed by sea beasts. In this way, each of them formed a kind of restraint. This was also the reason why there were so few demon cores in Xiaoyu continent. However, why is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth so thin in the depths of Guihe Sea? An even more terrible question appeared in the mind of Xiao Hua, who liked to think. Fellow Taoist Xiao, we have to take our leave. Just as he was thinking, Ding Xuan, Ko Qinglian, and Xiang Wenqing stopped in midair with their disciples. They cupped their hands and said, "Our 3 islands are on the east side of Awakening Silicon Island. We have to part here. Once again, thank you for saving us, fellow Taoist Xiao. If you have free time, please come to our 3 islands. Island Master will definitely thank you." The 3 of them said. "Okay, I have visited Awakening Silicon Island. If I have the chance, I will also go to the 3 islands to take a look. In addition, if the 3 of you have news about Sunset Island, please also inform me." Xiao Hua said a few polite words and parted ways with the 3 of them. After the 3 of them left with their disciples, Xiao Hua asked again in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist Bai, I am not afraid of you laughing at me. This Guihe Sea is so big. If you only rely on the sun for directions, I am afraid it is not reliable. How do you distinguish the direction? How do you identify the route?" Bai Min clapped his hand and took out a spoon-like light green magic tool. He handed it over and said with a smile, "This is the magic tool used by our overseas islands, Compass Point. You only need to carve the map of the sea near you into it and that magic tool will be able to guide the direction." "Haha, I see." Xiao Hua laughed. "Looks like I am not too bad at directions. Everyone is a sea idiot when they are on the sea. By the way, fellow Taoist Bai, can you give me a copy of the map of the Sinan Sea and the Qiu Sea?" Xiao Hua asked without any trace of politeness. Bai Min looked a little embarrassed. He smiled apologetically and said, "This kind of artifact and sea chart are the secrets of each island. I can't take it. However, if fellow Taoist Xiao wants it, I'll mention it to the island master when I see him later. With fellow Taoist Xiao's kindness to my Silicon Island, it shouldn't be a problem." "Alright," Xiao Hua nodded. He didn't mind. If the Awakening Silicon Island wasn't given to him, he could just casually find one on the Qianhe Sea. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, a thumb-sized black shadow appeared on the horizon. Bai Min pointed at it and said with a smile, "This is my Awakening Silicon Island." "Oh?" Xiao Hua gazed into the distance. That island was truly too far away, and he couldn't see it with his eyes. Xiao Hua was also too lazy to release his Buddhist consciousness. He only nodded slightly and followed Bai Min as they flew straight to Awaken Silicon Island. Only when they flew closer did Xiao Hua get a clear look. He was somewhat flabbergasted again. This island was really too big. Its circumference was actually 100 li. Moreover, there were hundreds of small islands of various sizes clustered around it. These hundreds of small islands seemed to form a large-scale formation, protecting this Awakening Silicon Island from all sides. Bai Min even started to lead Xiao Hua around the island from afar. They flew to the east and flew to the west. Obviously, they were avoiding the restrictions within. "This defense is too tight," Xiao Hua said with a slight smile. "We can't not defend." Bai Min smiled bitterly. The Qianhe Sea is not like the Xiaoyu continent. Not only do we have violent astronomical phenomena, such as hurricanes, fierce rain, and even inexplicable thunder. Even the tsunamis that we frequently encounter are hard to withstand with human strength. Not to mention that occasionally, some tyrannical sea beasts come here. It's really hard for you. Xiao Hua understood the difficulty of survival in the Qianhe Sea. Hiss. Bai Min sent out the communication talisman. That light blue flame rushed into the water and disappeared in an instant. I hope my island master can have the information that fellow Taoist Xiao wants to know. Bai Min carefully smiled apologetically. I hope so. Although Xiao Hua said so, he was still nervous in his heart. Haoming City didn't know, Bai Min and the others didn't know, but this Sunset Island might not be easy to find. Sure enough, several days later, Xiao Hua's face carried a trace of disappointment. He left the awakening Silicon Island accompanied by an early gold core cultivator. Husband, it looks like there's trouble, Xue said considerately. Both Island Master Zhang of Awakened Silicon Island and their self-proclaimed knowledgeable elder have said that they've never heard of it. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find Sunset Island. Yes, that Zhang Ye said it clearly. The tides rise and fall of the Qianhe Sea, and the islands in it are also uncertain. That Sunset Island is probably one of them, and now it has already sunk into the sea. Where can we find it? However, Island Master Zhang also said that many islands changed their names because their island masters died or because their cultivators declined. Maybe Sunset Island still exists. It's all possible. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Otherwise, Zhang Yi wouldn't have told us the locations of the 4 largest islands in the Qianhe Sea: Scorching Sun Island, Ice Blade Island, Gale Island, and Yansan Island. Where should we find them? Then where should we go now? Xue asked again. From Island Master Zhang's tone, the locations of these 4 islands are very far from the coastal waters. Moreover, they are very far from each other. This Zhang Yi is quite righteous. Not only did he give me the compass, but he also gave me the sea map. Xiao Hua clapped his hand, and a light cyan compass appeared in his hand. He probed it with his divine sense. After looking at it for a long time, he clapped his hand again and took out the sea map he obtained from Haoming City. He pointed his hand, and the sea map flickered with a blue brilliance and fell into the compass. Then, a layer of brilliance overflowed from one end of the compass to the other end. Great! Xiao Hua checked again and said with a smile, 60% of the 2 sea maps match, and the other 40% complement each other. The sea map of the Qianhe Sea is considered complete. At this moment, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly jumped. He raised his eyes and looked in the direction of the Dawn Rain continent. What's wrong? Husband? Xue always knew about Xiao Hua's whims and asked with concern. Xiao Hua frowned for a long time and shook his head slightly. He said puzzledly, there seems to be some warning signs. However, I don't have any way to check the warning signs. Perhaps someone on the Dawn Rain continent wants to plot against me again? Who exactly is it? With husband's cultivation, I'm afraid only a Jindan cultivator can cause a warning sign. Xue also pondered and asked. Husband, you must be careful. When we return from the Qianhe Sea, we must be even more careful. We must take the transportation array all the way. And, for safety's sake, that's exactly what I have to do. If Xiao Hua was himself, it would be fine. However, he couldn't ignore Xue's safety. Zhong Tianyao previous threat wasn't without reason. In this world, there were many high-level cultivators who didn't care about their status. Chapter 2146. Let's go. That Scorching Sun Island is quite close to here. Let's go there before. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand, held Xue's soft hand, and said with a smile, we don't need to hurry. If you can build your foundation on this boundless sea, how wonderful would that be? Exactly, that's what I was thinking. Xue also covered her mouth and said with a smile, that Scorching Sun Island might be another name for Sunset Island. Let's go slowly and enjoy the scenery of the sea. Then, Xiao Hua took Xue, and the two of them really flew leisurely. The sea map in the compass was very complete. The sea map in Haoming City recorded some islands and the situation on the islands, while the sea map in Awakening Silicon Island mostly recorded the routes between the islands, the dangerous places in the sea, and the distribution of sea beasts. Xiaohua took the compass and followed Xue all the way. They avoided all the dangerous places, and Xiaohua didn't let go of any place with sea beasts. He didn't know what these sea beasts were for, so he hunted some and put them in the space. If it weren't for the fact that his space didn't have enough space to hold seawater, with Xiaohua's greed, he might have taken these living sea beasts into the space. Moreover, for Xue's foundation building, Xiaohua didn't walk much every day. He walked at sunrise and stopped at sunset. According to the instructions of the compass, he found an uninhabited island or reef, and laid down a rabbit array to rest or cultivate. This trip took more than 10 days, and they hadn't even reached half of the journey from Awakening Silicon Island to Scorching Sun Island. On this day, Xiaohua and Xue landed on a slightly bigger island. The sky was already dark, and the sky was still clear before. At this time, the sea breeze gradually rose, and dark clouds began to condense in the sky. Beside the dark clouds, there was a dark red color. Good heavens! Xiaohua looked at the sky. An unparalleled might of heaven and earth was faintly brewing. He couldn't help but be speechless. It's often said that man can conquer the heavens, and cultivators also have the responsibility to go against the heavens. But this might of heaven. I don't know what kind of cultivation base a cultivator has to contend against it. Young master's cultivation is still shallow. Let's go with the flow for now. Xiaohua pursed his lips and took out the flowing cloud movement technique. He had already finished reading the explanation of the 10,000 demon realm. After all, he had some understanding of the green seal text. These simplified green seal text were not particularly difficult for him. In fact, he had already mastered the so-called water-dispelling incantation during the few days he was on Awakened Silicon Island. What kind of movement technique is this? Isn't this wind evasion? Xiaohua simply read through the movement technique's training method in the jade slip, and immediately understood. Presently, he'd already cultivated the wood movement, earth movement, and fire movement, and he was even cultivating the lightning movement amongst lightning cultivators. So there was probably no cultivator on Dawn Rain continent that was more proficient in movement techniques than him. Xiaohua only looked at it once and immediately understood that this so-called flowing cloud movement technique was the wind evasion elementary movement technique that he had never heard of before. It was a technique that borrowed the power of the wind to display a movement technique that was similar to the flowing cloud movement technique. Good boy, young master still hasn't thought of finding some water movement technique or metal movement technique to complete the 5 elements movement technique. Unexpectedly, there's this wind evasion that I've never thought of before. 10,000 demon realms wind evasion. This empress, what kind of true body does she have? Xiaohua was shocked and overjoyed. He was amazed at the wonders of this world's cultivation techniques. After a moment, Xiaohua once again calmed down. He immersed his spirit into the jade slip and carefully comprehended it. After an unknown amount of time, a kacha sound of thunder woke Xiaohua up from his meditation. When Xiaohua opened his eyes, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At this time, above the entire Guihe Sea, layers of dark clouds covered half of the sky. It was actually as boundless as the Guihe Sea. And the rolling dark clouds kept rolling, as if there were endless ghosts in the clouds. The rolling dark clouds took on all kinds of shapes. There were mountains, rivers, spirit herbs, birds. Within these rolling dark clouds, there was a faint dark red light that flickered. It flickered in and out of existence, and a boundless majesty overflowed from within the dark clouds. Grandma, it's really magnificent. Xiaohua was speechless. He could only sigh in his heart. It wasn't that he hadn't seen a thunderstorm before, but he had never seen such a magnificent thunderstorm. These oppressive dark clouds were like a pressure on one's heart. Following the first thunder just now, like a firecracker, the sound of thunder continued to resound. Immediately after, a pitter-patter sound of raindrops the size of beans came one after another, hitting the surface of the Guihe Sea. One after another, fist-sized depressions appeared on the surface of the sea. At the same time, the wind became stronger and stronger. The waves gradually formed. At first, it was small waves, then it became huge waves. However, the rumbling sound of the waves was far from being able to suppress the flashing thunder in the sky. Xiaofan was originally sitting within the rabbit formation. Most of the rainwater was blocked by the formation. A layer of faintly discernible faint golden brilliance flashed around Xiaofan and Xue. However, when the many lightning bolts above his head were like little golden snakes swimming around, Xiaofan suddenly had a familiar feeling. I seem to. A scene suddenly appeared in Xiaohua's mind. It was this kind of night filled with thunder, and a lonely figure was sitting cross-legged on the same island as tonight. In the pouring rain, strands of lightning struck that figure. Could it be me? I am actually not afraid of heavenly lightning? Xiaohua's heart surged with pride. If I am struck by heavenly lightning again, would I be able to remember something? But, if it doesn't work? This heavenly lightning is not a joke. This young master's physical body, cultivation and so on, will all be damaged. This hesitant thought was merely a flash. Xiaohua stood up. If I can recall my memories, even if my cultivation is damaged, so what? Moreover, didn't this young master get struck by lightning before? Seeing Xiaohua stand up, Xue, who was already frightened by the lightning, was stunned and hurriedly asked, "Husband, what are you going to do?" Xiaohua hesitated. He didn't know how to explain it to Xue. After thinking for a while, he smiled and said, "This husband has some things that I have to do. Now, I should do it." "You have to do it?" Xue frowned slightly. "Could it be more important than your life?" "Yes." Xiaohua nodded and replied. "Living muddle-headedly is not as good as dying clearly." Xiaohua's words were said to himself. However, the speaker had intentions and the listener had intentions. These words seemed to have pierced Xue's heart. Xue's face immediately flushed red. Her eyes flickered slightly. She nodded firmly and said loudly, "Well said, husband. Living muddle-headedly is not as good as dying clearly. This concubine will accompany you." You, what are you going to do?" Xiaohua was shocked. He pulled Xue and said, "This husband still has some confidence that he won't be struck by lightning. Can you do it?" Husband." Xue held Xiaohua's hand and said with a smile, "Actually, this concubine could have taken the Ling Lei pill long ago. With husband's secret cultivation method and the Tian mending pill, this concubine should have a 50% chance of reaching foundation establishment. However, this concubine didn't dare to reach foundation establishment because in my heart, I couldn't bear to part with husband. There was a trace of apprehension in my heart. Husband, I'm afraid you don't know why this concubine came to Guihe Sea. This concubine's parents met each other when they were traveling on Guihe Sea. And this concubine also knows that they came to Guihe Sea together to reach foundation establishment and never returned. This kind of gloominess forced this concubine to not dare to rashly take that step. And now, since husband wants to take the risk, how can this concubine not accompany you? So that's how it is." Xiaohua immediately understood why Xue, who had already cultivated the Ling Lei pill, Tian mending pill, and even the dragon transformation art, still hadn't reached foundation establishment. Obviously, her mental state wasn't perfect. Now that she heard his words, her mental state was perfect. If she didn't reach foundation establishment now, her mental state would inevitably be lacking. This was the best time for Shui to reach foundation establishment. Ha ha ha. Since that's the case, wife, please. Xiaohua laughed and pulled Shui out of the formation. The huge sea breeze mixed with bean-sized raindrops hit the two of them. Shui's body faintly glowed. Obviously, it was a defensive yellow talisman. However, there was no movement on Xiaohua's body. Obviously, this force wasn't enough to trigger a reaction from his protective light. Wife, please. Since it was Shui who reached foundation establishment, Xiaohua naturally couldn't attract the lightning first. He smiled and said, "Very well, I'll give you a chance to protect this concubine." Shui laughed and clapped her hands, taking out the Ling Lei pill refined by Xiaohua. "Take out the Tian mending pill as well, just in case," Xiaohua reminded. "Crow's beak." Shui scolded jokingly, "The Tian mending pill is in the storage bag. This concubine can take it out with a raise of her hand. There's no need to be so cautious." Seeing that Shui didn't have any burden in her heart, Xiaohua was secretly happy. Shui sat cross-legged and looked deeply at Xiaohua. She raised her hand and put the Ling Lei pill into her mouth. Once the Ling Lei pill entered her mouth, it immediately turned into a surging current that rushed into Shui's meridians. Although Shui was already prepared, she was still shocked by the medicinal power of the Ling Lei pill. Of course, Shui was only startled for a moment. Immediately after, the mental cultivation method of the Thunder Control Sec Sun Lei Palace began to circulate and forcefully guided the medicinal power to flow through her meridians. After the medicinal power had circulated 9 cycles in her meridians, Shui's true qi had increased by 20%. Luckily, Shui's meridians had been tempered by the dragon transformation art and had already become thicker by 30%. This amount of true qi was still within the limits of her meridians. Hong, a loud sound rang out and Shui's mind exploded. The medicinal power of the Ling Lei pill had already seeped out of her meridians and directly entered Shui's blood vessels. Shui's blood vessels had already come into contact with the medicinal power of the Ling Lei pill. Immediately, like an ignited explosive, it began to explode bit by bit and pushed forward bit by bit, gradually approaching her heart. "This is bad." Shui was alarmed. She could use the dragon transformation art to control the true qi in her meridians, but how could she control her blood vessels? This was something she had never thought of before. Chapter 2147. Heaven Mend Pill. Shui instantly thought of Xiaohua's warning. Without hesitation, she slapped her hand and the Heaven Mend Pill entered her mouth. "Io, why did you take the Heaven Mend Pill so early?" Xiaohua had been paying attention to Shui, but he didn't dare to use his divine sense. Seeing Shui take the Heaven Mend Pill from the start, he couldn't help but be shocked. As soon as the Heaven Mend Pill entered her mouth, a flood immediately rushed into her meridians. It followed the path of the Thunder Pill and seeped into her blood vessels. At this time, the unstoppable explosion had already spread throughout Shui's blood vessels and rushed straight to her heart. Rumble. When the Heaven Mend Pill's medicinal power reached her heart, Shui's heart suddenly swelled like a bubble. Shui's face was snow white. She finally understood why the Shui family with the Thunder Beast bloodline had so few foundation establishment cultivators. The Thunder Beast's true blood was truly tyrannical. It was absolutely not something a human cultivator's body could withstand. Fortunately, just as Shui's heart was about to burst, the Heaven Mend Pill's medicinal power arrived. It quickly repaired the damaged areas and continuously strengthened the heart's toughness. Roar! Just as Shui's blood vessels were stimulated by the Thunder Pill's medicinal power, she raised her hands and let out a roar similar to that of a thunder beast. As Shui waved her arms, a faint shadow of a thunder beast flew out from Xue Xue's body. At the same time, Xue Xue's snow-white face unexpectedly became a bit sinister. She actually showed signs of turning into a thunder beast. No way. Xue Xue won't turn into a female thunder beast, right? Xiao Hua was stunned as he watched from the side. His mind raced. Not only did the terrifying figure and face of a female thunder beast appear in his mind, he even thought that if Xue Xue really turned into a female thunder beast, should he fall in love with someone else? It was also at this time that the true qi in Xue Xue's meridians suddenly changed. Threads of flickering lightning formed in the true qi. Her true qi suddenly increased and expanded by more than 30%. If it was an ordinary cultivator, their meridians would have been filled with true qi when they reached foundation establishment. Now that their meridians suddenly increased by 30%, they would have already burst. Even Xue Xue, who thought that her meridians were already full after taking the Ling Lei pill and Heavenly Mending pill, the sudden appearance of true qi caused her meridians to swell. Fortunately, Xue Xue had already practiced the dragon transformation art for a long time, and her meridians were already very tough. She only reached her limit after her qi increased by 30%. However, if he added even half a point more, he was afraid that he would have to examine Xiao Hua's alchemy technique again. Kacha. A faint sound came from Xue Xue's meridians. It was the sound of a trace of true essence condensing. In Xue Xue's heart, this voice was like the sound of nature. Immediately after, a series of popping sounds, similar to the popping sounds in his blood vessels, resounded throughout his meridians. The true qi in Xue Xue's meridians showed a series of reactions, and a lot of true essence began to condense. Now is the time. Xue Xue didn't know how many times she had already imagined this in her heart. At this time, seeing that the time was ripe, she slapped her hand, took out the foundation establishment pill from her storage pouch, and put it into her mouth. Swish! Xue Xue also released her divine sense at this time, wanting to extend it in the direction of the Kuei He Hai. First, it was several tens of zhang, then it was close to Li, and finally it was several li away. Not only that, but the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within 10 li had already converged. In the air within these several li, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to condense, and bit by bit, visible to the naked eye, crystals gradually formed. Although Xue Xue's foundation establishment aura couldn't compare to Xiao Hua's, it was still much more vast than an ordinary cultivator's foundation establishment aura. Kacha. At this time, tiny streaks of lightning began to flicker around Xue Xue's divine sense. Clearly, they were attracted by Xue Xue's foundation establishment aura. Not good. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He knew that this lightning would strike Xue Xue, and even Xue Xue's body. He really wanted to release his divine sense to help Xue Xue resist, but at this time, it was also the crucial moment for Xue Xue's foundation establishment. He was afraid that if he released his divine sense, it would disturb Xue Xue's foundation establishment. How about I go somewhere else? Xiao Hua immediately thought of the taboo that two cultivators couldn't enter foundation establishment at the same time. At this time, the thunder beast behind Xue Xue roared and gradually rose above Xue Xue's head, reaching a height of more than 10 zhang. Kacha. Although the lightning struck Xue Xue's divine sense, causing her Naiwen palace to be unable to escape the pain, the majority of the lightning was withstood by the thunder beast's shadow. The thunder beast was also in pain after being struck by the lightning. It roared and hammered its own chest. The thunder beast's body actually grew slightly bigger after being struck by the lightning. Io, Xue Xue's Dharma body isn't afraid of ordinary lightning. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. His figure flew several tens of zhang before stopping in midair. His eyes were bright as he stared at Xue Xue Xue. Lightning continuously struck the thunder beast's shadow. Xue Xue's face showed an extremely painful expression. Although the Thunder Beast's shadow had now risen to a height of 10 zhang, there was still some true qi in her meridians that hadn't been converted into true essence. More and more lightning was attracted by Shui and continuously struck the Thunder Beast's shadow. The Thunder Beast's shadow began to show signs of collapsing. Xiaofan was very anxious. His figure flew again, but before he could fly several tens of zhang, he saw the Thunder Beast's shadow wave its hand again. As if it was an instinct, magic power similar to a spell appeared on its hand. Looking at the Thunder Beast's shadow again, 2 balls of brilliance suddenly flashed. It was actually the vague appearance of the male and female Thunder Beasts when Xiaofan refined the Thunder Pill. Gotcha. Following the Thunder Beast's wave of its arm, a portion of the lightning that was originally attacking it was actually driven by it and turned to attack other lightning. The art of controlling lightning. Xiaofan, who had been staring at the scene, was pleasantly surprised. He understood that this was the Thunder Beast's innate ability. Just how vast was this scene? Hundreds of zhang high in the sky, the Thunder Beast's shadow with green and red brilliance was flapping its wings. Its hands were constantly forming spells, and dozens or even hundreds of golden lightning were driven by it. They separately struck the sky, contending with the lightning falling from the sky. This Thunder Beast's hand. I'm afraid it's the art of controlling lightning. Xiaofan understood that the Thunder Beast's shadow used it again and again, and he had long memorized the art of controlling lightning in his heart. However, when he tried to use it, his magic power was clearly surging, but the lightning didn't listen to his command at all. Why is this? Xiaohua's gaze swept quickly, trying to find the reason. In the end, Xiaohua's gaze fell on the brilliance of the male and female Thunder Beasts in the Thunder Beast's shadow. Because every time the Thunder Beast's shadow formed a spell, the 2 balls of brilliance would flicker once. I'm afraid it's related to the 2 balls of light. However, just as Xiaohua was about to take a closer look, a hurricane began to appear in the night sky. A suction force appeared above Shue's head, and all the heaven and earth spiritual qi within several li was sucked in by Xiaohua like a whale. Chapter 2148. As the heaven and earth spiritual qi shrank, Shue's divine sense also converged. After the Thunder Beast's shadow waved a few lightning bolts, it simultaneously shrank back into Shue's body. Fortunately, after the Thunder Beast's shadow disappeared, Shue's somewhat deformed face regained its original beauty and whiteness. Xiaohua finally let out a sigh of relief. He nipped the thought of shifting his love in the bud. Rumble, Shue's divine sense converged completely. Although the thunderstorm was still there, the lightning bolts no longer struck here. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over Shui. He knew that she was driving her true essence, using a new technique to open up new meridians and stabilize her early foundation establishment cultivation. This process would probably last for several days. Therefore, with a joyful laugh, his entire body flashed and flew up into the sky. His divine sense rushed to the place where the lightning was produced. The thunder and lightning seemed to have been enraged by Xiaohua. It was like the sound of a giant running, and also like a rushing river, unceasingly striking towards Xiaohua. Let the lightning come more fiercely. Xiaohua raised his arms and shouted, but his arrogant voice was drowned out by the sound of thunder. Gotcha! The first lightning bolt finally hit Xiaohua's body. Ouch! A burst of numbness came from his body, and within the numbness, there was a tearing pain. Xiaohua was in so much pain that he rolled in the air. Gotcha! The second and third lightning bolts came one after another. The power and energy within the lightning bolts were increasingly great. Xiaohua felt like he was being torn into several pieces. Damn it, something's wrong. Why is this feeling different from what I expected? Xiaohua immediately felt that something was wrong. This pain didn't seem to be as comfortable as he remembered, and it didn't evoke any of his previous memories. Better not. Xiaohua frowned. If I can't recall my memories, I'll lose my life for nothing. Seeing the fourth lightning bolt coming even more fiercely, Xiaohua shook his arm without hesitation. The phoenix Dharma body flew out, and the lightning bolt hit the Dharma body. Xiaohua and the phoenix Dharma body felt the same. The intense pain still came from the Dharma body, but Xiaohua understood that this pain was useful for refining the Dharma body. Moreover, the Dharma body that had been baptized by the thunder tribulation should be able to withstand the lightning of this ordinary thunderstorm. Unfortunately, Xiaohua didn't have the method to refine the phoenix Dharma body. The thunder had a primitive function within it, it couldn't be used by Xiaohua. Yes, Xiaohua was a bit depressed. If I get the Dharma body incarnation method, I should be able to use the lightning thunder. Xiaohua was a bit depressed. Rise, Xiaohua endured the pain, sat down cross-legged, and put his palms together. He used the exquisite Heart Sutra of the Buddhist sect. The 2 pieces of gold leaf from the Zhong family made up for the Heart Sutra. Now, there were only 9 empty slots in Xiaohua's exquisite Heart Sutra. However, these 9 slots were all at the top of the exquisite Heart Sutra. Except for the last 2 floors that were completely empty, only the last slot on the 3rd floor was empty. Seeing that Xiaohua wasn't willing to give up this precious cultivation opportunity, he released the Buddha Sarira. Once the Buddha Sarira flew out, the golden Buddha's light immediately lit up the entire night sky. Although this Buddha's light was very faint, it was extremely tenacious. It was like a small golden sword piercing through the night sky. The dazzling lightning in the entire night sky must be somewhat dim under this. Obviously, this lightning was not willing to succumb to the Buddha's light, or perhaps, the Buddha Sarira was the center of Xiaohua's divine sense. All of the lightning recklessly rushed towards the Buddha whose eyes were already clear and whose eyes were indescribably compassionate. Kachacha, indescribable pain. This pain was far from being comparable to pain. It was similar to Xiaohua's experience of Huang Yi's 10,000 years of loneliness and hatred. This pain tormented Xiaohua's heart and tempered his will. At the same time, it also pushed Xiaohua's exquisite Heart Sutra to slowly advance. Every time the lightning struck the Buddha Sarira, Xiaohua's state of mind would have a trace of carving, and a drop of golden liquid would be formed on the Buddha Sarira. This liquid would either be smeared on the Buddha Sarira to fill the gap on the Buddha's body, or it would seep into the Buddha's body to condense the golden body of the Buddha Sarira. When Xiaohua's Heart Sutra couldn't catch up with the speed of the golden body, it slowly seeped into the golden lotus platform below the Buddha Sarira. As a result, that 2 chi long Buddha Sarira gradually grew, and the golden lotus platform below the Buddha Sarira also gradually condensed into a 3rd lotus. Xiaohua, who was in the sky, was no longer sitting cross-legged. He was in the same posture as the Buddha Sarira, with one hand pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the ground. Moreover, his slender eyes were slightly opened. Admittedly, his eyes didn't have the kind of majesty that looked disdainfully at the heaven and earth, but the compassionate contained in his eyes was extremely similar to the Buddha Sarira's eyes. Xiaohua's state of mind, Xiaohua's compassionate heart was precisely the same as the compassionate heart of Buddhism. On the path of merit cultivation, this Buddha Sarira was being tempered by the lightning. Xiaohua's Buddhist Heart Sutra was also advancing at a rapid pace. Unfortunately, although the thunderstorm above the Qianhe Sea was several times more intense than the Xiaoyu continent, after 9 days, it also gradually stopped. That scorching sun revealed its head behind the dark clouds. The golden sunlight pierced through the dark clouds and shone on the waves of the Qianhe Sea. That wave was also like the thunderstorm, gradually calming down. Folds of broken gold covered the entire Qianhe Sea. Great! Xiaohua's eyes were wide open, and the compassionate in his eyes was slightly restrained. His gaze passed through thousands of miles of blue waves, and he whispered, "Amitba, is there right and wrong in the world? How can the word compassionate fill it? Withdraw. Xiaohua kept the Buddha Sarira and the Phoenix celestial body back into his body. His divine sense swept over, but he saw that Xue was sitting cross-legged on the cliff outside the rabbit array. There was no surprise in her eyes, and there was a faint brilliance flowing around her body. In his senses, it was the cultivation of the early stage of foundation establishment. Where did I get this feeling from? Xiaohua's mind turned again, when I was cultivating in the 10,000 demon realm. I attracted lightning? I'm afraid so. Since the Phoenix celestial body can cultivate in lightning, I naturally have this memory when I was cultivating in the 10,000 demon realm. Forget it. When this Xiao's cultivation is deeper, I'll flatter the Empress and see if I can follow her back to the 10,000 demon realm through the space crack. Maybe I can find my memory and find my birth and family. Then, Xiaohua flew to the top of the cliff, some distance away from Xue, to protect her. Just like that, Xue opened her eyes after a dozen or so days. In her bright eyes, there was not the joy and pride of other cultivators who just entered foundation establishment, but more, there was a flash of sadness. Wife? Xiaohua, who was guarding beside Xue, immediately sensed it and said in surprise, "Congratulations on advancing to foundation establishment. After foundation establishment, your lightning beast bloodline should be stable. Not only did your cultivation advance by leaps and bounds, but your strength now also surpasses those of the same level." "Oh, right, has your realm stabilized?" A smile appeared on Xue's face, and she covered her mouth and said, "I just entered foundation establishment, how can I dare to boast? Now that my realm is stable, husband doesn't have to worry." "Ha ha ha!" Xiaohua laughed loudly, flew in front of Xue, and lightly kissed Xue's temples, saying, "Wife is indeed a genius, you really have great premonition. Before leaving the Imperial Thunder Sect, you said foundation establishment at Guihisi. You've only been at Guihisi for a few days, and sure enough, you said foundation establishment. Your husband really admires you." Hearing this, Xue's previously hidden sadness suddenly reappeared. She immediately lowered her eyes, looked at the distant blue waves, and said with a forced smile, "How would I know what premonition is? It's just that my parents went missing at Guihisi, so I wanted to come to Guihisi to take a look." Xiaohua did not notice Xue's uneasiness. He reached out and held Xue's slender waist, opened his mouth and licked Xue's earlobe, whispering, "Wife, now, you're a foundation establishment cultivator. You and I dual cultivate, it won't affect your cultivation, right?" Hearing this, Xue's face flushed red, and her body gradually became hot and dry because of Xiaohua's flirting. The original trace of gloom in her heart had already flown out of the sky. "Wife, your husband has a dual cultivation technique here, it's far superior to that Qiumingwei's furnace technique." Xiaohua said with a lewd smile, "Maybe you can even step into the middle stage of foundation establishment." "Bah!" Xue lightly spat, turned her head, and instead bit Xiaohua's ear, saying, "Don't mention that dirty man and woman to me." "Io," Xiaohua begged for mercy in a low voice, "Your husband knows his wrongs, your husband knows his wrongs. My wife and I are a match made in heaven. How can they compare to us?" Sigh. Xue's heart seemed to emit a sorrowful sob, as if she was somewhat unwilling, however, Xue's face was still red like fire, and the teeth that bit Xiaohua's ear also loosened, replaced by her tongue. Her slightly nervous arms also stiffened, and she somewhat forcefully hugged Xiaohua. "Great!" Xiaohua secretly rejoiced, unable to suppress the impulse in his heart. His figure flashed, and he was about to fly down the cliff. Unfortunately, at this incomparably crucial moment, a weak divine sense swept over from afar, had already swept past Xiaohua and Xue, and immediately locked onto the two of them. Xiaohua and Xue were shocked, and Xue's reaction was even more intense. She pushed Xiaohua away, and urged her magic power to stand in midair. She hurriedly tidied up her clothes, and her face became even redder, and looked at Xiaohua with eyes full of resentment. "Grandma, who is this? It must be on purpose." Xiaohua's heart was immediately extinguished as if it had met with ice water. He jumped up in the air, shouting in exasperation, and instantly released his divine sense. If the distance was close enough, Xiaohua definitely would not hesitate to release the soul stab technique, and would definitely ruthlessly teach this untactful cultivator a lesson. However, after Xiaohua released his divine sense for a moment, a trace of strangeness appeared on his face, and he thoughtfully looked at the place where his divine sense swept past. After a moment, Xue also returned to normal, rolled her eyes at Xiaohua, and released her divine sense, also looking in that direction. When Xue understood, an eager expression appeared on her face, and she said with a smile, "Husband, usually when I see you, you are happy to help others. Why are you so lazy today?" Chapter 2149. The greatest pleasure in the world has been disturbed for no reason. Who would be interested in caring about others? Xiaohua said angrily, "Didn't you see that she's already coming this way? Looking at her, she has enough strength to fly here." Since that's the case, husband will help me to prepare. I'll go and try my skills." Xue said, and without waiting for Xiaohua to answer, she flew toward the depths of the Kueha Sea. "Wife," Xiaohua was a little anxious, "that sea beast has strength close to the middle stage of foundation establishment, and that female cultivator is also at the early stage of foundation establishment. She can't fight it and is flying toward us. What's the use of you going? You just entered foundation establishment." I just entered foundation establishment, but isn't there a fellow cultivator at the early stage of foundation establishment there?" Xue said indifferently, "Moreover, don't I have a virtuous wife nearby? What's there to be afraid of?" Virtuous wife? Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hand and said, "Go, just go. Your husband will be your virtuous wife, and I guarantee nothing will happen." I knew my husband would agree," Xue said, and she sped up to fly into the distance. At the same time, beauty like a butterfly appeared in the air, and the colorful butterfly-like brilliance protected Xue's body. Seeing Xue take out her magic weapon, Xiaohua's heart calmed down. He clapped his hand and held the soaring dragon shears in his hand. Although there was no difference between holding it in the air and holding it in his hand, Xiaohua still felt at ease holding it in his hand. The two had just flown a few miles when they heard a rumbling explosion in front of them. They saw a short, petite female cultivator flying toward Xiaohua and Xue while constantly waving hand signs behind her. A string of water balls fell into the water of the Kueha Sea. The water balls exploded, and the sound of the explosion splashed the sea water everywhere. In the midst of the splashing sea water, a pitch-black sea beast several meters in size was exposed. Several soft tentacles stretched out from the two sides of the sea beast's back, and then it moved the sea water, chasing after the female cultivator as if it was flying. At the same time, several small, inkball-like particles also smashed toward the female cultivator. Whenever the particles exploded, a putrid stench and pitch-black smoke mixed in the sea water rushed toward the female cultivator. The smoke actually didn't dissipate in the sea wind. The female cultivator was obviously afraid of the smoke. She used several water balls to blast the smoke away, and immediately fled far away. However, the female cultivator's flying speed wasn't fast. In fact, it was even slower than the flying speed of an ordinary cultivator. Thus, no matter how fast she flew, the sea beast could easily catch up to her. "Fellow cultivators, help me." When the female cultivator saw Xiaohua and Xue, who were both in the early stage of foundation establishment, fly over, she was pleasantly surprised. "This Gengzhe is too powerful, it should be close to the middle stage of foundation establishment." The three of us together should be able to scare it away. After we escape this calamity, I will thank you two fellow cultivators. No problem. Hearing this, Shui pursed her lips and glanced at Xiaohua. With a wave of her hand, a dozen or so fireball talismans were taken out with a rumble. They really were like heavenly maidens scattering flowers on the black and white sea. Tch, Xiaohua curled his lips. Wasn't this the fireball talisman he gave Shui earlier? Now she actually took it out and used it. Xiaohua's fireball talisman was so powerful. Dozens of fireballs fell on the sea beast's pitch-black back and exploded at the same time. The explosion caused the gongzhi to shake violently, and the surrounding sea water was raised high. It was obviously in great pain. With a loud and clear sound, a water sword suddenly shot out in front of the gongzhi's head. As soon as the water sword came out, the Kueha Sea immediately condensed into ice and pierced toward Shui. The ice sword was so fast and so powerful that it contained a sufficient amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Xiaohua was slightly startled. He was just about to wave the soaring dragon shears, but at this moment, he saw Shui calmly urging the true essence in her body. The butterfly-like magic weapon suddenly flashed, and one of the butterfly-like magic weapon expanded, blocking the ice sword. The ice sword pierced the butterfly, twisting it. But in just a moment, the butterfly trembled slightly and returned to normal. The ice sword, however, lost its strength and fell into the Kueha Sea. Seeing this, Xiaohua felt relieved. Fellow Taoist, why didn't you come to help? The female cultivator whose face was somewhat pale and seemed to lack blood was the female cultivator Xiaohua met at the auction in Haoming City. She asked very strangely. Xiaohua originally wanted to touch his nose out of habit, but he suddenly remembered that this female cultivator might have seen his actions. He immediately stopped and said with a smile, "My wife will do it. I will hold the fort for you." This. The female cultivator looked at Shui and glared at Xiaohua. She raised her voice and said, "Fellow Taoist, lure Zhenzhe to the side. I know Zhenzhe's weakness. If you and I work together, we will be able to drive this monster away." Okay. Hearing this, Shui waved her hand and threw out more than 10 fireball talismans, while she flew horizontally. Zhenzhe was in pain. He swept his weak and tyrannical divine sense and chased after Shui. At the same time, the ink balls in his tentacles shot toward Shui. Fellow Taoist, be careful. The female cultivator reminded, Zhenzhe's ink balls are highly toxic. If the skin touches even a little bit, it will immediately disintegrate. If it touches the face. Hearing this, Shui was shocked and hurriedly threw several fireball talismans in front of her. Unfortunately, Shui's technique was not as good as Xiaohua's. A few ink balls still dodged the fireball talismans and flew close to Shui. When the ink balls exploded, the ink fog rushed toward Shui. Shui hurriedly flew up, and the butterflies around her rotated again. However, she flew a little too late. Moreover, the ink fog could actually seep into the butterfly orchids. Xiaohua was already prepared. Seeing that Shui had some mishap, he immediately swung his big sleeve and used the Heaven and Earth sleeve spell. A gust of wind was generated from his Taoist robe and instantly blew away the ink fog. The female cultivator was shocked at first, but then her face revealed an ecstatic expression. Heaven and Earth sleeve spell. Fellow Taoist is actually in the middle stage of foundation establishment? Xiaohua turned to look at the female cultivator. At first, he was somewhat puzzled as to why this female cultivator, who was only in the early stage of foundation establishment, knew about the Heaven and Earth sleeve spell. However, he immediately understood. This female cultivator, if she isn't a disciple of Blood Red Island, then she must be a disciple near Blood Red Island. However, Xiaohua understood that the sea region he was in was far from Blood Red Island. He was somewhat puzzled as to why a disciple of Blood Red Island would come here alone. Just as the female cultivator was in a daze, several ink balls also flew to her feet and exploded extremely quickly. The female cultivator did not have any protective magic tools. Seeing that she was about to be tainted by the ink fog, Xiaohua was helpless. He could only wave his sleeve again and use the Heaven and Earth sleeve spell to disperse the ink fog. Chapter 2150. This was great. The female cultivator who wasn't completely sure a moment ago was even more certain that Xiaohua had the universe concealment sleeve. Now that she knew Xiaohua's cultivation and saw Xiaohua's universe creator, the female cultivator's expression calmed down. Her previous panic disappeared without a trace. She clapped her hands and took out an item. She smiled at Xiaohua, formed a water-dispelling seal, and rushed into the sea. When Xiaohua saw the item in the female cultivator's hand, his body swayed and fell from the sky. He saw that the item in the female cultivator's hand was none other than a devil spear tip. Damn it! Isn't this young master's specialty? How did this female cultivator steal it? Xiaohua stabilized his body, and his face showed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He scanned with his divine sense and observed the female cultivator's actions. The female cultivator dived into the water. Only Zhenji's diamond-shaped head had some antennae, and there were no antennae on his oval-shaped body. Instead, because he waved his antennae, his entire body moved. As he moved, circles of ripples rippled outwards. It seemed that there was also a powerful magic power within it. The female cultivator flew into the sea and raised her hand. Dozens of water balls shot out and hit Zhenji's lower body. Obviously, these water balls were no different than tickles for Zhenji. Zhenji didn't even move. His body only moved, and he used his antennae to hit Shui. Shui saw that the ink fog was swept away by Xiaohua, and she couldn't help but feel angry. She wanted to test her strength after foundation establishment. She had just started using her magic tool, and she hadn't used it much yet, but it was inexplicably blackened by Zhenji. If Xiaohua wasn't beside her, she would have been poisoned. It was fine if it was in front of others, but this was in front of her own lover. Shui's face really couldn't hang on. Thus, Shui took out the lightning whip without hesitation. Under the urging of magic power, the lightning whip flickered with electricity. Following Shui's wave, the lightning whip whipped Zhenji's body. Zhenji's strength was close to the middle stage of foundation establishment, so he naturally sensed it. Dozens of antennae waved one after another, and the ink balls flew out. A few of his antennae suddenly extended and wrapped around the lightning whip. Chi la la. The lightning whip struck the ink ball, and the ink mist that had just appeared was immediately dispersed by the lightning. At this moment, the tentacles had also wrapped around the lightning whip. Moreover, the tentacles extended along the lightning whip, attempting to snatch the lightning whip away from Shui's hands. However, bolts of lightning emerged from the lightning whip and struck Zhenji's antennae. The tentacle felt pain and didn't dare to move. Instead, it immediately retracted. Just as the tentacles retracted, a crisp "pa" sound was heard as the lightning whip struck Zhenji's back, which was exposed above the seawater. A slightly larger electric arc appeared and entered his back. A faint blue light flickered on Zhenji's back before it was extinguished. Roar! With a dull roar, Zhenji cried out in pain. His diamond-shaped head popped out of the water. The front of his head was covered with thick tentacles that covered a deep hole that looked like a mouth. At this moment, the deep hole had opened its tentacles, and a ball of water several feet in size shot towards Shui. Evil creature! Shui lightly reprimanded. The lightning whip in her hand waved again, but this time, it was a slightly rotating circle. A lightning net was formed from the lightning whip and scattered towards the ball of water. With a "pu" sound, the ball of water was caught by the lightning net and shot forward several feet. This time, under the extremely thin lightning, it gradually shrank and finally disappeared. At this moment, Genja's head once again smashed into the seawater. Immediately after, several water swords emerged from the water and shot towards Shui. Roar! The moment the water swords turned into ice spikes, Genja roared again. This time, it seemed to be in even more pain. Xiaofan, who was at the side, saw clearly that the female cultivator was hiding under the water. At this moment, she was using the devil spear to pierce through Genja's defense and deeply pierce his body. Genja's body was especially soft and slippery, but the devil spear seemed to be its nemesis. Although it was pierced very deeply, the light blue liquid that flowed out showed that Genja was injured. Rumble. Genja seemed to be angry again. A wave of divine sense rushed out of the sea and a wave of water-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth gushed out from Genja's body. In an instant, it enveloped Xiaofan and the others. Within 10 feet, a bone-piercing chill was born. Kacha. Kacha. With Genja as the center, cracking sound spread out in all directions. Immediately after, Genja nimbly turned around. It was very different from its huge body. Its tentacles swarmed out and reached towards the female cultivator. The female cultivator naturally chased after it. However, it seemed like she was far from being as nimble as Genja in the water. Moreover, within the seawater, the chill was also born. The female cultivator's body flickered as if she was trying her best to resist. Damn, it's really close to the middle stage of foundation establishment. This young master has to make a move. Xiaofan saw layers of frost being born and pressing towards Shui. The spiritual energy within the frost was very strong. It was far from what Shui, an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, could compare to. Moreover, when Shui waved her lightning whip, she could only break the frost on the side. The frost's tendency to spread was beyond her ability. Thus, she waved her hand and ignited the Samadhi true fire. Like a fireball, the spiritual energy rushed towards Genja from all directions. Seeing this, Shui was overjoyed. She no longer cared about the strong frost and waved her lightning whip again, attacking Genja's back. How could Shui let Genja turn around? Pa! The lightning whip hit Genja several times. Although Genja's defense was strong and the lightning couldn't injure it, the power of the lightning could always penetrate its body, making it suffer unspeakably. Moreover, Xiaohua's Samadhi true fire had already completely melted Genja's frost. Genja's spiritual energy was really not worth mentioning in Xiaohua's eyes. Roar! Roar! Afterwards, Genja fought several times. Shui's lightning whip was its nemesis. Moreover, Genja's extremely powerful black fog was dispersed by Xiaohua's universe sleeve several times. The female cultivator under the water also stabbed Genja several times. Genja roared several times and suddenly disappeared into the sea. Its body quickly dived down and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. The whirlpool created by Genja's dive almost brought the female cultivator under the water. Fellow Taoist, help me. The female cultivator's face was filled with anxiety. It seemed like she still wanted to dive down and she shouted loudly to Shui. Shui wanted to help her, but she also understood that she and the female cultivator were not Genja's opponents. Once they reached the bottom of the sea, they would be even weaker. How could she help her? Thus, she could only smile and say, "Fellow Taoist, why are you so persistent? Genja has already escaped. Isn't fellow Taoist's life?" That's right. When the female cultivator met just now, she said that she only needed to chase Genja away. Now that Genja had escaped, what was she going to do? This concubine needs one of Zhenzhe's tentacles. Just one. The female cultivator's divine sense chased after Zhenzhe, but her eyes were looking at Xiaohua. Naturally, this idea only came to her after she saw how powerful Xiaohua was. The female cultivator hastily begged, "If this concubine obtains the tentacle, I will definitely repay you generously." Xiaohua's heart stirred. He clapped his hand and a black light flew into the sea. "Fellow Taoist, this is..." The female cultivator naturally couldn't obtain Zhenzhe's tentacle by herself. She also knew that Xue didn't have this ability and could only rely on Xue. However, when she saw that Xiaohua didn't move and only gave her a small and unremarkable magic tool, how could she not be worried? Xiaohua looked at the female cultivator with a smile and said, "What can fellow Taoist do you have to repay me with?" Fellow Taoist is so confident. The female cultivator was stunned and said, "That's a Zhenzhe that is close to the middle stage of foundation establishment. In the sea, it is comparable to the middle stage of foundation establishment." Ouch! Before the female cultivator could finish speaking, her eyes lit up. She sensed something with her divine sense and her face was filled with pleasant surprise. Sure enough, in a moment, that black light flashed from the sea. It was Xiaohua's black iron needle. On the black iron needle, there was a wriggling tentacle of Zhenzhe. The female cultivator looked enviously at the black iron needle in Xiaohua's hand and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She bowed and said, "Junior Qua Chiao, from Blood Red Island greets Senior. May I know which island Senior is from? This Junior is truly unfamiliar with it. He, I am Xiaohua from the country of Xi's Thunder Control sect." Xiaohua put away the black iron needle and held the ice-cold tentacle of Zhenzhe in his hand. He said with a smile, "This is my dual cultivation partner, Xue. Country of Xi? Thunder Control sect?" Qua Chiao was stunned. However, she immediately understood and bowed again. "This concubine greets Senior Xiao and fellow Taoist Xue." No need to be so polite." Xue stepped forward and said with a smile, "This concubine and my husband came to the Sea of Xi to travel. We have already stayed here for a period of time and didn't see any powerful sea beasts." "Fellow Taoist Qua, what is going on? You actually lured a middle-stage foundation establishment sea beast so far? I am ashamed." Qua Chiao glanced at the tentacle of Zhenzhe in Xiaohua's hand, and a trace of shame appeared on her face. She said in a low voice, "Speaking of which, this concubine is somewhat overestimating herself. Every 10 years, my Blood Red Island has a competition between disciples. This is also one of the competitions. This concubine wanted to win, so she took the risk and accepted the mission of killing Zhenzhe's tentacle. However, fellow Taoist Xue also saw that this Zhenzhe was very powerful. This concubine spent a lot of effort to find it and wanted to catch it off guard and cut off one of its tentacles. That was like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Zhenzhe chased this concubine for 10 days and still didn't let this concubine go. If this concubine didn't encounter fellow Taoist Xue and Senior Xiao, this time, I am afraid that this concubine would have lost her life. So that's how it is." Xiaohua nodded. "According to this Xiao's opinion, fellow Taoist Qua took out a demonic tool just now, right? This demonic tool is the nemesis of Zhenzhe?" Qua Chiao didn't hide it. She clapped her hands and took out a demonic spear tip that was slightly smaller than Xiaohua's spear tip. She handed it over and said with a smile, "That's right. This demonic spear tip doesn't fear transcendence energy and can't be driven by divine sense. It is the best tool to pierce through sea beasts. This concubine obtained this demonic tool a long time ago and has always been able to use it with ease. Therefore, this concubine had the idea of cutting off Zhenzhe's tentacle. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for it." Chapter 2151. Xiao Hua took the demonic weapon. It was very heavy, but compared to Xiao Hua's demonic spear, it was clearly inferior. It didn't have the coldness and bloodiness of the tentacle. Seeing Xiao Hua take the demonic spear easily, Hua Qiao was slightly stunned. She unconsciously sized Xiao Hua up again. Xiao Hua didn't care about Hua Qiao's gaze and returned the spear to her. He pondered in his heart, this Hua Qiao blocked the path of demonic weapons and only said that she only has one demonic weapon. How can I make her spit it out? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua handed over Zhenji's tentacle and said with a smile, the tentacle is here. Obviously, fellow Taoist also wants it. However, what can fellow Taoist exchange it with? This. Hua Qiao slightly frowned. Then, with a tug of her hand, she took the storage bag from her waist and generously handed it to Xiao Hua. Senior, take a look. If there's anything you like in this storage bag, you can take it. Hee, you're quite generous. Xiao Hua took the storage pouch with a smile and took advantage of the situation to hand over the tentacle to Hua Qiao. Hua Qiao was delighted to see that the tentacle was so easy to obtain. She was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. Seeing Xiao Hua easily cut down Zhenji's tentacle, she knew that Xiao Hua was definitely not someone she could defeat. What was the difference between having the storage pouch on her and having it in Xiao Hua's hands? Oh, Xiao Hua looked inside the storage pouch. Sure enough, there wasn't the demonic spear shaft he wanted. Thus, he slightly frowned. Senior, you don't like anything? Hua Qiao, somewhat embarrassedly said, Junior doesn't have many things here. However, the remains of the sea beasts are also unique to my Gui He See. What's in this jade slip? Xiao Hua slightly shook his head and casually asked, it can't be the secret technique of your blood-red island, right? No. Hearing Xiao Hua mention the jade slip, Hua Qiao's eyes lit up. She was worried that she couldn't mention the secret method of the bloody red island. Xiao Hua's words were simply like giving her a ladder. This is some information about the language of the devil realm that Junior has collected. Speaking of the secret method of the bloody red island, Senior, where did you learn this sleeve universe? Oh. Devil realm language. Xiao Hua didn't mind Hua Qiao's question. His eyes lit up as he said, then this Xiao wants this jade slip. No problem. Hua Qiao was the same as Xiao Hua, both of them were somewhat absent-minded. She nodded and said, Senior can make a copy. But. Senior, can you tell me where you got your heaven and earth sleeve secret technique? Xiao Hua took out the jade slip and copied it with his divine sense while casually saying, this Xiao obtained a jade slip in the flame forest swamp, and it contains this heaven and earth sleeve secret technique. It really is flame forest marsh. Hua Qiao exclaimed and asked anxiously, then, are the other things with the jade slip still there? At this time, Xiao Hua didn't answer her question. He concentrated on copying the jade strip. Hua Qiao stood there awkwardly. Perhaps it was because they had fought sea beasts together, or perhaps it was because Hua Qiao was not as pretty as Xue, but Xue still liked Hua Qiao. At this moment, she stepped forward and said with a smile, fellow Taoist Hua, please wait for a moment. My husband will explain to you in detail in a while. Hua Qiao rolled her eyes and said with a smile, fellow cultivator Xue, don't call me fellow cultivator. Just call me Qiao. Hee, fellow cultivator's cultivation is deeper than this concubine's. This concubine has just entered foundation establishment. How can I casually address you? Xue also said with a smile. It can't be. Hua Qiao's eyes widened as she said in surprise, Big Sister Xue's magic power is deeper than Qiao's. How can you have just entered foundation establishment? Qiao definitely won't believe it. Xue Xue was helpless and couldn't explain further. Thus, Qua Qiao casually explained to Xue Xue. Not long after, Xue Xue understood the reason. It turned out that thousands of years ago, for some reason, the island master of the blood-red island went to the flaming forest swamp of the country of Xi with the other island masters. It seemed like they were hunting some demonic beasts or searching for something. In short, a few early gold core stage cultivators went together. They thought it was an extremely simple matter, but who would have thought that these people didn't come back after going? After that, the other few islands were in a mess because of the inheritance. Many people even died. The inheritance of each island was divided into several branches, and some even died out. Sea City's Su family seemed to be a branch of one of the islands. Blood Ray Island was considered lucky because the island master at that time had a twin brother. Although his cultivation wasn't golden core, he was still in the late stage of foundation establishment. Under the consolation of this brother, Blood Ray Island didn't fall into decline. However, because the missing island master had brought along some of the Scarlet Island's secret magic books, the famous magic arts of the Scarlet Island, such as the Heaven and Earth Sleeve, were only elementary magic arts. The advanced magic arts were missing. Fellow Taoist Qua. Xue Xue shook her head with a smile. Every Thunder Palace of my Imperial Thunder sect has a library. These techniques are all stored in the library. They definitely won't be lost just because something happened to the sect master. Don't tell me your sect doesn't have such an arrangement. Qua Qiao smiled bitterly. Of course my Blood Ray Island has a library, but it's also a coincidence. Perhaps that senior was comprehending these techniques and took away the jade slips of these techniques. If the island master didn't investigate carefully, I'm afraid he wouldn't believe that such a thing happened. I don't know about the other techniques. At this moment, Xiaohua also finished copying the jade slips. He handed over the storage pouch and said with a smile, however, I can guarantee that the Heaven and Earth Sleeve jade slips recorded in it are complete. That's great. Qua Qiao was overjoyed. As long as I can find this technique, it'll be a great merit. When did I agree to return this jade slips to Blood Ray Island? Xiaohua asked curiously. Even if it's your Blood Ray Island's Heaven and Earth Sleeve technique, I've obtained it in Flame Forest Swamp. It has nothing to do with your Blood Ray Island. Yes, I naturally know this. Qua Qiao smiled apologetically. Now that the jade slips are Senior Zhao's, and it can be said that Heaven and Earth Sleeve is Senior Zhao's divine ability. Naturally, it has nothing to do with my Blood Ray Island. However, my Blood Ray Island also has Heaven and Earth Sleeve. I believe that while Senior and his disciple can inherit this divine ability, if you completely copy this technique to my Blood Ray Island, you'll definitely be greatly rewarded. Xiaohua sneered, your island master is a gold core cultivator. Do you think I'll go? This Qua Qiao was silent. That's right. How could Xiaohua walk right into the trap? Sigh, Qua Qiao sighed and bowed. No matter what, I was able to obtain the whereabouts of the Heaven and Earth Sleeve technique. It's also a merit to my Blood Ray Island. When I return to the island, I'll report to Island Master and ask Island Master to pay a visit to Senior at the Thunder Controlling Sect in the country of Xi. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote. Chapter 2152. Fine. Hearing this, Xiaohua felt a headache coming on. He didn't want Blood Ray Island to cause an uproar in Imperial Thunder Sect. How about this? Xiaohua glanced at Xue Xue and said, I'll believe you this time. What? Qua Qiao was stunned and couldn't believe her ears. This Xiao has always been merciful and benevolent. To be honest, this Xiao has already made a copy of this universe creator cultivation method. My thunder controlling sect's Myriad Thunder Valley already has a copy. Xiaohua smiled and said, "This Xiao is also willing to exchange this jade slip for some things." But what? Qua Chiao said nervously, "Senior, I'll do anything you ask of me." He. Xiaohua's lips curled into a lewd smile. Qua Chiao's skin turned cold and she hugged her not-so-towering chest with her hands. "As long as fellow Qua promises not to take the initiative to speak of this matter and help me ask for the location of an island in the Kuai-he Sea, I will find a safe place and return the jade slip to Blood Red Island before I leave." Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke the question that Qua Chiao had in mind. "Of course." Qua Chiao let out a long breath and patted her chest. "Junior swears that I won't speak of this matter to Island Master. I'll just say that Senior was invited by Junior to compete." "Okay." Xiaohua didn't ask what this competition meant and nodded. "In addition, what island is Senior Xiao looking for?" Qua Chiao asked again. "Can Junior know this in advance?" "Of course." Xiaohua nodded. "I'm looking for an island called Sunset Island." "Sunset Island?" Qua Chiao was indeed confused. After thinking for a long time, she shook her head and said, "Junior didn't know there was such an island in Kuai-he Sea. It seems that I have to return to Blood Ray Island and ask Island Master." Xiaohua wasn't surprised by Qua Chiao's words. If Qua Chiao knew where Sunset Island was, Xiaohua might kill her with one palm. Seeing that Xiaohua was taking the risk to go to Blood Ray Island, Xue felt strange and whispered, "Husband, you took his secret technique, why are you sending it to him? It's best to stay as far away from Blood Red Island as possible." "Wife, don't worry," Xiaohua said with a smile. "He's just a core formation cultivator." Her husband wasn't even afraid of old ghost Zhong from the Zhong family, so why would he be afraid of some unruly cultivators from overseas? Besides, I still have some things to ask of Qua Chiao. All right. Xue naturally had some understanding of Xiaohua's cultivation, and also knew that Xiaohua would not force others for his own cultivation, so she nodded in agreement. "Senior Xiao, please wait a moment." Seeing that the matter was settled, Qua Chiao was happy. She smiled apologetically and said, "Junior wants to take some elixirs and adjust my breathing." "All right." Xiaohua nodded. When Qua Chiao took out a pill and was about to consume it, Xiaohua smiled and said, "Daoist Qua, what pill is this? May I have a look?" "Oh, this is my Scarlet Island spine pellet. It's refined from the inner core of a sea beast. I'm afraid it's not the same as the Shi country's medicinal pills." Qua Chiao understood Xiaohua's words. She handed the spine purline pill to Xiaohua and said, "This pill is for Senior." "All right." Xiaohua took it and put it in front of his nose to smell it. A slight fishy smell, accompanied by a trace of medicinal fragrance, entered his nose. Xiaohua nodded slightly. He understood that the spiritual herbs on the islands of Kuai-he Sea could not compare to the Dawn Rain continent, but there were many sea beasts. Sea beasts that condensed their cores all had inner cores, which were also condensed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Refining elixirs was even better than using spiritual herbs. However, using the inner core of a fifth-rank sea beast to refine elixirs for a foundation establishment cultivator to consume, isn't it too extravagant? Xiaohua sighed. Thinking of this, Xiaohua blushed with shame. He had obtained a lot of jade slips in Flame Forest Swamp. Later on, he obtained even more jade slips in Inkcloud Black Forest. He clearly knew that there were some things inside, but he only flipped through them to see if they were useful for his cultivation. There were many qi refinement cultivation methods and some incomplete secret methods that he did not examine carefully. Didn't Qua Chiao also mention it? Xiaohua had no impression of the other cultivation methods of Blood Ray Island that were together with the universe in the sleeve. However, Xiaohua could not be blamed. This time, he left the Imperial Thunder sect and accompanied Xue to gain experience. His accumulation was really astonishing. In a short few years, not even 10 years, he still had to cultivate. Where would he have the time to comprehend the jade slips one by one? Perhaps, when the Sword Heart Energy Seed technique succeeds, I will also split a primordial spirit and focus on comprehending these jade slips. Xiao Hua slightly raised his lips. The Dream Execution Sword has been in gestation for several years. Why is there still no movement? Of course, Xiao Hua's split primordial spirit had an extremely subtle connection with his main primordial spirit. How could he not know about the budding changes? However, it had been several years now, and the sword spirit had not been born yet. This made him somewhat impatient. During this period of time, it was also fortunate that he had the soaring dragon shears. Otherwise, he would have suffered many times. After an hour, Hua Qiao finished adjusting her breathing. She took Xiao Hua and Xue and flew straight to the place where the sun rose. This flight lasted several days. What made Xiao Hua blush with shame was that Hua Qiao was different from him. She did not need to take out the Sinan at all. She knew where to go and how to hide like the back of her hand. It was as if this Gui he see was her own backyard. On this day, it was already noon. They arrived at a messy reef. Countless jagged reefs protruded from the sea surface. Large patches of seaweed and other things swayed between the reefs. White foam also floated between the seaweed. Hua Qiao stopped in midair and said in a low voice, "Senior Xiao, Sister Xue, please wait for a moment. I have a senior brother who is training here. I will call him later." When speaking of senior brother, Hua Qiao's face was slightly unnatural. Oh! Xiao Hua's heart moved. He immediately thought of that tall cultivator who was as valiant as an ox. Xue smiled like a flower and said, "If Qiao is willing, of course it's good. Sister doesn't care." "Thank you, sister." Hua Qiao clapped her hands and took out a communication talisman. She whispered a few words and shook it into the sea. The communication talisman emitted a blue light and disappeared into the water. Sure enough, in just a moment, a burst of air bubbles violently appeared. Soon after, there was a loud sound of water. From the gap between the reefs, a burly middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator squeezed out with difficulty. This cultivator's body was very large. It was actually somewhat similar to Xiao Hua's Vajradharma body. It was the male cultivator that Xiao Hua saw. Xiao. The male cultivator floated to the sea surface and glanced at Xiao Hua and Xue. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He then landed on the reef and called in a low voice, "What's the matter?" When Hua Qiao saw the male cultivator, a trace of warmth flashed in her eyes. She pointed at him and said, "This is Senior Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder sect. This is fellow Taoist Xue." Oh, the male cultivator looked at Xiao Hua and Xue and bowed. Hua Rhyming of the Blood Red Island greets Senior Xiao and fellow Taoist Xue. This Hua Rhyming is a boor? Xiao Hua was stunned. He didn't have a particularly good impression of Hua Qiao and Hua Rhyming because he previously thought that Hua Qiao wanted to join forces with Hua Rhyming to plot against him. But now, after hearing Hua Qiao's introduction, Hua Rhyming called him senior without any explanation. This was absolutely not commensurate with his middle-stage foundation establishment cultivation. However, after Xiao Hua and Xue returned the greeting, Hua Rhyming said to Hua Qiao in a silly manner, "Qiao, the cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent are all scheming. It's not like you were cheated a lot in Dawn City. Why don't you pay more attention now? Fellow Taoist Xiao is obviously at the early stage of foundation establishment. Why do you want me to call you senior?" Hearing this, Xiao Hua's face burned. Wasn't it him who coincidentally obtained the tail of the devil's spear during the auction in Dawn City? Hehe, Brother Ming. This senior Xiao can't be compared to other cultivators. Qua Xiao pursed her lips and smiled. It was Senior Xiao who rescued me from Zhenjia's tentacles. You really found Zhenjia? Qua Riming was shocked. Without caring about anything else, he turned around and bowed deeply. I really have to thank Senior Xiao. Xiao is a little headstrong. I have advised her several times, but unexpectedly, she still went to find Zhenjia. If it wasn't for Senior Xiao, I wouldn't have known. Seeing that Qua Riming had put Qua Xiao's safety first, which was completely different from Zhongling Mountain Village's Zhongyuan, Xiao Hua was delighted. He raised his hand and said, "Don't be so polite. Fellow Daoist Qua, just call me fellow Daoist. I don't dare to call you Senior. Senior Xiao called me Senior Xiao. How would I dare to change it?" Qua Riming shook his head and said, "Moreover, Senior Xiao saved Xiao's life. I will definitely call you Senior." Hehe, Brother Ming, look at what I have here. Qua Xiao immediately took out Zhenjia's tentacles as if she was presenting a treasure. You really got it. Qua Riming smiled and reached out to hold Qua Xiao's hand. He said with a smile, "The first place of this competition will definitely be yours." Hehe, it's all thanks to Senior Xiao. Qua Xiao said with a smile, "I also asked Senior Xiao to help me." Senior Xiao also agreed. When Qua Riming heard this, he immediately turned around and wanted to bow. Xiao Hua had a headache. He immediately raised his hand and said, "Fellow Daoist Qua, you don't have to thank me." No. How could Qua Riming let it go? He still wanted to bow. However, Xiao Hua's arm seemed to be cast from copper and iron. He seemed to be unable to bow down. Qua Riming was slightly stunned. Just as he was about to use his strength again, he heard Qua Xiao say, "If Senior Xiao doesn't allow you to bow, then don't bow. You bowed so many times in such a short period of time. You are making me dizzy." Okay. Qua Riming was very obedient to Qua Xiao. He immediately stopped bowing and stood up. "By the way, Brother Ming, did you get the tiger mark amber?" Qua Xiao took back Zhenjia's tentacles and asked with concern. Chapter 2153. Hearing Qua Xiao's question, Qua Riming was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, "I don't know why, but this tiger amber is especially smart this time. I have been guarding it for dozens of days and have seen a few of them. But, before I can make a move, they immediately run away, as if they already knew I was here." Hehe, Brother Ming, you made a bet with me. Qua Xiao covered her mouth and said, "I already got this Gengzhi. What are you going to say?" "Yes, I lost the bet." Qua Riming nodded and said, "Whatever Xiao says." Okay. Qua Xiao puffed up her cheeks and said in a fit of pique, "It's always like this. You obviously lost, but you still act like you won. Even if you win, I still have the final say. What's the point?" Xiao Qua Riming took 2 steps forward and said in a low voice, "Senior Xiao and fellow Shui are both here. Don't let them laugh at you." Qua Xiao slightly raised her head and avoided Qua Riming. She slightly blinked at Shui, but her face towards Qua Riming was still gloomy. Shui looked at Xiao Hua and secretly laughed. She knew that Qua Xiao was throwing a tantrum. She also lowered her head and looked at the dark green sea. She was very focused, as if there was the most attractive trick there. Xiao Seeing that Qua Xiao did not forgive him because of his words, Qua Riming smiled apologetically and said, "Whatever you say, I will definitely listen to you." "You will listen to me?" This is what you said. Kwa Chiao frowned and said angrily. Yes, yes, I will definitely listen to you. Kwa Rhyming hurriedly said, I will accompany you back to the island. It's fine if we don't catch this tiger amber. No way. Kwa Chiao said unhappily, if you accompany me back, you won't be able to complete your task. Won't you be at a disadvantage in the competition? Then wait a moment. Kwa Rhyming was played in circles by Kwa Chiao. He hurriedly said, I will go down and catch the tiger amber immediately. Do you think that tiger amber is yours? When Kwa Chiao said this, she seemed to have thought of something interesting and actually laughed. Although Kwa Chiao was not as fair and beautiful as Xiaofan, her bright eyes were also beautiful. Kwa Rhyming's eyes were filled with tenderness. How about this? Kwa Chiao thought for a moment and said, I originally wanted to accompany Senior Xiao and wait here, but you have been waiting for dozens of days without any results. This tiger spot amber should be surrounded by several people, but my cultivation is not enough. Why don't I ask for Senior Xiao's help? We only need a small amount of tiger spot amber's inner core to refine the spine silk pill. You only need to capture one. How about we give the rest to Senior Xiao? Oh, only now did Xiaohua understand that Kwa Chiao had been talking for so long because she wanted him to help Kwa Rhyming, but she was afraid that Kwa Rhyming wouldn't be willing, so she did this. She really put in a lot of effort. Sure enough, Kwa Rhyming was displeased the moment he heard that, and there was displeasure on his face. It was just that he had just said that he would listen to everything Chiao said, so he was too embarrassed to say anything more. He could only keep his head down and remain silent. Senior Xiao, tiger spot amber is a necessity for refining the spine silk pill. This great flag reef is also the place where tiger spot amber is most likely to appear. If you want to refine the spine silk pill, or exchange it with the islands overseas, this tiger spot amber is the best sea beast. At this moment, Kwa Chiao smiled and said to Xiaohua, my brother Ming's cultivation might not be as good as Senior Xiao's, but he has some talent in searching for tiger spot amber. It will be much easier for him to help you. And Kwa Chiao had put in so much effort, how could Xiaohua not help her? Moreover, he also needed sea beasts like tiger spot amber, so he agreed without hesitation. Kwa Rhyming heard Kwa Chiao call him my brother Ming, and his unhappiness had already mostly disappeared. He cupped his hands and said, Senior Xiao, please come down with me. Okay, Xiaohua raised his hand and said, fellow Taoist Kwa, go first. Seeing Xiaohua easily use the water-dispelling art to enter the sea, Kwa Chiao also said to Xiaofan, Sister Xiaofan, let's go down too. This great flag reef looks very dangerous, but the bottom of the sea is very beautiful. I followed Brother Ming here several times, and every time I was intoxicated. Oh? Is that so? Then we should go and take a look. Xiaofan thought Kwa Chiao was worried about Kwa Rhyming, so she said casually. Unexpectedly, when Xiaofan also used the water-dispelling art to enter the sea, she opened her eyes wide in surprise, and looked at this world that she had never seen before. When she just entered the sea, there was still sunlight, and after the sunlight was filtered by the dark green seawater, it actually turned into several different colors, dyeing all the seawater. Some small, almost invisible things swayed in the ripples of the water, and there were also small algae and other things floating. As she went deeper, the sunlight weakened, but she saw many fishes. Some were slender, some were thick, some were pitch black, some were colorful, some were in groups, some were alone, and there was even a long sea snake swimming in the distance like a belt. This was not the main reason why Xiaofan was shocked. She saw that the many reefs on the surface of Kwai He Sea had already become huge stone pillars in the sea. These stone pillars were like continuous hills, and the stone pillars were extremely tall. When Xiaofan scanned with her divine perception, she actually could not see the bottom of the sea. On top of the pillars formed by these reefs, there was a layer of thin, fingernail-sized protrusions. These protrusions were multicolored and extremely dazzling. Although the sunlight was extremely weak, the ripples on the surface of the water were actually like rays of sunlight that shone directly on the surface. This. What is this? Xue opened her eyes wide, and looked around. Looking at the multicolored stone pillars around her, she said curiously, "Why is it so beautiful?" "Okay, Sister Xue knows." Kwa Xiao said proudly, "These are corals, and they are the specialty of Kwai He Si. You can't see them anywhere else. Moreover, the corals on this Great Flag Reef are even more special. The other places are either red or pink, and they are all single colors. Only the corals here are multicolored. Or maybe it is because of the rainbow colors, tiger spots are the most likely to appear. It's really magnificent." Xue dived all the way down, looking greedily. This was a strange sight that she had never seen before. It's even more beautiful when we go deeper. Kwa Xiao pointed with her finger and said, "There is no sunlight in the depths of Great Flag Reef, but there is no lack of light. In the abyss, there are all kinds of grotesque sea beasts and fishes. They can all glow by themselves, reflecting each other. It's even more beautiful than sunlight. Sister Xue, you don't know this, but there is a bald, flat sea beast that has rows of candles on both sides of its body. It's extremely bright." Where? Xue was even more excited as she dived down. However, just as she dived down another few hundred feet, a huge force blocked them. No matter how Xue urged, she could not go any further. Chapter 2154. Sister Xue. At this time, Kwa Xiao said helplessly, "Our cultivation is only at the early stage of foundation establishment, we can only go this far by using the water-splitting art. This water-splitting art is not the 5 elements escape art, we can't go freely in the sea. If we can cultivate to the middle stage of foundation establishment, we will be able to see the beautiful scenery in the abyss." "Oh, I see." Xue released her divine sense. Unfortunately, she could see Xiaohua and Kwa rhyming, but she couldn't see the beautiful sea beast mentioned by Kwa Xiao. Xue was a little disappointed and looked at Xiaohua with envy. She followed Kwa Xiao to play among the corals. Xiaohua was like Xue, his eyes lit up and he was very curious. Kwa rhyming didn't explain to Xiaohua that Kwa Xiao was clever, he just kept diving. Using the water-dispelling art was different from using the earth escape art. When it reached a certain level, it would immediately generate strength. Xiaohua didn't notice it at all. He followed Kwa rhyming deeper into the cave. When Kwa rhyming stopped, Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and smiled, "Fellow Taoist Kwa, you don't seem to be here, right?" "Yes, the tiger mark amber is still down there." Kwa rhyming pointed at the place several feet below and said, "My cultivation can only go this far. If I want to catch the tiger mark amber, I will need to use a magic tool." After saying that, Kwa rhyming clapped his hand and a 1-foot-long magic tool that looked like a ship's anchor flew out of his storage pouch. It slowly sank down until it reached a pitch-black hole that was several feet in size and a few square feet in size. "Hee, so you are waiting for me." Xiaohua laughed secretly. Just as he was about to say something, his heart moved and he was about to release his divine sense. "Senior Xiao," Kwa rhyming said, "don't release your divine sense. The tiger mark amber is very sensitive to divine sense and magic power, N." Xiaohua nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the pitch-black square hole. His black iron needle was released along with his Buddhist sense. After half an hour, the seawater at the entrance of the cave swayed slightly, and a square-headed, pig-like sea beast poked its head out. However, as soon as the sea beast poked its head out, it immediately shrank back, as if it was frightened. After a few times, the sea beast came out of the hole. Good. What a strange sea beast. When the tiger spot who completely came out, Xiaohua was stunned. He saw that the tiger spot whose whole body was yellow. It really looked like a tiger spot. The square pig head was connected to a few ball-like bodies. Finally, there was a triangular tail. Under that ball-like body, there were a few baby claws. Qua Ryming's magic weapon didn't stop at the entrance of the cave. It was half a foot away from the entrance. The tiger swam out of the cave. While its body was still, its head spun a few times as if its head was separated from its body. Immediately after, the tiger leopard swayed its tail and swam towards the coral on the reef. Qua Ryming's magical artifact was guarding that direction. Seeing that the tiger leopard was close to the magical artifact, Qua Ryming was overjoyed. In these dozens of days, the tiger leopard had never been so close to the magical artifact. However, when he activated the magical artifact, a trace of magical power surged on the magical artifact. The tiger leopard's body didn't change direction at all. A water arrow like the water of heaven and earth sprayed on the magical artifact. Qua Ryming's body slightly stagnated and his true essence also stopped. The tiger leopard's body suddenly retreated and rushed into the black hole faster than the flying sword. At this moment, suddenly, a black light appeared in front of the black hole. It was the black iron needle that Xiaohua released before. The tiger leopard couldn't dodge in time and was pierced by the black iron needle like a candied haw. Half of his body rushed into the black hole before he finally stopped. Hiss, Qua Ryming gasped. He knew that although the tiger leopard looked very clumsy, it was actually very clever. Moreover, its square head was very hard. Even his magical artifact couldn't break its head. However, Xiaohua's black iron needle pierced the tiger leopard's head. On one hand, the tiger leopard's speed was too fast. On the other hand, the black iron needle was really sharp. Seeing that the black iron needle was effective, Xiaohua dove down several feet and easily arrived at the side of the black hole. He waved his hand and the tiger leopard fell into his hand. Sure enough, the tiger leopard's skin was very hard and cold. It was far from the soft skin that he saw. This is for you. Xiaohua handed the tiger leopard to Qua Ryming and said, "The rest is mine." Thank you, Senior Xiao. When Qua Ryming saw that Xiaohua was able to easily dive down, he knew that Xiaohua's cultivation was deeper than his own. After Qua Ryming received the tiger leopard, he said, "Then let's do what we did just now. Junior will put the magical artifact there to lure the tiger leopard. Senior, use the magical artifact to kill it." Okay. Xiaohua nodded and still put the black iron needle between the corals. After a while, no more tiger leopard came out. Xiaohua asked, "Fellow Taoist Qua, I have something to ask." Senior. Qua Ryming smiled apologetically and said, "Junior has already said that the tiger leopard is very smart. Junior doesn't know where their nest is. Junior only knows that they often come out from this hole. Just now, after the tiger leopard disappeared, I'm afraid another tiger leopard will appear after an hour." "Oh, that's not what I'm asking." Xiaohua shook his head and said, "I heard from Qua Chiao, that the tiger leopard's inner core is necessary to refine the ridge pellet, right?" "Yes." Qua Ryming nodded and said, "Junior doesn't know the formula of the ridge pellet, but Junior knows that the ridge pellet is refined from the inner cores of several kinds of sea beasts. Although the tiger leopard's inner core is very little, without its inner core, the ridge pellet can't be refined successfully." Xiaohua nodded, but he still didn't understand. Since the tiger leopard has an inner core, it should be at least a 5th stage sea beast, right? Why is its strength so weak? 5th stage sea beast. Qua Ryming stared blankly and said curiously, "The tiger leopard isn't a 5th stage sea beast. It can barely be considered a 2nd stage sea beast." No way. Xiaohua was stunned. How can a second stage sea beast have an inner core? How can a second stage sea beast not have an inner core? Qua Rhyming was even more baffled. Even if it's a first stage sea beast, it also has an inner core, right? Otherwise, what can the islands of my Gui He Si use to refine pills? Fellow Taoist Qua, you're saying that all sea beasts have inner cores? Xiaohua patted his forehead and suddenly understood. Yes. Qua Rhyming nodded. Apart from ordinary fish, shrimps, and ordinary sea beasts that don't have inner cores, all the sea beasts that we cultivators hunt have inner cores. Otherwise, why would we hunt them? Hehe, I understand now. Xiaohua said with a smile, I thought that sea beasts were the same as the demonic beasts on Xiaoyu continent. Only after reaching the 5th stage can they have a demonic core and the strength of a golden core cultivator. Is that so? The demonic beasts on the continent are so strange. Qua Rhyming was also a little surprised. I rarely go to the land. This time, I went to the Haoming City with my junior sister and lost a lot of spirit stones at the auction in the Haoming City, so I don't know much about the situation on the land. What's going on? Xiaohua was stunned. After Qua Rhyming explained the matter, Xiaohua laughed involuntarily. Sure enough, it was not far from what he thought. It turned out that Qua Chiao was the one who took out the jade slip with the demonic language to bid. She wanted to bait him or let him take more spirit stones to vent his anger. Who would have thought that Xiaohua would suddenly stop and let Qua Chiao bid for her own jade slip? Haoming City didn't care who bid for it. Although it was her own item, she still had to give a certain percentage of the commission. Qua Chiao tried to be clever but ended up with a loss of spirit stones instead. Ha ha ha, Xiaohua laughed, but then frowned and said, right, why didn't you all take these inner cores to bid? Hehe, Senior Xiao, do you think we are unwilling? Qua Rhyming smiled and said, unfortunately, the elixirs of the Dawn Rain continent seem to be different from those of the overseas islands. Moreover, most of the cultivators on the Dawn Rain continent have an earth attribute physique, while most of the sea beasts in the Gui He Si have water attribute inner cores. Who would want more? Besides, the elixir recipes of the Gui He Si islands are rare, and each island treasures them like their own lives. They have never been leaked, so how could there be such elixir recipes on the Dawn Rain continent? Then, who would want the inner cores? I'm afraid that's not all. Xiaohua smiled as if he had thought of something. Yes, in addition, the elixir refined from the sea beast's inner cores is very violent. Only the disciples of the overseas islands with tough meridians and solid bodies can take it. Ordinary cultivators on the Dawn Rain continent can't take it, so the elixir refined from spiritual herbs is more gentle and suitable for them. Qua Rhyming said with some jealousy, the disciples of the overseas islands also want to take that kind of elixir. Not only is its medicinal effect good, but it also has no impurities, unlike the spine pearlin elixir, which requires the use of cultivation techniques to refine its impurities. Alas, it's a pity that the elixir refined from spiritual herbs is too expensive. Each elixir costs a lot of spiritual stones. We can't afford it. He. Seeing Qua Rhyming start to complain, Xiaohua smiled but didn't say anything. Actually, the inner cores of the sea beasts might be different from the golden cores of us cultivators. Qua Rhyming said again, from what this junior knows, all the sea beasts with spiritual abilities have their inner cores. They use their inner cores to absorb the essence of heaven and earth. Sometimes, on the Gui He Si, on the night of the full moon, many sea beasts with profound cultivation will release their inner cores to absorb the essence of the moon. The power of their inner cores can fill the entire sea surface. Therefore, the sea beasts of the Gui He Si are the same as the spiritual herbs on the Dawn Rain continent. The more profound their cultivation and the longer their lifespan, the more useful they are to us cultivators. Xiaohua's expression changed. He raised his index finger to signal Qua Rhyming to be quiet. Impossible, right? Qua Rhyming was slightly stunned. He didn't dare to release his spiritual sense, but based on what he saw, the two of them talked for less than an hour. How could the tiger-spotted amber appear? However, when he looked at the entrance of the cave with some dissatisfaction, sure enough, an even bigger square head and big ears poked out. Chapter 2155. With Xiaohua's Buddhist awareness and the black iron needles without mana fluctuations, Xiaohua and Qua Rhyming were able to capture the tiger spot amber with ease. In just half a day, they had already obtained 9 tiger spot amber. In front of Qua Rhyming's dumbfounded eyes, Xiaohua even gave him a second tiger spot amber. Xiaohua seemed to be addicted to it. He released his Buddhist sense to check if there were any more tiger mark amber coming out. At this moment, Xiaohua's heart suddenly jumped. A feeling of palpitations came from the depths of Great Flag Reef, pressing down on his heart tightly like a mountain. Xiaohua was shocked. This kind of warning sign was very serious. Although he didn't know what was going to happen, he knew that the most important thing right now was to leave this place. However, just as Xiaohua was about to speak, a fiery red color gradually appeared from the depths of Great Flag Reef. Fire wave fish beast? Qua Rhyming's eyes immediately opened wider than a ball. His face was full of surprise and ecstasy. This is the legendary sea beast. Fellow Taoist Qua. Xiaohua said hurriedly. This place is extremely dangerous. Quickly follow me. Dangerous? Qua Rhyming was stunned. He quickly scanned with his divine sense but didn't see anything abnormal. He said disapprovingly, Senior Xiao, if we talk about cultivation, I can't catch up to you. But if we talk about experience in QC, you should listen to me. Good boy Spirit Min Beast, Qi Yen Tsang. As Qua Rhyming spoke, he no longer paid attention to Xiaohua. Instead, he used his divine sense to look at the dozen or so multicolored sea beasts that had spread out in all directions and were rapidly swimming away. He muttered, These are all rare beasts that I can't even see normally. As he said that, Qua Rhyming activated his magic tool. The ship anchor flashed with a blue brilliance and flew towards a Spirit Min beast that was approaching. Fellow Taoist Qua, this is the last time I ask you. Don't forget that you can't even see a single one of these rare sea beasts normally. Why are they all out now? Xiaohua formed a water-dispelling seal and his body began to sway. Unexpectedly, Qua Rhyming's eyes lit up. He simply turned a deaf ear to Xiaohua's reminder. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and quickly flew towards the surface of the sea. Wife. Xiaohua released his divine sense. He had long since seen Shui, who was lingering around the corals, forgetting to return. He hurriedly said, Let's go. All right. When Shui heard Xiaohua's call, she immediately activated her magic power and flew towards the surface of the sea. Of course, she didn't forget to shout, Fellow Taoist Qua, quickly follow me. But Qua Qiao's body moved slightly. She still hesitated and said anxiously, Where's my brother Ming? Xiaohua has already passed by Qua Qiao, grabbed Shui and said anxiously, I feel that there might be some unusual movement in the Sea of Life. I already warned fellow Taoist Qua, but he wants to capture some rare sea beast. Qua Qiao quickly scanned with her divine perception. Indeed, she saw even more rare sea beasts surging out. Her eyes also lit up. Praise fellow Taoist. Shui knew Xiaohua's premonition. Although her body had already flown several meters with Xiaohua, she still didn't forget to shout, Let's go. If we don't go now, it'll be too late. Oh. Qua Qiao casually responded. She waved her hand and a light purple rope flew out. It was caught by Xue Xue. At the same time Kuo Xiao flew up, she hurriedly transmitted her voice, "Brother Ming, let's go, roar." At this moment, a sound similar to the roar of tens of thousands of bulls rose from under everyone's feet. The entire sea water seemed to be boiling, and countless bubbles gushed out from the depths of the sea. Along with those bubbles, an extremely powerful confining force covered an area of more than 1,000 meters. Xue Xue was greatly alarmed. The magic power in her body had already begun to stagnate. Whatever water-dispelling art, whatever flying technique, they all slowed down. "Rise," Xiaohua roared. The phoenix body flew out of his body. With a phoenix cry, its fleshy wings flapped and shattered the confining force. However, this confining force seemed to be the might of heaven. Just as it was shattered by the phoenix body, it immediately gradually reappeared. And taking advantage of this opportunity, the magic power on the surface of Xiaohua's body surged. With a burst of brilliance, he used the bright thunder escape and flew towards the horizon with extreme speed. Roar! Just as Xiaohua flew for more than 1,000 meters, the confining force suddenly disappeared again. What followed was actually an incomparably powerful suction force, a suction force that spun towards the bottom of Guihe Sea. Rumble! Another deafening sound rang out. The majestic Great Flag Reef just now was still multicolored coral rocks, but now it was like a withered branch swallowed by a flood. It was instantly destroyed, and even the suction force rapidly sank. The seawater within 1,000 meters of Guihe Sea rushed towards the bottom of the sea like a funnel. It was as if the entire seabed had leaked a large hole here. Brother Ming, Kuo Xiao screamed miserably. The hand holding the light purple rope actually loosened. Her small and delicate body instantly fell into the whirlpool. She simply didn't have time to struggle and was about to be swallowed. "Do you want to die?" Xiaohua roared angrily. The phoenix Dharma body turned around and flew over. Its sharp phoenix claws instantly broke through Kuo Xiao's defense and pierced into Kuo Xiao's back, firmly grabbing her. "Senior Xiao, quickly put me down." Kuo Xiao screamed somewhat crazily. "I want to find Brother Ming. I want to die together with Brother Ming. What's the point of this?" Xiaohua was somewhat speechless. At this moment, he had already brought Xue Xue to the edge of the whirlpool. The suction force was already relatively weak, and Xue Xue was able to resist it. "Even if I die, I want to be together with Brother Ming. Even if I die, I want to tell him that I love him." Kuo Xiao struggled with all her might, but how could she break free from the phoenix Dharma body? Her petite body was brought to Xiaohua's side. Her Taoist robe was already soaked in blood. When Xue Xue heard this, she was about to cry. She turned to Xiaohua and said, "Husband, I know you can save Kuo Riming. Put me and Kuo Xiao down, and I will immediately take Kuo Xiao and escape from here. I don't want to see this pair of unfortunate mandarin ducks separated from each other." This. Xiaohua released his divine sense. At this moment, the entire whirlpool was already enveloped by a huge suction force. Under the might of heaven and earth, his divine sense couldn't reach far. However, he could still see Kuo Riming struggling with all his might in the whirlpool, being dragged into the abyss bit by bit. After estimating for a moment, Xiaohua understood that he should be able to save Kuo Riming. However, this whirlpool and the collapsed Great Flag Reef were obviously the might of heaven and earth. Which cultivator could say that they could escape unscathed under the might of heaven and earth? However, Kuo Xiao's extremely desolate gaze, incomparably desperate expression, and resolute actions all hit Xiaohua's weak spot. Chapter 2156. Forget it. Xiaohua clenched his teeth and grabbed Kuo Xiao. He threw her to Xue Xue and said, "Fly horizontally as soon as possible." Then, he turned around and rushed into the whirlpool. But at this moment, there was another loud roar. The tremors were several times stronger than before. Countless bubbles surged out from the bottom of the sea, and countless corpses of sea beasts were tossed out by the whirlpool. In fact, Great Flag Reef was collapsing at an even faster rate. The suction force of the sea was several times stronger. Withdraw, Xiaohua dived quickly, and his spirit was released at the same time. Xiaohua, who had always been stingy and greedy, didn't forget to amass wealth even when his life was in danger. Fortunately, as the corpses of the sea beasts around Xiaohua disappeared, Xiaohua's speed didn't decrease. It even exceeded the suction force and approached Qua Riming at an extremely fast speed. Qua Riming's face was already pale. He could still use the magic power in his body and make a dying struggle. Just as Xiaohua turned around, the suction force increased greatly. He was in the center of the whirlpool, and the suction force increased greatly. His true essence was now imprisoned, and he couldn't use any magic power. He could only be helpless. He fell into the whirlpool, and his whole body was not only spinning like a top, but also being dragged by the whirlpool at an extremely fast speed. There was no need to mention Qua Riming's mood. He was extremely depressed and regretful. In his mind, besides Xiaohua's warning before he left, there was only Qua Qiao's smile. His mood was very similar to Qua Qiao's. He was extremely regretful that he didn't say anything to Qua Qiao. Just as Qua Riming felt that the spinning sky and sea were extremely dark and was about to close his eyes, a figure appeared in front of him. When he thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him, when he opened his eyes again, the figure was already close to him. However, it wasn't Qua Qiao, but Xiaohua. Senior Xiao. Qua Riming was completely stunned. He was even more stunned than Qua Qiao. Unfortunately, Qua Riming could only think with his head, but he couldn't move his hands and feet. He didn't have any magic power, so he could only watch with his eyes wide open. Just at this moment, a gust of wind was born from the center of the whirlpool. It went against the torrential seawater and rushed into the air. Following this gust of wind, the range of the whirlpool suddenly increased, and the suction force also suddenly increased. Oh no! Xiaohua was shocked. The pressure on him had increased as well, and he had no choice but to release the Phoenix technique. Moreover, he was extremely worried about Shui. But at that moment, the strong winds and the suction force seemed to be able to absorb his spiritual will. Xiaohua's spiritual will was unable to reach far. How could he meet Shui? Forget it. Xiaohua gritted his teeth and stimulated his magic energy once more, causing his figure to flash once more as he flashed towards the center of the vortex where the suction force was the strongest. Crack! Just as Qua Riming's body was about to sway, the Phoenix Dharma body extended its sharp claws and grabbed Qua Riming's back. Oh my, this guy's physical body is a little strange. When the Phoenix celestial body's sharp claws pierced into Qua Riming's flesh, Xiaohua immediately felt something strange about Qua Riming's flesh. It was incomparably tough, and if it wasn't for the Phoenix celestial body's continuous advancement, this claw might not have succeeded. This was a situation where Qua Riming didn't have the slightest bit of magic energy. However, even though Xiaohua had caught Qua Riming, he had also fallen into a quagmire. This strong suction force had already enveloped the surroundings of the vortex, and the force was getting stronger and stronger. Xiaohua's own true essence was also condensed, and his magic energy was gradually unable to be used. Seeing his body being dragged into the vortex, his entire body also began to involuntarily spin. While Xiaohua was inwardly complaining, his mind was also rapidly turning. Xiaohua had already experienced this spinning vortex many times in the dark Netherland, so he could be considered to have some experience. Therefore, he didn't struggle upwards, and only urged his limited magic energy to fly parallel to the direction of the vortex. After flying for a cup of tea's worth of time, although Xiaohua didn't escape from the vortex and fell down a lot, Xiaohua had already gradually flown out of the center of the vortex, and his escape was in sight. Wang, a buzzing sound, as if millions of flies were flying around Xiaohua's ears, shook his entire head. At this time, his magic energy was also completely disordered, and he was simply unable to continue flying. Shua, in just a moment when Xiaohua relaxed his strength, the entire vortex was like a huge mouth swallowing the entire sea, the Great Flag Reef, and many of the remains of the sea beasts that Xiaohua didn't put into his space. Xiaohua and Qua Riming's bodies also fell down by several tens of feet. Damn it! I'm going to die. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed, and his mind became slightly clearer as he immediately urged his cultivation method, and the earth crystal Yao milk in his meridians was activated. Soon after, a rich earth-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth flooded Xiaohua's meridians, and some of it overflowed from the surface of his body. Go! Xiaohua's spirit was once again shaken. On one hand, he turned the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into flowing true essence to urge his magic energy, and on the other hand, he used all his strength to urge the bright thunder escape to rush out of the vortex. He also didn't forget to continue putting the remains of the sea beasts in the vortex into his space. It would be a waste if he didn't take them. Inside the vortex, all kinds of noises were unceasingly heard, and it was really lively. However, the suction force and the sweeping gale were similar to the dark wind, and gradually expanded, sucking in the several hundreds of feet of sea water. Moreover, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this area was sucked in by the gale, forming a huge funnel that directly pierced into the sky. It was as if the end of the funnel was the layers of white clouds in the sky, and those white clouds were also drawn into the vortex. The Great Flag Reef that was originally in this sea area had long disappeared. In its place was a vortex that looked like the mouth of a pitch-black beast. This vortex was very deep, and there was simply no bottom. Everything within several hundreds of feet couldn't escape this vortex, and was completely swallowed by this vortex. Xiaohua urged so much magic energy, and it was almost the same as when he was risking his life in the ink-black forest. On one hand, he skillfully corrected his body, and on the other, he urged his magic energy, and the earth-yellow brilliance around his body repeatedly flashed. In addition, about a foot behind his upper body, the phoenix celestial body flapped its wings to resist the restrictive force, and its sharp claws even grabbed a sturdy man that looked like a diamond. G, the sound inside the vortex changed again. This time, it was as if a giant was pushing a stone door, and there was the rusty sound of the door's axle moving. Following this sound, the hurricane that stood erect in the sky suddenly slapped down, and this situation was simply a replica of the dark wind. A wave of vast and unparalleled power from the outermost part of the vortex, from the top of the vortex, suddenly began to shrink. Everything in this area, including the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, was wrapped up, and suddenly restrained. Roar! Xiaohua was very anxious, and he used the dragon transformation art with all his strength. His meridians were agitated, and his true essence instantly multiplied. Moreover, for safety's sake, Xiaohua spat out another mouthful of blood, and he had no choice but to use the reverse blood-devouring art. The bright thunder escape changed direction again, and directly rushed out of the vortex. Xiaohua's whole body flashed with brilliance, and his speed instantly increased by half, just barely surpassing the enormous power of the vortex. At the final moment when the vortex was rapidly shrinking, he rushed out of the vortex. Like a wild horse out of control, Xiaohua's speed suddenly rushed into the still-surging Kueha Sea. That speed had already broken through the water-dispelling art, and Xiaohua's whole body entered the sea water. That ice-cold sea water at this time made Xiaohua feel so familiar. At this time, Xiaohua's meridians were already flowing with true essence, and abundant magic power filled his whole body. Xiaofan naturally knew that using the reverse blood-devouring art would damage his cultivation. With a sigh, he let go of Qua Rhyming, and the phoenix body returned to his body. He used the water-dispelling art again, and said indifferently, "Let's go up." "Yes, I will listen to Senior's instructions." At this time, Qua Rhyming was extremely respectful. This vortex was formed by heaven and earth, and the might of heaven and earth was something that only spirit-severing cultivators could resist. And Xiaofan was actually able to escape from the vortex, and save him. Husband. Brother Ming, without waiting for the two to fly far, divine senses had already swept over. Xue and Qua Qiao shouted at the same time, and rushed over from the distance. Although Xue's face was filled with surprise, but it was obviously not out of her expectations. "I am injured. Take me and fly." Xiaofan unceremoniously leaned on Xue's shoulder and hugged Xue's small waist. Xue's mouth curved into a smile, and she nodded, "Okay." Saying that, Xue hugged Xiaohua's small waist and flew out of the Gui He Sea. When Qua Rhyming saw that Qua Qiao's robe was stained with blood, he did not care about anything else, and hurriedly grabbed her hand and asked, "Qiao, your injury." If it was another day, Qua Rhyming might not dare to do this, and Qua Qiao would definitely be shy, or even slightly angry. However, Qua Rhyming had gone through life and death, so he did not care about anything else. Qua Qiao also slightly twitched, and then sadness came from her heart. The corner of her mouth opened, and she cried, and threw herself into Qua Rhyming's arms, tears flowing down. "Qiao, Qiao, Qua Rhyming was stunned, like a clay statue. At this time, he realized that his behavior was inappropriate, but Qua Qiao gave him an even greater impact. For a moment, he was at a loss. It was still Qua Qiao. She raised her hand, took Qua Rhyming's fan-like hand, and placed it on her shoulder. Qua Rhyming's hand trembled, and after a moment, as if he was blessed by luck, he trembled and touched Qua Qiao's beautiful hair. However, he only touched it slightly, and immediately retracted his hand as if it was burned by fire. Then, he hesitated for a moment, and firmly stroked Qua Qiao's black hair. "Qiao, Qua Rhyming's voice was trembling, "Your injury, is it serious? Is it a problem? I have healing pills here. You should take it according to your feelings." Qua Qiao shook her head vigorously in Qua Rhyming's arms, and her tears and snot rubbed on Qua Rhyming's body. "Oh." After a moment, Qua Rhyming was still not at ease, and asked again, "How did you get injured? Did you hit a reef?" Qua Qiao almost wanted to stomp her feet. She did not want to leave Qua Rhyming's warm embrace, as if it was incomparably safe and tranquil there. However, she felt sweet in her heart, knowing that if she did not answer, Qua Rhyming's heart would not be at ease. Chapter 2157. It's nothing. When Senior Xiao saved me, he used his avatar to scratch me. Weren't you also caught? Qua Qiao opened her mouth and took a breath of air. She said with a choked voice, "Sister Xue already gave me a pill. It's just that I didn't have time to change my Taoist robe." "Oh," Qua Rhyming nodded. His heart was finally at ease. He knew that Xiaohua's phoenix avatar's sharp claws were very powerful. His heart was also slightly distressed for Qua Qiao. Xiaohua and Xue flew into the air and watched the gradually shrinking whirlpool. They still couldn't use their divine sense to probe inside. "Good girl." Xiaohua sniffed the fragrance of Xue's body and said, "Why is your husband's luck so bad? Wherever I go, there will be problems?" This kind of heaven and earth anomaly happened in such a vast and boundless QC. Why did I have to encounter it? If you say I encountered it, then I encountered it. I could have run away by myself. But my wife's kindness was aroused and insisted that your husband go save them. My wife, how can you be so ruthless? Aren't you afraid that your husband will be in danger? He. Shue pursed her lips and said with a smile, I naturally know that you won't be in any danger. That's why I let you go. My wife, you have the ability to foresee the future. How come I never knew about it? Xiaohua laughed and said indifferently. However, a trace of gloominess appeared on Shue's face. However, she forced a smile and said, that's right. My husband can do it on a whim. How can I foresee the future? Alright, this qua rhyming was brought back by this young man. How will my wife reward this young man? Xiaohua said as his nose gently rubbed against Shue's snow-white neck. Alright, Shue's face flushed red and said, Qua Qiao, and qua rhyming are coming up soon. Don't let them laugh at us. TSK if these two people continue to chatter, let's see if my husband doesn't throw them into the whirlpool together. Xiaohua muttered in a low voice. However, just as he was about to dawdle, qua rhyming held Qua Qiao's hand and flew up from the QC. Qua rhyming looked a little embarrassed, while Qua Qiao was natural and unrestrained. She did not seem to be shy at all. Junior thanks Senior Xiao for saving my life again. Qua Qiao and Qua rhyming bowed to pay their respects. At this moment, Qua Qiao was sincerely convinced by Xiaohua. This cultivator is truly resourceful and noble. Get up. Xiaohua also couldn't stay on Shue's body. He straightened up and waved his hand, this is my wife's order. If you want to thank someone, you should thank her. Naturally, the two of them bowed to Shue. Shue immediately supported the two of them. She blinked her eyes and said, since you've been through life and death, I hope that the two of you can connect with each other and cultivate together. Qua rhyming was a little embarrassed, but Qua Qiao nodded and said seriously, I will remember Sister Shue's words. Oh, although it was my wife's orders, you still have to thank me. Xiaohua interrupted again. Yes, as long as I have it or Brother Ming can take it out, we will definitely thank Senior Xiao. Qua Qiao said without hesitation. Great. Xiaohua praised in his heart, the last devil spear shaft won't run away. However, since Xiaohua knew that there was no devil spear shaft in Qua Qiao's storage pouch, he didn't say anything. He smiled and said, since fellow Qua said so, I will remember it. When I think of something and ask you for it, don't refuse. Of course. Qua Qiao nodded and said, I still have some things left on the island. When I return to Blood Red Island, I will definitely let Senior Xiao choose. In addition, if Senior Xiao needs anything, don't hesitate to tell me. If Brother Ming and I can do it, we will definitely do our best. Oh, right, fellow Qua, your body seems to be very tough. Could it be that you have a secret technique? Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he thought of something and asked. Senior, this is the secret technique of my Blood Red Island. Qua rhyming nodded and said, I have practiced it since I was young. Secret technique of body refinement? Xiaohua's heart moved, and he immediately connected with Qua Qiao's strength. He turned his head and said, fellow Qua, have you practiced it before? Yes. Qua Qiao nodded without hesitation and said, this is the rule of my Blood Red Island. All disciples have to practice it when they are young. However, after they grow up, it depends on their aptitude. Most of the female disciples give up, and only 30% of the male disciples can continue to practice it. Brother Ming is one of them. Hearing this, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel happy. He rolled his eyes and said with a smile, this secret technique. I probably can't see it, right? Qua rhyming's face showed that he was in a difficult position, while Qua Qiao said naturally, it is as Senior Xiao said. This is the secret technique of my Blood Red Island. Outsiders can't see it, and we have already made a blood oath. Yes. Xiaohua nodded. Qua Qiao said with a smile, however, Senior Xiao has the complete technique of my blood-red island. If you want to exchange it with that technique, there will be no problem. Qua Riming looked at Qua Qiao with a puzzled expression, and Qua Qiao didn't explain. Yes, that's right. Xiaohua nodded and said with a wave of his hand, I just suffered a little injury and need to rest for a few days. Is there a place for me to rest? Can you two fellow Taoists lead me there? Senior, please follow me. Qua Qiao nodded and used her divine sense to scan the Great Flag Reef, which had disappeared without a trace. She flew up and flew towards the sunset. After more than 20 days, above the boundless sea, a blood-red color was painted on the horizon. Corresponding to the blood-red color, the Sea of Union was also blood-red. Moreover, there was a particularly bright spot amidst this blood-red color. When they flew closer, they could clearly see that it was an island that was connected together. On the island, blood-red plants covered the ground, and the rocks and soil on the island were also blood-red. It was very strange. Senior Xiao, this is my home. Qua Qiao said and pointed. However, when her hand reached for Qua Riming's hand flashed. It was as if he was afraid of being seen by the other disciples of Blood Red Island. Qua Qiao glared at Qua Riming, and this guy obediently stretched out his hand, allowing Qua Qiao to grab his carrot-sized finger. Xiaohua stroked his chin and looked at the island about 100 li away. After thinking for a while, he released his divine sense and rushed towards Blood Red Island. Oh! Qua Qiao obviously sensed Xiaohua's divine sense and was slightly stunned. Soon after, she understood what Xiaohua was thinking. Sure enough, after a while, the same divine sense swept out from Blood Red Island, circled around Xiaohua and the others, and locked onto Xiaohua. Chapter 2158. The master of your island is about to step into the middle stage of gold core? Xiaohua said thoughtfully. Now Qua Qiao no longer doubted Xiaohua's cultivation. She also sensed the island master's cultivation and respectfully replied, Senior Xiao, please no. The island master's name is Qua Heng, he is an early gold core stage cultivator. I'm afraid his cultivation is similar to Senior Zhao's? Hearing Qua Qiao's probing, Xiaohua smiled and didn't reply. His cultivation was still at the early stage of foundation establishment. After flying forward for a while, an early-stage gold core cultivator led several late-stage foundation establishment cultivators to welcome them. When Xiaohua saw these cultivators, he couldn't help but be stunned. When he saw Qua Riming, he already felt that this guy was tall like a giant ape. However, compared to these masters, Qua Riming was simply a small ape. The gold core cultivator in front of him was more than 10 feet tall. Moreover, he had big shoulders and a round waist. His body was incomparably sturdy. This was the appearance of Xiaohua's mighty Vajra Dharma body. And Qua Riming was almost 2 heads shorter than this gold core cultivator. Looking at the late-stage foundation establishment cultivators near the gold core cultivator, they were also sturdy. However, they were still one size smaller than Qua Heng. Of course, they were still one size bigger than Qua Riming. Damn it! Xiaohua was immediately overjoyed. The disciples of Blood Red Island don't need to compete at all. They just need to stand there and compare their height to see who is stronger. Qua Heng's divine sense swept over Xiaohua and his brows slightly wrinkled. He saw a cultivator's divine sense rashly sweep in and immediately checked. Only then did he realize that there was a cultivator 100 li away accompanied by Blood Red Island's disciples. He understood that this should be a gold core cultivator visiting Blood Red Island, so he brought the main disciples of Blood Red Island to welcome him. However, Kua Heng unexpectedly discovered that Xiao Hua's cultivation was only at the early stage of foundation establishment. How could he not frown? It wasn't that he didn't know that Dawn Rain Continent had a mysterious technique to conceal one's cultivation, but it couldn't directly conceal one's cultivation from gold core to foundation establishment, right? He could believe it if it was from nascent soul or divine clone to foundation establishment, but he himself was a gold core cultivator. Of course, he knew how difficult it was. I, disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, Xiao Hua, greets Island Master Kua Heng. Xiao Hua stepped forward and saluted. He didn't use the identity of a junior. Xue smiled and bowed. Junior Xue of the Imperial Thunder Sect greets Senior Kua. So it's a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. No disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect has ever visited my blood-red island. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Kua Heng no longer hesitated in his heart. He hurriedly stepped forward to return the greeting and said with a smile. Island Master, you're too courteous. Xiao Hua smiled and said, I accompanied junior sister to the QC to gain experience. Not only did junior sister successfully reach foundation establishment overseas, she even encountered two extremely outstanding disciples from your island. This Xiao is very happy. I heard from your island's disciple that Blood Ray Island is holding a competition that is held once every 10 years. This Xiao feels that it is fate, so I came to nag you. How presumptuous. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Xue. Kua Heng was a gold core cultivator. He had already seen that Xue's realm had just stabilized. He also heard that Xiao Hua didn't hide anything and even praised his disciple. He was happy in his heart. He clapped his hands and took out a jade bottle. He handed it over and said with a smile, This is my blood-red island's foundation establishment medicinal pill. It can't be compared to the Imperial Thunder Sects, but it is also a little bit of my appreciation. Xue generously received it and thank you for the medicine, senior. This junior has always been curious about the spiritual medicines of the overseas islands. Senior has satisfied this junior's wish. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. Kua Heng waved his hand and introduced several people around him to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua also didn't neglect and cupped his hands to return the greeting. These late-stage foundation establishment cultivators didn't understand as well as Kua Heng. Although they also bowed, they all addressed each other as equals. Xiao Hua didn't care. After all, he really was a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. When Kua Heng saw this, he didn't reprimand them. He only smiled and watched. After Xiao Hua finished greeting, Kua Riming and Kua Qiao came forward to report. Hearing that Kua Qiao actually asked Xiao Hua to be her helper, Kua Heng smiled. You little girl, if fellow Taoist Xiao is your helper, other people still want to compete with you like this? Immediately after, he pondered for a moment and said with a smile, Since fellow Taoist Xiao wants to see the competition of my blood-red island and is still so enthusiastic, I can't not help but fulfill his wish. Moreover, now that we've reached the final stage of the competition, we'll simply hold the trial of the island tomorrow. All disciples will participate. Island Lord. Kua Qiao said in panic, Senior Xiao only has profound magic power. His physical body isn't necessarily tough. For him to participate in the entire trial of the island, I'm afraid, it's not suitable, right? Kua Riming seemed to have thought of something and said, Qiao, Senior Xiao should be fine. Seeing Kua Riming's abnormal correction, Kua Qiao, was also slightly surprised. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Kua Heng said with a smile, Fellow Taoist must also know that my blood-red island's foundation is body refining. In this trial of the island, there are many areas that test the achievements of body refining. Other areas also test magic power. Yes, because this grand event is held once every 10 years by my Blood Red Island, the fellow Taoists of the nearby islands also like to participate. Therefore, the ancestors allowed the disciples of Blood Red Island to invite helpers. On one hand, it increases the fun, and on the other hand, it also strengthens the cooperation with other islands. Of course, if fellow Taoist Xiao participates, there's no need to talk about the magic power segment. Who can compete with you? However, if it's just magic power, fellow Taoist Xiao also feels that it's meaningless, right? Do you have to participate in all the trials? Including the body refining technique? Looking at Kua Heng's smile and the eager faces of the few late-stage foundation establishment cultivators, Xiao Hua said with a smile, "All right. I also happen to know some body refining techniques. I can also compare notes with the fellow Taoists of Blood Red Island. Imperial Thunder Sect also has body refining techniques?" Kua Heng was somewhat stunned. "I've never heard of it." "Hehe, my Imperial Thunder Sect naturally also has body refining techniques. It's just that it's not particularly famous." Xiao Hua naturally couldn't damage the reputation of Imperial Thunder Sect, so he replied with a smile. "Alright, fellow Taoist Xiao, please." Kua Heng swung his Taoist robe. "Fellow Taoist Kua, please go first." Xiao Hua said modestly. Immediately, several people flew towards Blood Red Island. This Blood Red Island was different from Awakening Silicon Island. There was no distinction between the main island and the auxiliary island. There was only a group of islands scattered together. These islands looked like one big island from afar, but when one looked closer, there were many cliffs, canyons, and accumulated seawater that separated these islands. Of course, the defense of Blood Red Island was even stronger than that of Awakening Silicon Island. There were many places that actually had magic power confining arrays. Everyone had no choice but to land and walk in step by step. In the evening, Kua Heng held a banquet to entertain Xiao Hua and Xue Xue. Of course, apart from these two Imperial Thunder Sect disciples, there were also some disciples from the nearby islands of Blood Red Island. However, most of these disciples were Qi Refining Realm cultivators, and very few of them were Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators. During the banquet, Kua Heng was even more polite to Xiao Hua, and there was even a bit of respect in his tone. Xiao Hua understood that Kua Qiao, and Kua Rhyming must have told Kua Heng about the matter of them being rescued. However, since Kua Heng didn't mention it, Xiao Hua didn't take it to heart. His road of experience was a road of sowing seeds, a road of doing good deeds, a road of fame, and a road of soaring cultivation. He could be considered to have regarded false reputation as a trivial matter. In addition, during the banquet, Xiao Hua could be considered to have seen all of Blood Red Island's Foundation Establishment Realm and Peak Qi Refining Realm disciples. Contrary to his expectations, there wasn't a single well-built female cultivator. All of the female disciples of Blood Red Island were as petite as Kua Qiao, looking thin and weak. This made Xiao Hua have no choice but to start thinking about the good deeds his Phoenix Celestial Body and Fairy Hong Xia's Ice Phoenix Celestial Body had done after drinking a few mouthfuls of spiritual wine. Alas, drinking more spiritual wine is indeed not a good thing. Xiao Hua and Xue Xue came to the resting place arranged by Blood Red Island and couldn't help but think. The resting place of the disciples of the overseas islands was somewhat different from that of the Dawn Rain continent. Most of them built their cave dwellings inside the stone walls, and all of them were underground. There were very few pavilions and palaces. My wife. Seeing this exquisite cave dwelling with bright red decorations, Xiao Hua became restless and said in a low voice, "Finally, it's late at night again. One night is worth several thousand spirit stones. Why don't we rest early?" Xue Xue was somewhat shy. She looked around and shook her head again. "My husband, this is obviously the place where Blood Red Island entertains guests. I don't know how many people have rested here. Wouldn't it be better if we just adjust our breathing, nourish our true origin? Damn it, that's right. Xiaohua suddenly realized and hurriedly said with an apologetic smile, your husband was wrong. Before he could explain further, a communication talisman flew in from outside the cave dwelling. Xiaohua pinched the communication talisman and a smile appeared on his face. He said, my wife, go inside and adjust your breathing. Your husband has good news. Xue blinked her eyes and said with a smile, could it be that the female disciple of Blood Red Island has taken a fancy to my husband? Why are you so impatient? Xiaohua said helplessly, of course not. It's Qua Xiao, and Qua rhyming who came. I'm afraid they have good things for your husband. TSK, looking at Xiaohua's greedy appearance, Xue shook her head helplessly, don't you have enough good things? My wife knows that there is no such thing as the most, only more. Your husband likes to have more, the more the better. Not long after, Qua rhyming and Qua Xiao, arrived together. The moment they met, Qua Xiao, took out a few storage bags and said respectfully, Senior Xiao, our lives were saved by Senior. Moreover, the tentacles of Gongzhe and the 2 tiger spots were also given to us by Senior. Junior discussed with Brother Ming, and these storage bags were hidden by the 2 of us. Also, Junior used the opportunity of the banquet to make some transactions with senior brothers and senior sisters, exchanging for some rare items. These are all for Senior. Senior, please accept them as a token of my appreciation. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 2159. Qua Xiao, originally thought that Xiaohua would refuse. Who knew that Xiaohua would take it without hesitation and scan it with his divine sense? Nonsense, didn't he come to Blood Red Island just to get Qua Xiao, storage pouch? In order to gather all the demonic tools, Xiaohua almost lost his life. Senior Xiao is really frank. Qua Xiao, didn't know what Xiaohua was thinking and secretly praised him in her heart. Sure enough, one of the storage pouches contained many demonic tools. One of them was the demonic spear shaft that Xiaohua wanted. The cracks and broken parts were very similar to the ones in the space. Moreover, the small demonic hammer that Qua Xiao, used before was also among them. It seemed that Qua Xiao, really took out all the things. What is this? Xiaohua naturally couldn't show his attention and looked at the other storage pouch. The storage pouch was full of miscellaneous items. One of them was an ox head token. It was also mottled with rust and was very similar to the tiger head token in the space. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua took out the token and asked, Xiao, what is this token? This. I also don't know. Seeing Xiaohua directly call her, Xiao, Qua Xiao, was very happy. She glanced at Qua rhyming and said, this thing was picked up by Martial Uncle in the early years when I was doing a foundation establishment trial on the Sea of Kuei. There were 2 of them, one seemed to be a pig's head. I really don't remember, so Martial Uncle casually gave me this ox head token. Which Martial Uncle? Xiaohua said with a smile, if possible, can you also give his token to me? Oh, it's Martial Uncle Qua Yu. Qua Xiao, answered without hesitation, but she was a bit embarrassed, I will ask Martial Uncle Qua, but that thing is many years old. I don't know if Martial Uncle still has it. Moreover, who knows if he wants to exchange it with Senior Xiao. Xiaohua said with a smile, you can go and ask, see what conditions he has. Okay. Qua Xiao, readily agreed and pointed her finger, Senior Xiao, the things in this storage bag are all strange things that Brother Ming and I obtained in the Qian Sea. We don't know their uses. Even if you ask me, I don't know. As expected, it's really strange. There's actually a small finger bone here. Xiaofan smiled and put down the storage pouch. Then, he looked at the other storage pouches. They were filled with sea beasts' inner cores, bones, and other things. There were even some spirit herbs from the sea. Thus, Xiaofan pointed at the storage pouch that contained devil tools and asked. Devil tools are extremely rare in the Dawn Rain continent. Why do you have so many of them on Bloodshine Island? Hehe, I'll teach Senior Xiao well. Qua Xiao laughed and said, Seniors all cultivate Dharma spells, and this demonic artifact is extremely heavy. Without a body-tempering cultivation technique, who would use it? My Blood Ray Island uses the body-refining technique as its foundation. Naturally, we need a lot of demonic artifacts. Many cultivators who obtain demonic artifacts would bring them to the Sea City to trade with my Blood Ray Island. Looking at the storage pouch, Qua Xiao was somewhat reluctant to part with it and said, Since young, I've been fond of refining tools. I've dabbled in demonic artifacts. Among them, there's a mysterious demonic artifact. In my opinion, it should be the famous weapon in the demon realm, Qiu Yin Lu. However, I only have a small part of it, so I can't make a complete judgment. Then, a trace of regret appeared on her face. When I went to Haoming City this time, I encountered another spear end. Unfortunately, it was snatched by another cultivator. It's really hateful. Oh? Qiu Yin Lu? Xiaofan was obviously stunned. This name was definitely unfamiliar to him before he came to the Qianhe Sea. But just now, when Heavenly Demon Sect's Zhang Qingxiao wanted to escape from the 10,000 Demon Realms Empress, she made up a lie. Wasn't it to find this Qiu Yin Lu? Could it be that it was this item? Is this it? There were many demonic artifacts in the storage pouch. However, only this spear shaft was left with a damaged section. Yes, Senior Zhao's eyes are indeed as sharp as torches. Qua Xiao praised. Xiaofan originally wanted to take another demonic artifact first and then pretend to take this damaged one as well. It could be said that he couldn't refuse but reluctantly took it. Since Qua Xiao sincerely gave it to him, Xiaofan didn't pretend and smiled. Since Xiao is so sincere, I'll accept it. Following which, Xiaofan took some of the spiritual herbs from the sea as well as the storage pouch that was filled with strange things. He then passed the remaining items to Qua Xiao. Senior. Qua Riming was a little anxious and said, What you took are all useless things. These are the ones that are really useful. Xiaofan pursed his lips and smiled. With a profound expression, he looked at the two with bright eyes. Xiao and Xiao's brother Ming. Actually, what I take or don't take, isn't it your goodwill? I didn't save the two of you for your things. So what's the difference between taking more and taking less? Of course, I saw that Xiao had deep feelings for her brother Ming. Even if she didn't want her own life, she would still die with her brother Ming. This kind of deep affection, even the heavens and earth would be convinced. Why can't I take action? Although these things aren't of much use to me, I hope that the two of you can peacefully dual cultivate in the future and reach the Gold Core realm. Senior. Qua Riming's eyes were filled with tears. Qua Xiao was grateful. They really didn't expect the person in front of them to be so noble. Senior, please wait a moment. I'll go find Martial Uncle. I'll definitely find the things that Senior wants. Qua Xiao left without saying anything. Hehe, Xiao don't be anxious. Xiaofan stopped her and said. It's already late. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'll also stay here for a while. Okay. Qua Xiao was very obedient and asked again, other than that thing, what else is Senior Xiao looking for in Qua He See? Junior wants to see what effect it has. So it's like that. Xiaofan thought for a moment and said, if there are any special spirit herbs in Kwa He Si, it doesn't matter what kind of spirit herb it is. As long as it's a seedling or even a seed, help me find it. Okay, Junior understands. Kwa Chiao thought that Xiao Hua was disrespectful and immediately patted her chest. Remember, I don't want anything that's perennial. I only want seeds or even seedlings. Xiao Hua didn't forget to remind them. Yes, Kwa Rhyming and Kwa Chiao took the storage pouch and rushed out excitedly. I am just so noble. There's really no other way. Xiao Hua naturally knew what the two of them were thinking. He loosened his shoulders and said helplessly. That's right, 1,000-year-old spirit herb is really useless to Xiao Hua. Chapter 2160. Although the inner cores in Kwa Chiao, storage pouch, were not bad, they couldn't be compared to the sea beasts Xiao Hua caught in the whirlpool. Xiao Hua didn't care about spirit stones, so what could they give him? Perhaps only those strange and unknown things in the Kuei He Si would be able to do so. Xiao Hua threw the storage pouch into the space and placed the finger bone near the white bone in the space. Sure enough, they were one and had a faint lightning connection. Then, he looked at the tiger head token and the ox head token. They were similar, but they didn't have any spiritual energy fluctuations. Who knew if they were really related? As for the demonic spear shaft, Xiao Hua was most concerned about, it was real. When the fragments of the demonic spear were put together, it was really a complete demonic spear. Is this the dragon silver armor? It's actually a famous weapon in the demon world? I can't see anything strange about it. Xiao Hua pinched his chin and thought in confusion, perhaps, I can see its uniqueness after I repair it. Actually, Xiao Hua wanted to ask Kwa Chiao about the refining method or her experience. However, since Kwa Chiao didn't put the jade slip in the storage pouch, the refining method should be a secret of Blood Red Island. He didn't need to make things difficult for her. Moreover, if Xiao Hua asked, wouldn't his noble image be destroyed? Forget it. I know the refining method of the 5 elements, and I also have the demonic slip from the demon world. With Chiao's annotations, how can it be worse than Blood Red Island? Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out the jade slip that he had been referring to for the past few days. Early in the morning, when the sun rose, the clear light swept across Blood Red Island and dyed it red. Outside the cave where Xiao Hua and Xue Xue were resting, there were already Blood Red Island disciples waiting for them. Xiao Hua opened his eyes and scanned with his divine sense. Naturally, he couldn't let them wait for too long, so he walked out of the cave with Xue Xue. Senior Xiao. The disciple standing in wait was a qi refining cultivator. He said respectfully, my Blood Ray Island's island test will begin in an hour. All the martial uncles and senior brothers are preparing for it, so the island master had to ask this junior to invite senior over for the test. Please forgive us, senior. Hee, no problem. Xiao Hua suddenly understood and raised his hand. Senior Xiao, please. The attendant disciple respectfully activated the yellow talisman and led the way in front of him, flying directly to the location of the blood-colored beach that Xiao Hua had just passed when he entered the island yesterday. At this time, a lot of disciples had already gathered on the beach. Many of them were from the banquet last night. More than 10 Middle Foundation establishment stage disciples came over to chat with Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua also responded with a smile. Fellow Taoist Xiao, I heard that you want to exchange some things with I. Just as Xiao Hua was responding, a slightly cold voice sounded. Xiao Hua turned his head and saw a slightly tall female cultivator with slightly dark skin and faint wrinkles at the corner of her eyes. Moreover, her hair was also somewhat white as she landed behind him. Fellow Taoist? What do you want in exchange for I? Xiao Hua thought for a moment. He seemed to have seen this female cultivator last night. However, she was very far away, so he only swept his eyes over her. The female cultivator was slightly taken aback. Weren't you the one who sent Xiao, to look for me last night? Oh, so Kuo Yu is fellow Taoist. Xiao Hua immediately realized. Last night, he mistook Kuo Yu for a male cultivator, and Kuo Xiao, didn't explain. What? Is it not me, but someone else? Kuo Yu said unhappily. Xiao, didn't make it clear yesterday. Xiao Hua hurriedly cupped his hands and said, this Xiao apologizes here. Kuo Yu's face was slightly happy, and she nodded. This old one hasn't seen that token for a long time. I originally wanted to look for it again in a few days, but Xiao, sincerely requested, so this old one took a long time to find it. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. Xiao Hua was very happy and said, if fellow Taoist needs anything, you can tell this Xiao. If this Xiao can satisfy fellow Taoist, I will try my best to satisfy you. No need. Kuo Yu waved her hand and said, you saved Xiao, my blood-red island is indebted to you. How can this old one ask you for something? Oh? Really? Thank you, fellow Taoist. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. Kuo Yu shook her head and said with a smile, this old one didn't agree to give it to you. This old one only said that you don't need to exchange it. Xiao Hua was a bit embarrassed and said with a smile, fellow Taoist, what do you mean? Kuo Yu pointed to the distance and said, there is a departure realm heaven in the Ring Island trial. When you go there, the disciples of Blood Red Island must defeat one person to pass, and the person who is defeated will be eliminated. Fellow Taoist Xiao, this old one will wait for fellow Taoist's arrival inside. If you win, this old one will give the token to fellow Taoist. Departure Realm Heaven? Xiao Hua muttered and said, all right, this Xiao accepts fellow Taoist Kuo's challenge. But, what if fellow Taoist Xiao loses? Kuo Yu narrowed her eyes and looked at Xiao Hua with interest. Fellow Taoist Kuo, are you that confident? Xiao Hua said with a smile, fellow Taoist Kuo seems to only be at the late stage of foundation establishment, right? Only at the late stage of foundation establishment? Kuo Yu covered her mouth and said, fellow Taoist Xiao is indeed a disciple of a large sect of thunder-controlling sect. Fellow Taoist Xiao seems to only be at the early stage of foundation establishment, right? That's right, this Xiao was wrong. Xiao Hua laughed and looked at Kuo Yu's hair. He patted his hand and took out a spiritual grass, saying with a smile, if this Xiao loses, this face-retaining grass will be fellow Taoists. Face. Face-retaining grass. When Kuo Yu heard this, she was overjoyed and almost stuttered, is this really the face-retaining grass? Fellow Taoist, do you think my thunder-controlling sect's disciple would lie? Xiao Hua patted his hand and put the face-retaining grass back into his storage pouch. At this moment, Kuo Yu's heart was filled with regret. She really didn't expect that Xiao Hua would have something that all female cultivators on the Dawn Rain continent yearned for even in their dreams. Although she already had some gray hair, after taking the face-retaining grass, not only would her appearance not change, but the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes would also disappear and her gray hair would also become dark. This Xiao Hua is so young, yet he can be welcomed by the island master. How could he be a young cultivator? If he has the face-retaining grass, it wouldn't be surprising. Kuo Yu sighed inwardly. Her previous frosty elegance also disappeared. At this moment, Kuo Heng's figure flashed in midair. He held a dark green ocean pearl in his hand and said in a clear voice, disciples of the Blood Red Island, are you ready? Reporting to the island master, we are ready. The disciples of the Blood Red Island sweated in unison. Good. Kuo Heng said with a smile, today is the last day of the 10-year tournament. The previous results have already been recorded in a jade slip by the elders. After the results come out today, the top 10 will be decided. These 10 disciples will not only obtain suitable magic tools, but also get a glimpse of the secret books of my blood-red island. Their cultivation will definitely rise to another level. As he said this, Kwa Heng's body overflowed with brilliance. A water blue color emerged from his hand like a fountain and poured into the ocean pearl. The ocean pearl immediately let out a wang wang sound and trembled as it flew into the air. Swish swish swish. A series of wind whistled and the water-type heaven and earth spiritual chi in the air was sucked into the ocean pearl. It gave rise to gusts of wind. After absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual chi for half an incense stick's time, the ocean pearl grew to half a chi in size. The dark blue color inside became even deeper. When Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over it, he felt as if he was about to be sucked in. Just when Xiao Hua was surprised and guessing the effects of the ocean pearl, he saw Kwa Heng stretch out his hand and grab the ocean pearl. Then, he spread his wings and used his hand to smash the ocean pearl onto the beach of the blood-red island. With a loud pang sound, the ocean pearl smashed onto the beach. Not only did it splash up a lot of sand, but the ground under everyone's feet also shook. The sand that splashed up didn't fall down. Instead, it spread along the ocean pearl's spiritual chi and rapidly fluctuated. The ground under everyone's feet also shook more and more. Xiao Hua looked up and saw that all the disciples of the blood-red island were eager to give it a try. They were all staring at a place about 10 zhang in front of them. Roar! A few earth-shattering roars were heard. Plumes of smoke and dust rose from the sea of sand. A blood-red bridge, over 100 feet wide, arched out from the smoke and dust. It gradually crept forward like a spirit snake. The rainbow bridge was either winding, tall, or deep into the island. Xiao Hua's divine sense chased after the rainbow bridge and shockingly discovered that this rainbow bridge circled around the entire blood-red island. Oh, so this is the island trial by fire. Xiao Hua suddenly understood. Above the rainbow bridge, there were more than 10 places where the spiritual chi was obscure. His divine sense couldn't penetrate them. He was afraid that they were some checkpoints of the trial. The departure heaven that Kwa Yu mentioned earlier was probably one of them. Disciples. Tomorrow morning will be the limit. When the first ray of sunlight rises, the rainbow bridge will be closed. My blood-red island's once-in-a-decade competition is about to end. The first disciple to reach the end of the rainbow bridge will be the first in this island trial by fire. Kwa Heng raised his voice and said. After Kwa Heng finished speaking, he cast a spell on the transparent enchantment formed by the sea pearl. The enchantment melted like snow and flowed to the ground, connecting the beach where everyone was to the rainbow bridge. Several chi refinement disciples had long been impatient. As soon as the restriction opened, they immediately activated their flying talismans and flew toward the rainbow bridge like arrows leaving the bow. Husband, you go. I won't participate. Shue Shue said with a smile, I will wait for you at the end. Good. Xiao Hua nodded. He clapped his hand and took out a jade box. He said with a smile, Wife, you don't have to be idle. Take one of these beauty-retaining grass. Your husband still doesn't know how to refine the beauty-retaining pill. Wife, please bear with it for now. Okay. Shue Shue's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise when she saw Xiao Hua take out the beauty-retaining grass. Now that Xiao Hua gave it to her, she wasn't surprised. She reached out to take it and flew out of the beach with a smile. Fellow Taoist Xiao, we'll go first. If there's a chance, we'd like to see the means of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. After waiting for the Qi Refinement disciples and early Foundation Establishment disciples to fly away, a group of Middle Foundation Establishment and Late Foundation Establishment cultivators looked at Xiao Hua with a smile and said. To be continued. Chapter 2161. There really are people who are not convinced. Xiaohua secretly laughed in his heart. He cupped his hands and said, "Well said, but this Xiao wants to make a bet with all of you fellow Taoists. Whoever loses will have to come out from that rare thing inside the storage bag." "Ha ha ha, no problem, fellow Taoist Xiao, I hope you have enough face-retaining grass." The cultivators all laughed and flew out using their magic power. Strange. How can they be so sure? Xiaohua was somewhat surprised, but he still carefully used his magic power and was the last one to get on the rainbow bridge. Although he was not a body-refining cultivator, he had tempered his bones for many years. Even Qua Rhyming could not compare to him. He did not feel that these Blood Ray Island cultivators were stronger than him. Far away on the other shore of Qc, many fishermen in the small fishing village had already begun to worship Xiaohua before they set out to fish. No matter how far away they were from Qc, in the villages and farms of Ocean City, Cloud City, and other places, the common people of the secular world had also planted the fine seeds gifted by Xiaohua. This fine seed was clearly different from the previous rice. It was not only resistant to drought. Moreover, it matured early, and the food it produced was incomparably fragrant. Not to mention eating it after steaming, even if it was chewed in the mouth, it would still be sweet. Many babies in the peasant families, because their mothers did not have enough milk, ate the thin porridge made from this grain since they were young. Although they were only a few months old, their small chubby bodies and sparkling eyes were not inferior to those babies of rich families. The farmers' eyes were bright, and they fought to find this fine seed everywhere. What made them gratified and surprised was that this fine seed was actually the same price as ordinary fine seeds, and there were even many places where they did not need silver. Of course, not needing silver also had a price, and this price was to remember the owner of the fine seed and be grateful to this owner from the bottom of their hearts. For the simple farmers, this was really not a big price to pay. They felt that they should be deeply grateful. So much so that when the farmers knew about this matter, when they went to get the fine seed, they had already brought a statue. Although the face was not clear, the person's name was not wrong. The 5 words, Taoist Master Xiaohua, were clearly written on the body of the statue. Moreover, after these farmers returned, they really did pay their respects to him. Because it was the same as thanking anyone. As long as they could bring benefits to the farmers, they would sincerely thank them. Outside a mountain village in the west of Mongolia, due to the drought, many people were carrying a human-shaped statue and climbing up a steep mountain with great difficulty. It seemed like they were going to worship the statue at the top of the mountain. At this moment, a rainbow streaked across the sky from afar, and 3 cultivators landed on the peak. The one in front was a young cultivator wearing a bright red Taoist robe. Behind him were 2 elderly men. However, the 2 old men were very respectful towards this cultivator. This was because the young cultivator was at the nascent soul stage while the 2 old men were at the mid-gold core stage and early gold core stage. "Master, you should rest here for a while," an old man said respectfully. He hurriedly took out several spirit fruits from his storage bag and handed them over respectfully as well. "Okay." The young cultivator nodded and waved his hand. A dark green praying mat appeared under the shade of the mountain peak. The cultivator floated up and landed on the praying mat. When the cultivator took a bite of the spirit fruit, he casually glanced around and saw a farmer climbing halfway up the mountain. What are these mortals doing?" the cultivator asked casually. Another cultivator scanned with his divine sense and said with a smile, "The farmers are inviting the god. Right now, this place seems to be in a drought. They are inviting the Dragon King to reign." "Ha ha ha, what a bunch of ignorant idiots." The young nascent soul cultivator laughed. "How can there be a Dragon King in this world? Even if there is one, it would be a pet in our hands. Who can give them clouds and rain? Why are they begging the Dragon King? They might as well beg I. That's right, master. The tall and thin cultivator who offered the spirit fruit smiled apologetically. The people of this world are all stupid. How would they know that there are only immortals in this world and no gods? Moreover, they don't know how to beg the true immortal in front of them. Instead, they are praying to a fake god that doesn't exist. What a joke. How can these fools be compared to us cultivators? How can they distinguish right from wrong? The cultivator sneered with disdain. Just as he was about to look up, he frowned. That's not right. From what this old man knows, the dragon god that the mortals worship is the head of a python dragon. It looks exactly like the python dragon of Taiching sect. This statue seems to be in a human shape. There seems to be writing on this statue. Taoist Xiao. What kind of immortal is this Taoist Xiao? Could he be a cultivator of my Meng country? Master. The tall and thin cultivator laughed and explained, since it's a Taoist, it must be a nascent soul cultivator. But if it's a Taoist, then it must be a nascent soul cultivator. But if it's a Taoist, then it must be a Taoist Xiao. From what this disciple sees, this Xiao is a surname. Maybe that Qi refinement cultivator did something and they remembered it. That's why they directly called him Taoist Xiao. How could they know that the title Taoist is not a casual title? And what Guanming said is true. That nascent soul cultivator was actually Taoist Jingru of Changbai sect. Also, master. Another cultivator hurriedly said, when one's cultivation reaches master's level, one can understand the nature and temper one's infant. The correct way is to enter the spirit-severing stage early and peek into the heavenly Tao. Who would have nothing to do with these fools? It must be some insignificant cultivator who forcibly made a name for himself. And Taoist Jingru waved his hand and said, there's no need to pay attention to them. Guanming, the materials you collected this time are very good and will be very useful for the magic treasure I'm refining this time. Once the magic treasure is completed, Master will reward you heavily. I don't dare. It's all because Master's luck is good. This disciple was able to find it after a bit of searching. This disciple is filial to you. Master doesn't need to worry about it. Just as Hu Guanming was about to decline modestly, a series of gongs sounded and the merciful voice of Taoist Xiao was heard. Master, take this disciple to drive them away. Hu Guanming saw Taoist Jingru frown and hurriedly said. No need, Master has rested enough. Let's go. Taoist Jingru waved his sleeve and covered the two of them. Suddenly, they turned into a rainbow and rushed into the sky. Unknowingly, a few days had passed. The three of them passed by a swamp and saw that there were many incense candles placed on the terraced fields on the hillsides. Regardless of gender, old or young, everyone was placed in front of the incense candles and kowtowed to the candles. The smoke from the incense and candles lingered on the hillside. Chapter 2162. Good heavens! Taoist Jingru's divine sense swept over the enshrined tablet and said in astonishment, who is this Taoist Xiao? What kind of earth-shattering thing did he do? Why have I been seeing the same situation these past few days? Master, please wait a moment. Take this disciple to ask. Hu Guanfu was somewhat helpless. He really didn't want to talk to these farmers. After a while, Hu Guanfu's expression turned somewhat strange, carrying a trace of hesitation. Upon seeing this, Taoist Jingru couldn't help but be startled and said in displeasure, "What's wrong? Hu Guanfu, who is this Taoist Xiao? Is he that fellow Taoist I know? Or, is he a spirit-severing senior? All right, Master knows." Hu Guanfu hesitated for a moment and said, "This Taoist Xiao is Xiao Hua. It is said that he is a young cultivator. As for his specific cultivation, these fools don't know. Xiaohua. Daoist Jing-Ru raised his eyebrows and stood up with a hoot sound. He anxiously said, "Is it Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder Sect?" This disciple doesn't know. Hu Guanfu smiled apologetically and said, "Those farmers also don't know which sect Xiaohua comes from. However, I heard that he is a tall and thin young man." Humph. Daoist Jing-Ru's expression changed slightly. He extended his hand and a ray of light flashed. A large hand rushed over and grabbed the three farmers from the ground and lifted them high into the sky. "Immortal, save us! Immortal, save us!" The three farmers were greatly alarmed and their faces were deathly pale. Daoist Jing-Ru simply didn't listen. He grabbed one of the farmers and pressed his hand on the forehead of one of them. A blood-red light flashed on his hand and a sinister expression appeared on the farmer's face. Daoist Jing-Ru actually used a soul-searching technique on a secular person. In just a moment, a trace of a smile appeared on the farmer's face. The fear in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by a vacant look. Humph. Daoist Jing-Ru waved his hand as if he didn't care about the farmer's life or death. He suddenly threw the farmer down from the sky. "Immortal, spare us! Immortal, spare us!" The other two farmers pleaded with all their might, but Daoist Jing-Ru didn't let them go. They didn't know how they had offended this nascent soul cultivator. Their souls were searched and thrown down from the sky for no reason. Xiaohua. It really is Xiaohua. Daoist Jing-Si's face is ferocious as he roars, "The last experiential learning didn't take your life, yet you still dare to come out for experiential learning. You actually dared to leave the Imperial Lightning Sect. You actually dare to come to Mongolia. It even caused such a sensation in Mongolia. You're simply looking down on this old man. Do you think I won't be able to find you if you don't go near the Changbai sect? You." Daoist Jing-Ru was so angry that he was speechless. Yes, Xiaohua had taken away the Grand Universe teleportation token, taken many of his medicinal pills, and even assassinated Fan Tong. This was something that Daoist Jing-Ru, who had always been extremely protective and narcissistic, couldn't tolerate. Unfortunately, Xiaohua had obtained these items at the Feather Immortal Assembly, so Daoist Jing-Ru had no reason to do so. Now that Xiaohua actually ran to Meng country, how could Daoist Jing-Ru not be angry? If you're here to gain experience, then so be it. If you're sneaking around, no one will know. You actually used the banner of the Imperial Lightning Sect's Xiaohua. Those who didn't know would still be fine, but those who knew wouldn't ridicule him. Daoist Jing-Ru claps his hand and takes out one of the storage pouches. It's actually the storage pouch that Xiaohua gave to the Changbai sect to store the remaining medicinal pills. Daoist Jing-Ru spits a mouthful of essence blood on it, then he continuously seals with both hands and hits the storage pouch. As the storage pouch emits a bloody brilliance, that brilliance suddenly flies up and flies in the direction of the Kuei-Ha Sea. Good, it's actually the Kuei-Ha Sea. Daoist Jing-Ru laughs, "Let the Kuei-Ha Sea be the place where you die." Daoist Jing-Ru's figure turns into a rainbow and flies towards the bloody brilliance. A voice comes over, "Hu Guanfu, you all return to the mountain for the time being. Once I kill Xiaohua, I'll return to the sect." Yes, disciple understands. Hu Guanfu looks at the other disciple. The two of them exchange a look, then their figures also fly up and return to the Changbai sect. Poor Zhong Yejing, she originally wanted to handle Xiaohua's matter beautifully and spread Xiaohua's reputation. She wanted to repay Xiaohua's great kindness and even make up for the misunderstanding between Zhongling Mountain Village and Xiaohua. However, she didn't expect that her orders would be carried out by the secular disciples of the Zhong clan without any discount, and even doubled. The result of this completion was that Xiaohua's enemy was directly in front of Xiaohua. Poor Xiaohua, at this moment, he was only slightly shocked. He actually thought that this warning sign was the difficulty of the island trial ahead. Of course, just as Xiaofan flew onto the Rainbow Bridge, there was suddenly a huge force pressing down on him. This huge force was extremely strange. It was similar to the pressure that Xiaofan encountered before, but it was also completely different. That force seemed to be tearing in all directions at the same time, and what it was tearing was Xiaohua's body. An extremely uncomfortable feeling welled up in his heart. He didn't even know how to circulate the true essence in his meridians. I understand. Xiaohua's figure fell slightly, slowly preparing to land on the Rainbow Bridge. He thought to himself, the force on the Rainbow Bridge is tearing in all directions, giving people a kind of unbalanced feeling. It's as if a cultivator is in a kind of inverted or crooked space. If it's in a normal space, true essence will circulate in the meridians as usual. In this kind of space with an illusion, true essence might not be able to coordinate with the body. It might be stagnant, or even go into a fork in the road, and thus suffer from qi deviation. The cultivators of Blood Ray Island are all body refiners. The coordination of true essence must be combined with the tempering of the body. This is their basic homework. Fellow Taoist Xiao. At this moment, Kua Heng's voice transmission came over with a hidden smile. On this Rainbow Bridge, there are some places that you can't touch, and some places you can only walk. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you can't land here. Once you land, there will be even more powerful restrictions and tests waiting for you. Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. He hurriedly circulated his magic power. At this moment, his feet were only a few inches away from the Rainbow Bridge. The ribbons on the Rainbow Bridge were already blurred, and there seemed to be some obscure spiritual power gradually forming. If it wasn't for Kua Heng's reminder, the restrictions on the Rainbow Bridge would have been activated. Many thanks, Island Master Kua. Xiaohua raised his voice and said, this Xiao didn't know there were so many taboos. Moreover, this Blood Ray Island's magic power has really opened this Xiao's eyes. Ha ha ha, I'm indebted to the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples' praise. Kua Heng also laughed and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, go ahead. There are many interesting tests on this Rainbow Bridge. Fellow Taoist can give it a try. Hearing this, Xiaohua laughed loudly, and his figure slightly swayed. He had originally cultivated the Buddhist sect's great strength Vajra Dharma body. Even the qi refining disciples of Blood Ray Island weren't afraid of this little thing for body refinement, so how could Xiaohua be afraid? Without using the bright thunder escape, Xiaohua urged the wind escape technique that he felt a moment ago. His figure very strangely floated up, and like a flowing cloud, he flew forward. Others didn't feel it, but Kua Heng could see Xiaohua's cultivation level. He knew that the initial restrictions on the Rainbow Bridge were somewhat strange. The stronger they were, the stronger they would be. Even if he was at the end of the Rainbow Bridge, it was impossible for him to move as fast as usual, let alone with his elegant posture. I'm afraid those few little guys will be tortured by Xiaohua. The corners of Kua Heng's mouth curled into a smile. He seemed to recall the arrogance of several late Foundation establishment disciples who came to his place to test him last night. Sure enough, just as Xiaohua had thought, he had only flown a few dozen feet when the pressure suddenly rose. If Xiaohua hadn't been prepared, or if he hadn't been able to control his true essence with ease, he would have definitely been lifted into the air by this force. Although the dozen or so qi refining disciples had flown earlier than everyone else, their feet were now facing up, and their heads were facing down. They were adjusting their sense of direction. They were adjusting their true qi. Motherfucker, I'm afraid this force can change at any time. Xiaohua laughed inwardly. Otherwise, these Blood Red Island disciples who know the inside out about the trial by fire would all be caught. In the following several hundred zhang distance, that indescribable force suddenly moved up and down, suddenly to the left and suddenly to the right. At one point, it was even extremely restrained, as if a large hand was grabbing onto Xiaofan. The true essence in his body was extremely difficult to circulate, and his figure was also falling down. At this moment, several Foundation establishment disciples fell below Xiaofan. These disciples' feet were firmly stuck on the rainbow bridge. No matter how they urged their magic power, they were unable to free themselves from the rainbow bridge. It seemed that one of them had already rolled up his Taoist robe, revealing his thick arms. That arm's bowl-like fist was precisely hitting the restriction below his feet. However, when Xiaofan flew past this section, suddenly, another unparalleled force descended from the sky, imprisoning Xiaohua's entire body. His true essence also stagnated, and he was simply unable to mobilize his magic power. Xiaohua's body couldn't help but fall down. How can this be? Xiaofan thought of the embarrassment of those Foundation establishment disciples just now, and he was shocked. Others could make a fool of themselves, but he couldn't. That was the face of the Imperial Thunder sect, making others laugh. Rise. Xiaohua's body slightly slid forward. He didn't rely on magic power, but pure flowing cloud movement technique, and even some ethereal steps techniques. Borrowing this moment of respite, Xiaofan shook his arms. A blood-red brilliance flashed around his body, and one could almost hear bang 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 sounds. Many of the restrictions on the Rainbow Bridge were actually broken by him. The true essence in his meridians could circulate, and Xiaohua's flying technique could be used. Humph, you want to use restrictions to imprison this young master? Dream on. Xiaohuan was secretly pleased. His body swayed again, and incomparably dashed across the Rainbow Bridge. Very quickly, he turned a corner. However, when he turned the corner, he was once again stupefied in midair. Below his feet, on the Rainbow Bridge that was roughly several hundred zhang in front of him, there was a black mass of people moving about. It was precisely all of the Blood Ray Island disciples who had landed on the Rainbow Bridge. At this moment, the Rainbow Bridge had already transformed into a towering mountain path, and everyone was doing their best to climb. To be continued. Chapter 2163. Damn it! I didn't make a mistake. Xiaohuan almost stretched out a small hand from his throat. No wonder Kua Heng said just now that there are some places that can't be landed, and some places that must be landed. This place is a place that tests the strength of the physical body. Humph. Xiaohuan hardened his heart. Since this young master is already flying, I might as well not land. I'll directly fly to a high place in front and show them my power. While thinking, Xiaohuan urged his magic power. Although his figure wasn't as graceful as before, it was more or less the same as an ordinary cultivator's flying technique. He flew over the heads of a group of Blood Ray Island disciples and flew to a high place on the Rainbow Bridge. Io, someone can fly? Which senior brother is this? Immediately, someone clamored. To be honest, they already knew that one couldn't fly in this place. All magic power was restricted, and only the physical body could be controlled. Perhaps some people had tried before but failed. Now that they saw someone actually fly over, how could they not be surprised? Good, as expected of a thunder-controlling sect disciple. He's really different. The disciple who recognized Xiaohuan panted as he ran and climbed while looking up at the sky and sighing with emotion. Hee, Xiaohua's little tail gradually rose up. However, after he flew for nearly 3 minutes, below him were several late-stage Foundation establishment disciples. Xiaohuan originally wanted to see their envious gazes, but one of them actually had some ridicule in his eyes. Strange, is there something wrong? Xiaohuan immediately became suspicious and hurriedly released his divine sense. However, this place naturally also restricted divine sense. Without waiting for his divine sense to leave his body, a powerful hurricane descended from the sky and blew toward Xiaohua, wanting to blow him straight out of the rainbow bridge. I say. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why can't you even give me a chance to steal a trick? If it was someone else, this hurricane would probably blow them away in one breath. However, Xiaohua had just learned the flowing cloud movement technique, which was the wind escape technique. This wind was admittedly powerful, but it was precisely what Xiaohua wanted. Xiaohua controlled his body to descend while flying forward. When he landed steadily, he had already landed in front of everyone. It can also be like this. The few late-stage Foundation establishment disciples in front were somewhat stupefied. Even in their dreams, they didn't think that this punishment technique would actually send Xiaohua flying so far. I'll run. Xiaohua landed on the ground and laughed heartily. As his feet glided, he dashed towards the top of the rainbow bridge. His figure was precisely ethereal steps. The rainbow bridge was still under their feet. Stepping on it was no different from stepping on a beach. It seemed like there was sand around their feet, making it difficult to walk, let alone walk up. The group of Foundation establishment and aura refining disciples were like ordinary farmers climbing a mountain. Their foreheads were covered in sweat as they climbed with great difficulty. Unlike the disciples of Scarlet Island, the tall and skinny lad who was leading the group was actually walking in an indescribable pace. His waist was slightly swaying and he seemed to have a rhythm to his movements. It looked like it was still rather easy. Xiaohua. How interesting. Kua Hang could naturally see everything that was happening on the rainbow bridge. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a smile while feeling surprised. After passing the peak of the rainbow bridge, there was another stretch of slow road. Xiaohua saw that the restriction on his body had disappeared and hesitated. He didn't know if he should use his magic power to fly or continue using the ethereal steps. Fellow Taoist Xiao, good luck. At this moment, a burly disciple of Scarlet Island caught up from behind. Without any hesitation, he activated his magic power and rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. Pang! It was as if he had broken through a restriction. With a flash of brilliance, the fatty disappeared without a trace. Damn it, what's going on now? Xiaohua looked at the empty rainbow bridge in front of him in a daze. Fellow Taoist Xiao, why don't you hurry over? Immediately after, several late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators also caught up and one of them asked curiously. If fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't want to go, we'll go first. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't speak, the two people behind him hurriedly activated their magic power and rushed towards the restriction. Oh, fellow Taoist Xiao, hurry up and go. Use your fastest speed to rush towards the restriction. The cultivator who reminded him earlier didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly said, the greater the impact, the further the distance the restriction will teleport. Moreover, the quota is limited. He saw that the disciple had also disappeared. Xiaohua no longer hesitated. He activated his magic power and used the bright thunder escape. With a boom, he rushed into the restriction. Rumble. A series of rumbling sounds came from the rainbow bridge and the entire bridge shook slightly. A few of the Scarlet Island disciples who were climbing the peak actually lost their balance and fell down with a few plop sounds. It didn't matter if they sat down, but they saw a red brilliance flash above the rainbow bridge. Their bodies were completely submerged by the rainbow bridge as if they had fallen into the sea, gradually leaking out from under the rainbow bridge. Who is so shameless to do such a thing? Several Scarlet Island disciples who were eliminated shouted in exasperation. Imperial Thunder Sect is indeed the Imperial Thunder Sect. Kua Hang sighed and shook his head slightly. Fortunately, I didn't listen to the instigation of those little bastards. They wanted me to personally go down and compete with this guy. They were simply looking for their own humiliation. This flying technique is my shortcoming. Compared to this guy, I'm afraid I'm not even fit to carry his shoes. However, I heard from Kwa Chiao, that Xiao Hua is a cultivator with a benevolent heart. Moreover, he has a request for my Scarlet Island. Yes, he can even bring great benefits to my Scarlet Island. Kwa Hang thought inwardly. Unfortunately, Kwa Chiao, and Rhyming have already made a heart oath. They can't speak blindly. They can only remind me to treat Xiao Hua well. Moreover, they also vaguely warned me not to provoke him. Look at Xiao Hua again. Today, he participated in some island trial for no reason. Isn't it just to give me a warning? Hee, how many years have I lived? How can I not see through this? However, what good things can Xiao Hua have to make my Scarlet Island happy? Sigh, Xiao Hua actually charged into the huge stone array. This guy, how fast is his flying speed? This huge stone array, if one doesn't have the strength of a late gold core realm, it's impossible to pass through the restriction. This is bad. This late gold core realm strength is only for my Scarlet Island disciples. He is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. However, this huge stone array is hidden within the Rainbow Bridge. Even I can't control it unless I interrupt the entire trial. This is bad, this is bad, this Imperial Thunder sect disciple will be smashed into a meat patty. I'm in trouble. Kwa Hang muttered. His expression changed rapidly. His figure flew, and he rapidly flew toward the opposite side of Scarlet Island. As for Xiao Hua, he felt a sudden pressure on his body. Traces of black and white light flashed before his eyes. Xiao Hua knew that what the Scarlet Island disciple said was true. He was indeed transported. Chapter 2164. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to open his eyes, an extremely cryptic fluctuation came over. Xiao Hua scanned with his divine sense and was immediately shocked. An absurd feeling welled up in his heart. At this moment, Xiao Hua was in a vast starry sky. In front of him were many planets that were constantly revolving. The trajectory was very obvious. It was extremely chaotic. The loud sound just now was the sound of two planets colliding with each other in the distance. This. Xiao Hua's divine sense could not scan the end of the starry sky, but he was complaining in his heart, damn it, this starry sky is definitely not a real starry sky. This bloody red island can't have such a powerful transmission array. But how can there be so many ancient ruins on the islands overseas? Meng country, it's really a strange place. While he was thinking about this, a fierce howl of the wind resounded from behind Xiao Hua. Besides that, the howl of the wind was accompanied by a shackling force that enveloped the space in an area of 300 m around Xiao Hua. Damn it, did I make a mistake? Why is it a shackling force again? Xiao Hua really hated the shackling force that appeared from time to time on Bloody Red Island. It restricted all true essence, leaving no trace of magic power in his body. Everything had to rely on his physical body. Since he was a cultivator, he must have the awareness of a cultivator. If he relied on his physical body, he would be a boorish man. Naturally, this shackling force also blocked Xiao Hua's divine sense. At this moment, Xiao Hua could only rely on his physical strength. It's just a trial for Bloody Red Island disciples. I don't believe that I would be afraid of this. Xiao Hua suddenly turned around and stretched out his hand, holding the devil hammer in his hand. Behind Xiao Hua, a meteor streaked across the night sky, rushing toward Xiao Hua. Although Xiao Hua's face was calm, his heart was also nervous. After all, this was a starry sky. If a meteor really came, how could he catch it? Fortunately, the power of the meteor was swift and fierce, and the wind was already blowing against Xiao Hua's face, almost suffocating him. In Xiao Hua's field of vision, the meteor was not as big as he imagined. It was only a few zhang in size. This kind of huge rock, even if it came from afar, Xiao Hua was confident that he could still fight it. Go! Xiao Hua didn't dare to stay in place and wait for the meteor to fly over. He quickly rushed forward, raised his devil hammer, and smashed it in the direction of the meteor. Boom! Xiao Hua's ears vibrated with ringing. A wave of pain came from Xiao Hua's arm that was holding the devil hammer. Xiao Hua himself was shaken and sent flying. That meteor was actually shattered by Xiao Hua. Ha ha ha! After the soreness in his arm subsided, a refreshing feeling emerged from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Hua looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. No matter how many meteors there are, let them all fall. Even if it's a meteor shower, I will smash it flat. Xiao Hua's arrogant voice reverberated through the starry sky. As if he had hit the nail on the head, the two planets around him suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance and flew towards Xiao Hua like moths to a flame. Boom! Boom! Although the two meteors fell at the same time, they were still smashed apart by Xiao Hua without delay. This array seems to have an extremely great effect on refining the body. Needless to say, Xiao Hua's arm became even more sore and numb. But after the numbness, a comfortable feeling once again spread throughout his body. Xiao Hua somewhat felt that his body had a slight improvement. Great! Knowing that the starry sky had such an effect, Xiao Hua's spirit was greatly shaken. He waved his devil hammer and waited in the sky again. Just as Xiao Hua expected, after the two meteors, another 3 meteors came. They emitted a sharp sound of wind as they attacked Xiao Hua from 3 directions. Naturally, the size of these 3 meteors was slightly larger than the previous one. Although Xiao Hua didn't have any magic power at this time, he still had the ethereal steps and the Big Dipper divine fist. Dealing with these meteors wasn't a problem. Once the number of meteors reached 6, Xiao Hua would be unable to deal with them by relying on the devil hammer alone. Therefore, Xiao Hua didn't hesitate to take out the Great Wisdom Sword. He used the Heavenly Staff technique to deal with the 7 meteors that were pouncing towards Xiao Hua from all directions. The meteors in the starry sky were quite ingenious. Although 7 or 8 huge meteors smashed towards the small Xiao Hua at the same time, there was an extremely subtle gap between them. Not only did they smash at different angles, but when they got close, they absolutely wouldn't touch each other. When Xiao Hua waved the Heavenly Staff technique, he couldn't stop one strike after another for even a moment. This was because as long as there was a slight pause, the following meteors would immediately smash into his body. When there were 24 meteors in a group, Xiao Hua finished smashing the first 22 meteors. A wave of exhaustion suddenly came from his body. This was something that Xiao Hua had never felt before. This is bad. Xiao Hua secretly complained in his heart. He knew that as long as he finished smashing the 24 meteors in a group, the comfortable feeling afterwards would immediately drive away this feeling of exhaustion. Or perhaps, he could also rely on the flow of the Big Dipper divine fist to eliminate this exhaustion. However, the left and right meteors were right in front of him. Where would he find the free time? Just at this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He slightly closed his eyes, and the Heart Sutra of the Wind Escape technique flowed. He comprehended the 2 incoming boulders from the left and right at the same time. As the corner of Xiao Hua's mouth faintly rose, he very confidently raised his hand slightly and raised the Great Wisdom Sword horizontally. With a loud bang, the 2 meteors smashed into the 2 ends of the Great Wisdom Sword at almost the same time. The 2 boulders shattered at the same time. Xiao Hua didn't use the slightest bit of strength. However, the comfortable feeling of Xiao Hua's chi wings also didn't appear at the same time. Just when Xiao Hua wanted to use the Big Dipper divine fist, he saw the 2 shattered boulders suddenly swirl up in the air, separately forming 2 vortexes that enveloped Xiao Hua. Ouch! Xiao Hua stared blankly. Just when he was about to dodge, he saw the two vortexes faintly flickering with black and white brilliance. It was the legendary array that was about to activate. Thus, Xiao Hua didn't resist anymore, allowing the vortexes of shattered rocks to envelop him. After the brilliance flashed, Xiao Hua's figure disappeared from this space. And the hundreds of boulders that had previously disappeared gradually flashed again. Good. Just when Xiao Hua's figure appeared on the rainbow bridge, Kua Hang's praise rang in his ears. Xiao Hua composed himself and saw Kua Hang standing outside the rainbow bridge, looking at him with a kind of admiration on his face. Fellow Taoist praise. Xiao Hua complained as soon as they met. Why does this rainbow bridge sound have so many taboos? Why didn't you tell me in advance? You made this Xiao Hua very embarrassed. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you really hid your strength well. Kua Hang simply ignored Xiao Hua's complaints, his eyes flashing with a strange light as he said, "My blood-red island's boulder array hasn't been broken in for thousands of years, no, it should be for tens of thousands of years. I remember in the ancient records that the last person who entered was a late gold core stage senior whose cultivation was extremely close to the nascent soul stage." Xiao Hua stared blankly. He didn't expect that just by casually flying, he would cause such a big trouble. Fellow Taoist praise is a bit exaggerated. Xiao Hua laughed mischievously and said, "Just now, weren't there a few late Foundation establishment disciples who were transported together with this Xiao? Could it be that they didn't enter this boulder array? My praise isn't exaggerated at all." Kua Hang laughed and said, "The restrictions that were taken out just now were to test the degree of body tempering of my blood-red island's disciples. Whoever can fly with the greatest weight can be transported into the corresponding array. This array has the yellow wind array, invisible rain array, open fire array, flying snow array, fine metal array, and boulder array. If every disciple who enters the array can pass the test of the array, not only can they obtain certain benefits from the array, they can also be transported across the rainbow bridge according to the power of the array. Among them, the yellow wind array, invisible rain array, and open fire array are open arrays, while the other three are hidden arrays. Without the cultivation of gold core stage and above, it is impossible to enter. Those little brats probably learned some tricks and know that as long as they fly fast, their speed increases and the weight of the impact on the restrictions will also increase. That's why they tried their best to fly. With their cultivation, at most, they can enter the invisible rain array. I'm afraid that they can't even enter the open fire array." This old man didn't expect that fellow Taoist Xiao could actually enter the boulder array directly. Kua Hang said with interest, "That boulder array is something that even this old man didn't have the chance to enter. What benefits did fellow Taoist Xiao get inside? How many boulders did you dodge?" "Dodged?" Xiao Hua was taken aback. He rolled his eyes and didn't answer Kua Hang's question. Instead, he asked curiously, "Since fellow Taoist Kua knows that I can enter the boulder array, you naturally have the ability to control the rainbow bridge. Furthermore, the ocean pearl, ha ha ha." When Kua Hang saw that Xiao Hua was being careful, he explained, "I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Xiao. The rainbow bridge isn't just a training ground for my Blood Ray Island's disciples, it is also a powerful method for my Blood Ray Island to defend against enemies. The ocean pearl is this old man's artifact, and it is also an artifact passed down by the previous island lords. This old man can control the ocean pearl to bring out the rainbow bridge, and I can sense the movements within the rainbow bridge. However, as for the boulder array, this old man doesn't know where the hidden array is located." "Oh, I see." Seeing that the array was related to Blood Ray Island secrets, Xiao Hua didn't ask any more questions and was about to fly up again. However, Kua Hang persevered and asked, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you haven't told this old man how many boulders did you dodge?" Fellow Taoist Kua, can you tell me how many boulders did you dodge?" Xiao Hua wasn't in a hurry to answer Kua Heng's question. Kua Heng rolled his eyes and hesitated for a moment before replying, "I'll let fellow Daoist Xiao know. I heard that a certain senior shattered 17 boulders and dodged 18 boulders. I'm ashamed." Xiao Hua's face was flushed with shame. He cupped his hands and said, "Compared to senior, this Xiao is still far inferior. This Xiao only shattered 10, 14 boulders. I had just dodged the 15th boulder when I was sent out." Oh, even though Kua Heng's expression was calm, his heart was in turmoil. When he explained the situation in detail, he had already increased the number of boulders. In reality, it was 12 boulders. However, he still didn't expect that Xiao Hua was more powerful than he had expected. Chapter 2165. This was because according to the records, Blood Ray Island's Qi refinement disciples were considered to have passed the test by passing 3 layers of boulders. Passing 6 layers of boulders was considered to have passed the foundation establishment stage. Passing 9 layers of boulders was considered to have passed the body tempering stage of the Golden Core realm. However, he didn't expect Xiao Hua to actually shatter 14 boulders. In other words, Xiao Hua's body refining technique was even more powerful than that late-stage Golden Core realm senior who was about to conceive a nascent soul. Kua Heng knew that Xiao Hua could only say less and absolutely not more about the numbers Xiao Hua mentioned. This guy, with such a body refining technique, why did he come to my Blood Red Island? Kua Heng was even more curious. But seeing Xiao Hua looking at the front of the Rainbow Bridge and about to fly again, Kua Heng couldn't help but laugh. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, what's wrong? You still want to continue the trial? My Blood Red Island's trial is body refining technique and magic. Fellow Daoist's body refining technique is so powerful, not to mention your magic power. Why do you still need to participate in the trial?" Kua Heng curled his lips in his heart. "You've already shown your strength, and I also know. What's the point of continuing the trial?" "Oh," Xiao Hua laughed. "There's a fellow Daoist called Kua Yu on your island. He invited me to a battle in Departure Realm Heaven. I can't not go." "Ha ha ha," Kua Heng laughed. "Departure Realm Heaven is in the middle of the Rainbow Bridge. Fellow Daoist Xiao has already crossed 80% of the bridge. How can you return? Besides, Kua Yu chose Departure Realm Heaven because he wanted to use the illusion to confine his magic power and divine sense. He could only rely on his physical strength to fight. His plan. I'm afraid he's also part of fellow Daoist Zhao's plan, right? I can't go back." Xiao Hua was stunned. He turned around and flew back. Who would have thought that just as he flew one zhang, a huge force blocked his front, preventing him from retreating. This huge force was completely different from before. It was extremely powerful and couldn't be broken by relying on his physical body alone. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, you don't need to try anymore." Kua Heng laughed. "After crossing half of the Rainbow Bridge, you can't go back unless fellow Daoist Zhao's magic power surpasses nascent soul. That's just one realm higher than me. Hee hee, so that's how it is." Xiao Hua laughed mischievously and said, "In that case, the disciple closest to this Xiao." Kua Heng nodded and said, "Yes, we just passed through the leaving realm heaven and reached the halfway point of the Rainbow Bridge. Fellow Daoist Xiao, you don't have to bother with them. Come, fellow Daoist Xiao, we will wait at the end. This old man wants to know why fellow Daoist Xiao is looking for the Sunset Island. Oh my, could it be that fellow Daoist Kua knows where the Sunset Island is?" Xiao Hua was pleasantly surprised. That's right." Kua Heng nodded and said, "I'm afraid I'm the only one who knows about this in QC. Actually, this old man is also surprised. Where did fellow Daoist Xiao learn of the Setting Sun Island?" Now that Xiaohua had shown his strength, he didn't stay on the Rainbow Bridge to train. Instead, he flew out of the Rainbow Bridge and followed Kwa Hang to the end of the Rainbow Bridge. Landing in front of a cave, Kwa Hang looked at Xiaohua and said, "Yesterday, Xiao told this old man that fellow Taoist Xiao is looking for the Sunset Island." This old man was very surprised. The Sunset Island has been there for hundreds of thousands of years, maybe even millions of years. No one mentioned it. Why did fellow Taoist suddenly look for the Sunset Island? Hundreds of thousands of years? Xiaohua was stunned. What's wrong with the Sunset Island? Fellow Taoist Xiao hasn't answered this old man's question, right? Kwa Hang didn't answer but asked instead. Xiaohua nodded and said, "This old man got some information from the city lord of Haoming City. This old man is looking for a kind of cultivation technique, which can only be found on the Sunset Island, so, Haoming City?" Kwa Hang seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, he stared at Xiaohua and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, what kind of cultivation technique do you need?" Fellow Taoist Kwa, you only need to tell this old man where the Sunset Island is. Why do you need to know what cultivation technique this old man is looking for? Xiaohua said hesitantly. Actually. Kwa Hang hesitated for a moment and said, "Actually, the Bloody Red Island is the Sunset Island." Well, you can't say it like that. However, fellow Taoist Xiao, just think of the Bloody Red Island as the Sunset Island. Xiaohua was even more shocked, but he immediately understood. Of course, the Bloody Red Island was built on the body refining technique. Every male disciple had extraordinary strength. Wasn't that the effect of bone tempering? If it was purely for the body refining technique, why would the male disciples have such a high level of cultivation? He really couldn't see the tall mountain for a leaf. Good, Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, "Since fellow Taoist Kwa is so frank, then this old man won't hide it. This old man is looking for the Sunset Island's body refining technique." Strange. Kwa Hang laughed and pointed at Xiaohua, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhao's body refining technique is actually more profound than this old man's. This old man doesn't think that my Bloody Red Island's body refining technique can be of any help to fellow Taoist Xiao." Alas, actually. Only now did Xiaohua realize that he had been led astray by Kwa Hang. He smiled bitterly and said, "This old man was wrong just now. This old man actually wants the Sunset Island's bone tempering technique." Bone tempering technique? Kwa Hang's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Why does fellow Taoist Xiao want the bone tempering technique? This old man cultivates the lightning evasion technique of my Imperial Thunder sect, and it needs the help of external forces to temper my bones. Otherwise, the lightning evasion technique can't reach great success. Xiaohua said without hesitation. This old man also thought of many ways. Later, I got the news of the Sunset Island from Haoming City's Yaohongzhen. Only then did I come all the way here. This old man didn't expect that Kwa Qiao and Kwa Riming were both descendants of the Sunset Island. To tell you the truth, fellow Taoist Xiao, the bone tempering technique is a secret technique of my Bloody Red Island. Kwa Hang sighed and said, "However, this bone tempering technique is extremely difficult to cultivate. If you only cultivate the bone tempering technique, you can't reach great success. Therefore, my ancestor combined the bone tempering technique with the help of other body tempering techniques. Only then could the bone tempering technique of my Bloody Red Island have some success. However, look at my physique and the other male cultivators of my Bloody Red Island. These are the drawbacks of cultivating the bone tempering technique and the body tempering technique. Fellow Taoist Xiao, do you think this bone tempering technique will have an effect on your lightning evasion technique?" "Yes," Xiaohua nodded without hesitation. Kwa Hang thought for a moment and said, "This old man already understands your intention. Then, what will you use to exchange with this old man?" From what Xiao said, you have something that this old man urgently needs. However, this old man can't think of anything after thinking about it for a long time. With a smile on his face, Xiaohua suddenly flicked his big sleeve and covered Kuo Hang from top to bottom. A kind of confining force was generated from his big sleeve, which was extremely similar to the one on the Rainbow Bridge. All of a sudden, all of Kuo Hang's magic power was confined. World in the sleeve. Kuo Hang was suddenly startled. Soon after, he was wild with joy. At the same time, the red brilliance around his body flashed extremely quickly, and the big sleeve of his Taoist robe was also raised. Chapter 2166. Unfortunately, under Xiaohua's heaven and earth sleeve technique, Kuo Hang's Taoist robe was like a broken bag that couldn't be opened. The heaven and earth sleeve technique that Kuo Hang was usually proud of actually didn't work. Just as Kuo Hang's expression slightly changed, Xiaohua swung his sleeve, and that restrictive force immediately dissipated as if it had never appeared and was withdrawn into Xiaohua's sleeve. So that's how it is. Kuo Hang clapped his hands and said, "This old man was wondering what could make this old man submit. It turns out that fellow Taoist Xiao obtained the complete heaven and earth sleeve technique of my blood-red island." "He, fellow Taoist Kuo, you're wrong." Xiaohua shook his head and said, "This old man also copied a jade slip in the Imperial Thunder sect. This heaven and earth sleeve technique doesn't completely belong to blood-red island anymore." This. Kuo Hang's expression was somewhat uncertain. After pondering for a moment, he sighed and said, "Presumably, Xiao has already told fellow Taoist Xiao that the heaven and earth sleeve technique of my blood-red island is already incomplete." "Yes, that's right." Xiaohua also secretly nodded and answered. "All right." Kuo Hang said again, "This old man won't talk about the heaven and earth sleeve technique. Since fellow Taoist Xiao has already copied a copy in the Imperial Thunder sect, presumably, the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect will also practice it in the future. As for the bone tempering technique, fellow Taoist Xiao definitely can't leave a copy in your sect." Hearing this, Xiaohua was overjoyed and said with a smile, "Not only the bone tempering technique, but also the heaven and earth sleeve technique. This old man can also promise that only the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect's myriad Thunder Valley can practice it." Great. Although Kuo Hang said it was great, he was really bitter in his heart. Of course, this old man took the thing that he lost and wanted his own thing, but he couldn't refuse. Firstly, this old man had already left a copy of the thing that he lost, so it was meaningless for him to keep this old man here. Secondly, he didn't have the confidence to keep this old man here. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please keep this matter a secret for this old man. You can't let the disciples of Blood Red Island know about it." Kuo Hang clapped his hands and took out a slightly larger jade slip and said, "Bone tempering technique is only the foundation of another technique of Blood Red Island that has been completely lost, but now it has already become a secret technique, unique technique of Blood Red Island. If this disciple finds out that this old man has leaked the information, I'm afraid he won't let it go." Fellow Taoist Kuo, you traded an insignificant instance for the complete jade slip of Blood Ray Island's long-lost universe within sleeve. In that case, fellow Taoist praising is a meritorious service to Blood Ray Island. Who would spout nonsense? Xiaohua already knew from Kuo Qiao, how important this world in sleeve was to Scarlet Island. Naturally, he ignored Kuo Hang's nonsense. He took the jade slip and immersed his divine sense into it. After a short moment, a smile appeared on the corners of Xiaohua's mouth. He clapped his hands and took out a jade slip as well, and then he said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Kuo, please take a look." Kuo Hang's hands trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. He took the jade slip and hurriedly checked it. After a long while, Kuo Hang let out a long sigh. He put the jade slip into his storage bag and said, "I've finally completed the sleeve cosmos technique. I've fulfilled the wishes of several generations of island masters." As he spoke, he bowed towards Xiaofan and said, "Many thanks, fellow Taoist Xiao." "Ha ha ha, no need, no need." Xiaofan hurriedly supported Kuaheng. "I also want to thank," however, before Xiaofan could finish speaking, another burst of indescribable palpitation surged into his heart. It interrupted Xiaohua's words. "My goodness, what is it now?" Xiaohua raised his eyes and looked towards the Rainbow Bridge. "Oh, a late-stage Foundation establishment disciple has already come out." Kuaheng's heart was extremely refreshed. He pointed at the pitch-black hole and said, "That's not right. When I entered the Rainbow Bridge just now, I felt some palpitation. I thought the Rainbow Bridge's restrictions were somewhat powerful." Xiaohua thought to himself, "Now that I've already come out of the Rainbow Bridge, why do I still feel palpitation? This feeling should be coming from the hand of karma. It has nothing to do with the Buddha's Sarira. Could it be that there's some karma entangling me? Fellow Taoist Xiao, how can you go back on your word?" A loud and clear voice was heard. "I waited for you in the departure heaven for a long time. I didn't expect you to leave the trial so early. In that case, your youth-retaining grass should have lost to I." When Xiaohua raised his eyes, he saw that it was Kuo Yu. He was somewhat angrily shouting at him. "Kuo Yu! Don't be rude to fellow Taoist Xiao." Kuaheng scolded. Fellow Taoist Xiao came out of the huge stone array. According to the rules of the previous trial, the first place of this trial belongs to him. Fellow Taoist Xiao felt that he was an outsider and didn't want to compete with you. That's why he came here to talk to this old man first. "Tell me, if he went to the departure heaven, would you be his opponent? Moreover, even if he didn't go to the departure heaven, could you be considered to have won?" Huge stone array. Is it the legendary huge stone array hidden in the Rainbow Bridge? Not only was Kuo Yu shocked, but the other late-stage Foundation establishment disciples were also incomparably astonished. "Would this old man lie to you?" Kuaheng said with a smile. "Alas, that's right." Kuo Yu sighed and hung his head dejectedly. Fellow Taoist Xiao passed through the departure heaven first. This servant has already lost. This token is fellow Taoist Zhao's. As he said that, Kuo Yu patted his storage bag and gave a pig-headed token to Xiaohua. "What is this?" Kuaheng obviously saw it for the first time. "This disciple also doesn't know. I just picked it up in the sea a long time ago." Kuo Yu said helplessly. "Don't look at this Xiao. This Xiao also doesn't know. This Xiao just thought it was fun." Xiaohua took the token and hurriedly waved his hand. But how could Kuaheng believe him? "This youth-retaining grass is for fellow Taoist Kuo." Xiaohua generously gave the youth-retaining grass to Kuo Yu. "Really? In that case, many thanks, fellow Taoist Xiao." Kuo Yu was even more overjoyed and reached out to take the youth-retaining grass. Just when everyone was a bit envious, roar, an earth-shaking clear sound rang out, as if tens of thousands of bulls were roaring. The entire Scarlet Island was shaken. This sound was extremely similar to the sound Xiaohua heard when the Great Flag Reef sunk into the Great Flag Reef. "This is bad." Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He knew that the warning in his heart just now was probably the heavenly might triggered by this sound. Thus, without hesitation, he immediately flew up and shouted, "Fellow Taoist Kuo, I'm afraid this Scarlet Island is about to sink." Previously, this was the situation that Xiao, and I encountered on the Great Flag Reef. Quickly gather the disciples and escape. Immediately after, Xiaohua sent out his divine sense and transmitted it to Shui. Sure enough, before the sound disappeared from their ears, the Scarlet Island was greatly shaken. It was almost visible to the naked eye. "Withdraw. Seeing such a situation, how could Kuo Heng dare to hesitate? His figure quickly flew up, and he unceasingly struck the pitch-black hole on the rainbow bridge in front of him with magic seals. A blood-colored halo was repeatedly emitted from the hole, and like flowing water, it quickly circled around the entire rainbow bridge. All the disciples training in the rainbow bridge revealed their bodies in an extremely terrifying manner. Kuo Qiao and Kuo Riming's faces were even more ashen. No one knew the power of heaven and earth better than them. Rise, just when Kuo Heng stretched out his hand, like an eagle's claw, to grab the sea pearl from the disappearing rainbow bridge. Suddenly, in the direction of the setting sun outside the Scarlet Island, the sea surface within a range of several dozen li abruptly surged like boiling water. At this moment, the Scarlet Island was unexpectedly calm. An incomparably pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth overflowed from the sea surface. Along with the sea breeze, it blew to the Scarlet Island. This. Xiao Hua was originally looking for Xue Xue. Just as he was about to flee, he smelled something fresh from his nose and mouth. He immediately operated his cultivation method, and he felt that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was actually several times more than usual. He was slightly stunned. Buzz buzz, like thousands of wasps flapping their wings, it was emitted from the bottom of the sea to the west of the Scarlet Island. Quickly look. Sword ruler fish beast. A sharp-eyed disciple was the first to see the sea beast in the surging sea foam. Before his voice fell, many strange sea beast corpses gushed out from the sea foam. Strange. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept out again. Unfortunately, the several dozen li of sea area seemed to be confined, and his divine sense couldn't explore at all. It was the same as the sinking of the Great Flag Reef. It was just that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was being absorbed that day, but now, it was actually gushing out. No way, the Great Flag Reef was brought here? Xiao Hua looked at Xue Xue in astonishment. Xue Xue was naturally also very surprised. Don't worry. Don't search for the sea beasts. Kuo Heng saw that some disciples were eager to give it a try and immediately warned. Then, Kuo Heng patted the sea pearl again, and several blood-red flames flew out, hitting various parts of the Scarlet Island. With a wave of spiritual energy, the Scarlet Island's defensive array was activated to the extreme. Everyone stood in the air above the Scarlet Island, quietly looking at the vast sea area in the west. The corpses of various sea beasts were scattered all over, and in the surging waves, it was like a pot of meat soup. Another 5 minutes passed, and a smear of blood red rippled in the entire several dozen li of sea area. Reflecting the setting sun, it was incomparably bloody. Ah, sunset! Sunset Island! Kuo Heng was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth and couldn't help but groan. What? Sunset Island? Xiao Hua wasn't far from Kuo Heng, and when he heard this, he couldn't help but be shocked. Isn't the Scarlet Island Sunset Island? No, Kuo Heng said that the Scarlet Island can be called Sunset Island. Just as Xiao Hua was thinking, that blood-red color came from under the sea. It was actually a piece of land. Following a loud buzzing sound, a piece of land that was several dozen li darker than the Scarlet Island rose from under the sea. It was to the west of the Scarlet Island, in the direction of the setting sun. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, that vibration gradually stopped. Only then did the rising Sunset Island stop. At this time, Xiao Hua could already see clearly that the entire Sunset Island was in the shape of a huge oval. Most of it bulged above the sea surface, and it was really similar to the setting sun on the horizon with a small part of it falling below the sea surface. Wasn't this Sunset Island? Things didn't end here. After the sound stopped, a blood-red brilliance flashed on the Sunset Island, and strands after strands, like a string of fireworks, came toward the Scarlet Island. Chapter 2167. Wu, a whimper, which seemed to be from the formation of Blood Red Island, also emitted a blood-red brilliance. Not only did it resonate with the brilliance of Sunset Island, but it also flowed in the direction of Sunset Island. Fellow Taoist Xiao, help me. Suddenly, Kua Hang hurriedly shouted. What's wrong? Xiao Hua heard the voice and looked over. He saw the ocean pearl in Kua Hang's hand overflowing with red light and growing bigger and bigger. Kua Hang urged his magic power to control it, but the ocean pearl actually showed signs of flying away. Kua Hang's magic power surged. Obviously, he had pushed his true essence to the extreme. Damn it, you're a golden core cultivator. Xiao Hua cursed in his heart. However, since he was here, he didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly flew over and waved his big sleeve. The heaven and earth sleeve technique suddenly covered the ocean pearl. Xiao Hua was indeed smart. The heaven and earth sleeve technique was really the technique to control the ocean pearl. Wherever Xiao Hua's magic power went, the ocean pearl's brilliance flickered slightly. Then, like an obedient child, it slowly shrank. Xiao Hua suddenly had a feeling that if he used the heaven and earth sleeve technique a little more, he could take the ocean pearl from Kua Hang's hands. Xiao Hua's brows swept. Sure enough, Kua Hang's face was extremely ugly, and his eyes were slightly trembling. Ha ha ha! Xiao Hua waved his sleeve and shrank his magic power by half. He laughed. Fellow Taoist Kua, you're testing me. Kua Hang's eyes suddenly opened. His other sleeve also covered the ocean pearl. His expression calmed down and he forced a smile. Right now, I'm afraid only fellow Taoist Xiao can help me in the entire Blood Red Island. If not for fellow Taoist Xiao's help, this Blood Red Island, hee. Kua Hang didn't say much. He urged his magic power and took the ocean pearl into his hand. Xiao Hua also took the opportunity to withdraw the heaven and earth sleeve technique. Heaven and earth sleeve technique. Kua Yu and the others were very close to Xiao Hua, so they naturally saw it. Everyone's eyes were wild with joy. Ha ha ha! Kua Hang controlled the ocean pearl and laughed. I have good news to tell you. Thanks to fellow Taoist Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder Sect for the righteousness of returning my Blood Red Island, no, my Setting Sun Island's long-lost heaven and earth sleeve technique. Woo! Everyone cheered. After a while, Kua Hang pointed at the Sunset Island and said, the universe in the sleeve technique has returned to the Sunset Island. The reappearance of the Sunset Island is a joyous occasion for the disciples of the Sunset Island. Seeing that all the disciples were puzzled, Kua Hang said in a clear voice, I'm sure all of you know. My Kua clan is an ancient clan. Although the bloodline is already thin, it is still an ancient bloodline. It is different from those people in the Kuei he see who are selling dog meat under false pretenses. Ha ha ha! The group of Scarlet Island's disciples laughed loudly. Kua Hang was in an extremely good mood. He waved his hand and said, actually, my Kua clan didn't live on Scarlet Island in the beginning, but on Sunset Island. That is, the island in front of us that looks like the setting sun. At the same time, it was also the most powerful force in the Kuei Sea. This Blood Red Island is only a place for the disciples of our Kua family to cultivate and train themselves. At the same time, it is also one of the defensive formations of our Sunset Island. Millions of years ago, or even tens of millions of years ago, the records in the clan are no longer very detailed. This Sunset Island disappeared for some unknown reason. My Kua clan will disappear as well. Only a few disciples who went out were lucky enough to escape and moved to this Blood Red Island to live and reproduce. Now that the Sunset Island has reappeared in the Kuei Sea, it is the place where my Kua clan's disciples will rise. It is also the beginning of my Kua clan's disciples dominating the Kuei Sea. The group of disciples felt their blood boil after hearing Kua Hang's words. Xiao Hua, who was at the side, was very emotional. Damn it. Being an island lord or sect master is really not to be underestimated. Just this ability to talk is more powerful than any cultivation or realm. I'm afraid I don't have a chance in this lifetime. With this ability of mine, I can only deceive little girls and tease little girls. It's really too difficult for this young master to deceive these old men. Alright, you all can go now and search for all the sea beasts in the surrounding sea. This is a gift from the ancestors of my Sunset Island. Kwa Hang waved his hand and said, also, as a guest of my Sunset Island, fellow Taoist Xiao happened to encounter a joyous occasion of my Sunset Island. I would like to invite fellow Taoist Xiao to be a guest of my Sunset Island and accompany me to the island first. Good, the group of disciples, especially the few late-stage Foundation Establishment disciples, all cheered, let alone Kwa Chiao, and Kwa rhyming. Fellow Taoist Kwa, this is somewhat difficult for me, right? Xiao Hua naturally knew the role of a guest and said with a frown. Fellow Taoist Xiao, there is no need for you to do anything for my Sunset Island. Even if the Sunset Island has something to do, they will definitely not invite fellow Taoist Xiao over. Kwa Hang immediately transmitted his voice. Sunset Island has just appeared. I want to go to the island with the other elders. Those who are not cultivators of Sunset Island are not allowed to set foot on an island without cultivators. Otherwise, this island will be the first place where cultivators set foot on. I can't completely control Haiju now. If fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't help me, how can I control Sunset Island? While they were talking, several old cultivators flew over from afar. They were all late-stage Foundation Establishment and early-stage Golden Core cultivators. Presumably, they were the elders of Blood Ray Island who were attracted by the appearance of Sunset Island. I see. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and asked again, in that case, if I become a guest of Sunset Island, then I can cultivate all the cultivation techniques of Sunset Island? Kwa Hang saw Xiao Hua bargaining and said with a bitter smile, of course. However, apart from universe within sleeve and bone tempering technique, what other cultivation techniques do the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect covet? Hehe, didn't fellow Taoist Kwa say before? This bone tempering technique is the foundation of another cultivation technique. This cultivation technique isn't universe within sleeve, right? Xiao Hua said proudly. Oh, that. When Kwa Hang heard this, a trace of relief appeared on his face. However, at the same time, he was also regretful. He shook his head and said, I spoke too much. However, at that time, I also didn't know that Sunset Island would appear. That cultivation technique should be on Sunset Island. I only saw the records in the clan. As for whether it exists or not, fellow Taoist Xiao can cultivate it, that's not something I can know. Good. Xiao Hua immediately nodded. If fellow Taoist Kwa agrees, then I will agree. Can this old man not agree? Kwa Hang smiled bitterly as he looked at the group of excited disciples who were heading to the sea area to fish up sea beasts. There were also several elders who were about to arrive. What other choice do I have? Very good. Xiao Hua raised his hand and the two clapped their hands. Immediately, several elders flew over. Kwa Hang told them the secret. Those elders were so excited that tears flowed down their old faces. Xiao Hua also greeted them. Chapter 2168. Since he was a guest elder, Xiao Hua was also a member of the Sunset Island and a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, so the elders were very happy. Xiao Hua accompanied Kwa Hang and prepared to board the Sunset Island. Xue Xue followed Kwa Chiao, to board the island. At this moment, the entire defensive formation of the Sunset Island was open. The entire island was wrapped in a blood-red brilliance like a cocoon. Naturally, this brilliance was now connected with the light of the bloody red island. Kua Heng flew to the sky above the Sunset Island, patted his hand, and took out a blood-red jade slip from his storage bag. He looked at it carefully and released his divine sense to scan the entire island no less than 10 times. Only then did he come to the east side with some hesitation. Because the blood-red brilliance of the entire Sunset Island was the same, he couldn't see where the formation was. If Kua Heng didn't have the jade slip left by his clan, he probably wouldn't have found this place. It should be here. Kua Heng pointed his hand, but his finger was blocked by the blood-red brilliance. Xiaofan had been frowning since he saw the blood-red brilliance. Now, after hearing Kua Heng's explanation, he shook his head and said, "Island Master Kua, I have a question that I want to ask you." "Elder Xiao, please ask." Kua Heng said without hesitation, "Elder Xiao is now qualified to know the secret of the Sunset Island." There's no need to hide anything." Xiaofan smiled as he pointed at the restriction and said, "Island Master has already said that the Sunset Island has probably disappeared for millions or even tens of millions of years. In other words, the Sunset Island sank into the Kuai Sea for at least millions of years. Island Master Kua, do you think the restriction of the Sunset Island can still be so intact under the Kuai Sea?" "Oh, right." Kua Heng was shocked. He slapped his forehead and said, "I was a bit too happy. I actually overlooked this matter." Sure enough, the expressions of the other elders and the few late-stage Foundation establishment disciples also changed. No one knew the power of the Kuai Sea better than them. Not to mention the bottom of the sea, even on the surface of the sea, the restriction of the bloody red island relied on spirit stones to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to maintain its defense. The Sunset Island sank into the sea. How great was the pressure of the sea? 10,000 years might be enough, but 100,000 years or even 1,000,000 years later, the restrictions on the Sunset Island would definitely not be intact. It would be normal if it was a dilapidated Sunset Island that had been eroded by the sea, but how could there be nothing strange about the appearance of such an intact Sunset Island? They were only focused on being happy and thinking about the return of their ancestors' property. They really didn't think about this. What does Elder Xiao mean? Kua Heng's face was gloomy and uncertain. He had asked Xiaofan to take action and become an elder because he wanted to quickly grasp the Sunset Island in his hands. He was afraid that a long delay would cause more trouble and cause other islands to covet it. Xiaofan shook his head. "This is just my guess. I really don't know how to deal with it. Island Master Kua is the master of the island. This matter should be decided by the Island Master." Kua Heng pondered for a moment before looking at the elders. Obviously, the people of Scarlet Island could not resist the temptation of the Sunset Island. After a few rounds of discussion, they unanimously decided to enter the Sunset Island. Xiaofan was only a guest elder and was only temporarily helping Kua Heng. Seeing this, he did not say anything else. Kua Heng took out the sea pearl and urged it with his spiritual power. The sea pearl suddenly shone with a red light and almost broke free from Kua Heng's control. As Kua Heng used his spiritual power, the sea pearl actually turned into a piece of seaweed and floated toward the restriction of the Sunset Island. However, when the blood-red seaweed fell on the restriction, it did not merge into the restriction as everyone expected. Instead, it fell on a stone wall and slowly slid down. Kua Heng's face was a little ugly. He covered it with his sleeve and used the heaven and earth sleeve to put it away. Then, he took out a jade slip. Obviously, he had misjudged the location. After a long while, Kua Heng hesitantly placed the sea pearl about a foot away from where it was just now. However, to everyone's astonishment, the seaweed that the sea pearl had turned into did not have any reaction. It just slid down. This. Not only was Xiaofan puzzled, but the elders and disciples of the Scarlet Island were also puzzled. They looked at each other several times, and their eyes were full of confusion. Kwa Hang was a little anxious. He scanned the area with his eyes and placed the sea pearls randomly on top of the restriction that was 10 feet away from him. He hoped that he would be able to touch the formation core that was close to him. Looking at Kwa Hang, who was like a headless fly, Xiaofan laughed involuntarily. This half-sphere was huge, probably thousands of feet wide. Kwa Hang's attempt was simply like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was simply impossible. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's heart moved. He stretched out his left hand and opened his spiritual eye. In his spiritual eye, the restriction of the entire Sunset Island was like an oval eggshell. On it, there was a thin layer of light curtain that revealed an extremely gorgeous red color. This light curtain was so round and so tight. Where could there be a formation eye for the sea pearl to be placed? This Kwa Hang, what the hell is he doing? Xiaohua waved his hand and motioned for a late Foundation establishment disciple to come over. At this time, that disciple was full of admiration for Xiaohua. He flew over and bowed. Kwa Yang greets Elder Xiao. May I know why Elder summoned me? This Xiao is not familiar with this Sunset Island. While Island Master Kwa is solving the formation here, why don't you take this Xiao to look around? Xiaohua said warmly. Kwa Yang looked at the busy and even somewhat impatient Kwa Hang and smiled apologetically. This disciple can't help here. If Elder Xiao has an order, this disciple dares not to disobey. Good, Xiaohua nodded. He randomly picked a direction and flew towards the other side of the Sunset Island. Kwa Yang naturally nodded to the other elders and also followed Xiaohua. Kwa Hang naturally sensed Xiaohua's unusual movements, but he was now a little impatient. In addition, Kwa Yang was by Xiaohua's side, so he no longer paid attention to him. He even whispered to the rest of the people to disperse and search for the source of the abnormality. The Sunset Island was huge. Xiaohua circled the entire Sunset Island like a flickering light and passing shadow. Occasionally, he even flew high up in the sky to look at the entire Sunset Island from a bird's-eye view. After the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua once again stopped in midair thoughtfully. He turned his head and asked, Kwa Yang, this Xiao wants to ask you. Do you know anything about the Sunset Island? Do you know why the Sunset Island suddenly appeared from the bottom of the sea? Elder Xiao knows. Kwa Yang cupped his hands and said, this junior has never heard of the Sunset Island. However, this junior does know that occasionally, some islands in the Guihe Sea would suddenly be submerged by the sea. The people on the islands would have no way to escape. Of course, there are also reefs and islands that suddenly appear from the bottom of the sea. However, most of them are unknown. Only when people discover them later on, will they know. Then, do you think that the position of the Sunset Island, or should I say, the position will change? Xiaohua stared at a place not far from him and said very thought-provoking. Io, that's right. Kwa Yang slapped his forehead and said in realization, when reefs and other objects sink into the sea, aren't there enormous whirlwinds and whirlpools? This Sunset Island will definitely move. Elder Zhao's words are very reasonable. Since that's the case, then Island Master Kwa is still searching at the original place. Isn't it a bit too much? Xiaohua said with a smile. Yes. Kwa Yang said anxiously, Elder Xiao, please wait a moment. This disciple will inform Island Master. After saying that, Kwa Yang hurriedly flew away. Not long after, Kwa Hang and the others rushed over. Kwa Hang's face actually had a trace of shame. When he saw Xiaohua, he smiled apologetically and said, this old man has been in the Guihe Sea since young, but I didn't expect to come here. Elder Xiao, a newcomer to the Guihe Sea, actually thought of this. Xiaohua said with a smile, Island Master Kwa is in the middle of the situation. Naturally, there are some things that you can't see clearly. Moreover, this Xiao has just encountered the sinking of the Great Flag Reef. Naturally, this Xiao has some insights. Good, Kuo Heng said with a smile, this Kuo will try it right now. Naturally, Xiaohua couldn't stop at the formation eye that he saw. However, under everyone's speculation, Kuo Heng tried again for a while and found the formation eye that Hai Zhu placed on the opposite side of the formation eye. As soon as the seaweed that Hai Zhu transformed into was placed into the formation eye, a dazzling brilliance burst out. Then, this brilliance spread out from the formation eye like ripples of water. As this brilliance flowed out, the entire blood-colored restriction was like a curtain being opened, revealing the true appearance of Sunset Island. See, what entered Xiaohua's eyes was a similarly blood-colored island that was extremely similar to Blood Ray Island. However, right in the middle of this Sunset Island, there was an enormous palace built on the island, causing Xiaohua to suck in a breath of cold air. Of course, Sunset Island was hundreds of feet above the sea surface, and the majestic palace built on it was precisely this palace. My goodness, this palace is probably the same as Haoming City's Xian Kong Pavilion. It's also an ancient ruin. Moreover, this ruin is probably real. While Xiaohua was flabbergasted, the eyes of Kuo Heng and the others flashed with a fervent brilliance. Elder Xiao. While Xiaohua was in a daze, Kuo Heng called out. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and saw that the Hai Zhu that had just recovered in front of Kuo Heng suddenly shone brightly again and faintly showed signs of flying away. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly waved his sleeve and covered the Hai Zhu again. After the Hai Zhu stabilized, Xiaohua said curiously, Island Master Kuo, I really don't understand. Island Master Kuo's cultivation and magic power are both stronger than mine. Even this heaven and earth sleeve spell is more exquisite than mine. Why? He, Kuo Heng said with a wry smile, controlling this Hai Zhu requires the complete heaven and earth sleeve spell. It's useless to rely on magic power alone. Although Elder Zhao's cultivation is similar to mine, you've practiced the heaven and earth sleeve spell more than me. Xiaohua suddenly understood and said with a smile, Island Master Kuo, as long as you practice the heaven and earth sleeve spell for a while, you'll definitely surpass me. Why are you in such a hurry? The news of Sunset Island's appearance hasn't spread out yet. However, the tremors in Gue He Sea can't be hidden from people. When Scorching Sun Island, Ice Blade Island, Gale Island, or Yensen Island discover this matter, and my Blood Ray Island's disciples haven't set foot on Sunset Island, they'll have a reason to occupy this island. At that time, even if I completely master the heaven and earth sleeve spell, what's the use? Kuo Heng explained. Chapter 2169. So that's how it is. Xiaohua nodded. No wonder Kuo Heng would rather invite him as a guest elder and teach him a secret technique of the island that even he didn't know about in order to obtain Sunset Island as quickly as possible. What's next? Xiaohua controlled the ocean pearl and asked, are we going directly to the island? Not yet. Kuo Heng shook his head. This ocean pearl only controls the outer defense of Sunset Island. I still need to use it to obtain the key to the entire forbidden technique of Sunset Island. Oh? Xiaohua smiled. Then why don't you hurry up? Ahem, Kuo Heng coughed awkwardly. I still need Elder Zhao's help. Kuo Heng transmitted a few words to Xiaohua. Xiaohua frowned and said worriedly, Island Master Kuo, are you sure this will be fine? Yes, Kuo Heng patted his chest. This is the secret technique of the Sunset Island Master. I am quite confident. All right. Xiaohua nodded. If anything happens, I won't take responsibility. What can happen? Kuo Heng smiled. Even if there is a problem, you are a guest elder of Sunset Island. At worst, I will give up my position and let you be the island master. Island Master Kuo, be careful with your words. Xiaohua waved his hand. I don't have that idea. However, Xiaohua still muttered in his heart, damn it, I'm afraid there really is a problem. Sure enough, Xiaohua waved his Taoist robe and the ocean pearl flew into the air. Xiaohua opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of true essence on the ocean pearl. The ocean pearl immediately melted into a red liquid. Next to him, Kwa Heng formed a seal with both hands and hit the ocean pearl. Under Kwa Heng's control, the ocean pearl gradually turned into a whirlpool. A strange suction force came from the whirlpool and rushed towards Sunset Island. Soon, a strange wave of energy appeared on the Sunset Island. A small, long piece of stone was pulled out from the top of the towering palace as if it was being pulled out by a great force. It flew towards the ocean pearl's whirlpool. Not long after, the stone flew in front of Xiaohua and the others. Xiaohua hesitated and said, Island Master Kwa, or elders, you can try it first. I still want to be lazy. All right. Kwa Heng had no choice but to wave his sleeve and cast the universe within the sleeve's technique to envelop the stone piece. Unfortunately, the stone piece was not under his control and did not react at all. Elder Xiao, if this old man can't do it, I'm afraid the other elders can't either. Kwa Heng smiled bitterly. I'll have to trouble Elder Xiao. This old man trusts you. All right, Xiaohua was helpless. He waved his hand and the heaven and earth in the sleeve was activated. The stone piece emitted a faint red color and slowly flew towards Xiaohua. Although its movement was slow and its brilliance was extremely faint, there was still some reaction. Xiaohua understood that his heaven and earth sleeve technique had not been completely mastered. If he could master it, it would be a completely different situation. Xiaohua glanced at Kwa Heng and reminded him, I'm going to make a move. Elder Xiao, please. Kwa Heng was slightly hesitant, but he still nodded. Pooh! Xiaohua bit the tip of his tongue slightly, and a wisp of blood flew out and sprayed on the stone piece. The stone piece shone brightly, and the originally red brilliance actually gave birth to a golden color. Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly cast a few hand seals. The stone piece immediately restrained its brilliance and actually trembled a little. Go! Xiaohua pointed his finger, and the stone piece flew in front of Kwa Heng. He smiled and said, Island Master Kwa, please. All right. Kwa Heng let out a long sigh of relief. He also opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of essence blood on the stone piece. He cast a series of hand seals without hesitation, as if he had already recited them several times in his heart. Immediately, a red color flashed at the top of the stone piece and gradually moved down. When the red color submerged 10% of the entire stone piece, Kwa Heng raised his voice and said, Elder Xiao, you can take back the essence blood. All right. Xiaohua looked at Kwa Heng with flickering eyes and smiled. He pointed his finger, and the golden light at the bottom of the stone piece flashed slightly and then disappeared. A wisp of blood still seeped out from the bottom of the stone piece and turned into a drop of blood that fell into Xiaohua's hand. At this time, Kwa Heng was truly relieved. He turned to the elders and said, Elders, protect this old man while I refine this island's spirit stone. Yes. The elders and late-stage Foundation establishment disciples of Blood Ray Island all flew close and protected Kwa Heng. Kwa Heng sat cross-legged, and his hands were constantly forming hand seals. Various hand seals were cast on the stone piece. The stone piece shook incessantly, and the blood-colored brilliance gradually submerged the entire stone piece. After waiting for 2 hours, Kwa Heng let out a long howl and pointed his finger at the stone tablet. With a crisp, peng sound, the stone tablet changed its appearance again. A stone tablet engraved with strange patterns appeared in the air. Kwa Heng scooped up the stone tablet and it obediently fell into his hand. Io, something's wrong. Xiaohua's heart moved slightly. His earlier prediction had indeed come true. Although the stone tablet had been refined by Kwa Heng, Xiaohua still had a feeling in his heart. He knew that as long as he had the intention, the stone tablet would immediately be moved by him. Kwa Heng's refinement was not complete. This is also good. Xiaohua secretly said, I treat others with sincerity, but I can't guarantee that others will treat me with sincerity. Kwa Heng needs this Xiao now, so naturally, he will give up the position of an elder. If he doesn't need this Xiao in the future, he won't want to take out their so-called clan's secret technique. Who knows, there might be some black hand. With this guarantee, this young master's heart will be at peace. Oh. This stone tablet seems to have some patterns on it. Xiaohua's mind was on the stone tablet, so he naturally took a few more glances. He saw that on the stone tablet, there was a giant who was taller than the nearby mountain peak. He held a wooden staff in his hand and was running. In front of him, there was a scarlet flame, which seemed to be the noon sun. However, without waiting for him to take another look, Kwa Heng had already picked up the stone tablet and pointed his hand. From the stone tablet, 8 scarlet rays of light flew out, respectively flying in all directions on the island. Rumble. A blood-red restriction formation rose up on the entire Sunset Island again. The magic power that imprisoned the divine sense disappeared. You all go and call the disciples to the Sunset Island. Elders, please arrange the chores here properly. 3 months later, my bloody red island will hold a ceremony to change its name to the Sunset Island. Kwa Heng turned his head and gave a few instructions. After everyone left, Kwa Heng said with a smile, Elder Xiao, this old man's feeling is incomparable. I believe Elder Xiao also knows what this Kwa Heng knows. Let's go, follow this old man to see the scenery of my Sunset Island. He, Island Master Kwa. Xiaohua said with a smile, it's better not to see it. The more I see, the more puzzles I have in my heart. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Kwa Heng nodded with a puzzled expression and said, exactly. This old man originally thought that there would be many white bones on the Sunset Island, the remains of my Kwa clan's ancestors from 1,000,000 years ago. However, on the entire Sunset Island, other than 3 strange white bones in the main hall, there isn't a single corpse on the entire Sunset Island. Chapter 2170. Yes, there seems to be some spirit fields protected by restrictions in the back hall. There's nothing in there either. It seems that all the spirit grasses have withered. If there are a few 100-year-old spirit grasses, Island Master Kwa will be even happier. Xiaohua continued. Anyway. Kwa Heng chuckled, although it's a bit strange, Sunset Island is the foundation of my Kwa family. I can't not move here. Of course I congratulate Island Master Kwa. Xiaohua said with a smile, however, I'm more concerned about that cultivation method. Don't worry, Elder Xiao. Kwa Heng raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, the restriction around that cultivation method is intact. I've already sensed it. When we reach the main hall, I'll take Elder Xiao there. Great. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, thank you, Island Master Kwa. No need to thank me. The entire Sunset Island was given to me by Elder Xiao. I'm the one who should thank you. Kwa Heng pulled Xiaohua's robe and flew into the main hall. Standing at the entrance of the main hall, which was much taller than him, Xiaohua felt like he was an ant. It wasn't just an impression, it was a kind of aura, a kind of majesty that came from the main hall. Looking at the 3 words, Sunset Palace, that were similar to the inscriptions on the main hall, Xiaohua became thoughtful. These words were similar to the ones he saw in the Zhong family of Yun City. In the ancient times, could it be, there were other words besides the green seal script, the inscriptions on the armor, and the golden seal script? Xiaohua was a bit confused, otherwise, where did the current cultivation words come from? Elder Xiao, do you recognize these 3 words? Kua Heng glanced at Xiao Hua's eyes and said with a smile. Xiao Hua's heart moved and he said, of course I don't. However, besides Sunset Island, what else could it be? Ha ha ha. Kua Heng shook his head and said, these 3 words are Sunset Palace. Elder Xiao, you're wrong. Then he sighed and said, it's a pity that the jade slip that recorded these words wasn't left behind on Blood Ray Island. After I move into Sunset Island, I'll search carefully. There must be a jade slip left behind on the island. Okay. Xiao Hua saw that Kua Heng didn't hide it and felt very gratified. He followed Kua Heng into the main hall. Everything in the main hall was huge. There were huge pillars, huge stone chairs, and huge tables. It was several times bigger than the main hall of the Misty Cloud sect. However, there were 3 skeletons on the ground. Only one of them belonged to a cultivator. The other 2 clearly didn't belong to cultivators. The 2 skeletons were 10 times bigger than Kua Heng, and each skeleton had 4 legs, each of which was as long as Kua Heng's legs. There was even a corpse with a tail that was longer than its body. If it weren't for the skeleton of that cultivator, Xiao Hua could still regard the other 2 as body cultivators like Kua Heng. However, compared with the skeleton of a cultivator, the difference was obvious. Demonic beast? Xiao Hua naturally saw it long ago, and he thought so at first. However, there was a storage pouch beside that cultivator's skeleton, and there were also 2 storage pouches beside the other 2 skeletons. It was just that these 2 storage pouches were somewhat different from the cultivator's storage pouch. This old man will take a look first. Kua Heng glanced at Xiao Hua and waved his hand. The cultivator's storage pouch flew into his hand. Huh! When Kua Heng scanned it with his divine sense, he couldn't help but be stunned. What's wrong? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Hee, Elder Xiao, take a look for yourself. Kua Heng waved his hand and threw the storage pouch to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua took it and scanned it with his divine sense. He immediately understood. The storage pouch was a blur. The arrays inside had long been destroyed. There was nothing left behind, and he couldn't see anything from inside. While Xiao Hua was looking at the storage pouch, Kua Heng took the other 2 storage pouches and scanned them with his divine sense. He then threw them on the ground. Obviously, the arrays inside were damaged. Huh, what's this? Kua Heng's gaze fell on the white bone with the tail. He saw a dark ring on the white bone of the forelimb. It was about 4 fingers wide and seemed to be an armband. Kua Heng reached out and wanted to pick up the armband. However, just as he touched the armband touched the white bone. This simple touch shook the white bone into powder. What shocked Kua Heng even more was that the remaining white bone also turned into powder with the vibration. Oh, what's going on? Xiao Hua naturally saw this abnormality and couldn't help but be surprised. Obviously, this white bone seemed to have gone through millions or tens of millions of years. How could it become so fragile? Could it be? Xiao Hua guessed. The ancestors of the Sunset Island have all turned into white powder? Huh! This is strange. Kua Heng picked up the armband and scanned it with his divine sense. 2 things appeared in his hands. Xiao Hua's gaze swept over them, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Because in Kua Heng's hands, one was a token and the other was a relic. On the token was a ferocious snake's head, and the relic was the size of a fist. Elder Xiao. Kua Heng looked at the token in his hand and said with a smile, this seems to be what you want, right? This is very strange. Xiao Hua touched his nose and said with a bitter smile, this Xiao can swear that this Xiao is really just curious. Ha ha ha, Elder Xiao, look at you, how can this old man not believe you? Kua Heng didn't doubt him at all and threw the token in his hand to Xiao Hua. Thank you, Island Master. Xiaofan took it and looked at the brand new token. It didn't have the slightest rust and he couldn't see any clues. He waved his hand and put it into the space. This thing seems to be a storage item. Unfortunately, the array inside has also collapsed. Just now, this old man only had time to take out these two things. Hua Heng didn't regard himself as an outsider and showed the armband and the relic to Xiaofan again. Xiaofan followed his words and looked inside. Sure enough, the inside was also a piece of chaos. There was nothing inside. He looked at the fist-sized relic. It was crystal clear and there was a layer of milky white brilliance inside. It seemed to be a cross-legged Buddha statue. Island Master Hua, if this thing is useless to you, this Xiao. Xiaofan asked tentatively. Elder Xiao, you can take it. Hua Heng waved his hand and said, this thing doesn't belong to my Sunset Island. This Hua is also not interested. If you want it, you can take it. However, if you find something related to my Sunset Island, please tell this old man. Of course. Xiaofan smiled as he placed the armband into his bosom. He also placed the saraira into his space and took the 3 storage pouches. These 2 skeletons. I'm afraid they can't move at all. Hua Heng squatted down and looked at the skeletons and whispered to Xiaofan. This Xiao also thinks so. Xiaofan nodded. Huff. Hua Heng raised his mouth and blew a breath of air. As the wind blew, the 2 skeletons collapsed and turned into 2 pieces of white powder. Alas, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Hua Heng waved his Taoist robe. As the breeze blew, 3 piles of white powder rose up and soon drifted in the air, leaving no trace behind. Ouch! Xiaohua's eyes narrowed as if he thought of something. However, before he could think carefully, another wave of serious palpitations suddenly came. Could it be that this warning sign didn't appear on Sunset Island? Xiaofan was shocked. It seems that there is still an unknown danger. Island Master Hua. Xiaofan said somewhat anxiously, this Xiao suddenly thought of something and is in a hurry to leave. What is the cultivation method that Island Master Hua is talking about? Where is it on Sunset Island? This Xiao wants to take a look first. If there is no fate, this Xiao will take a look and leave. There is no need to be in such a hurry, right? Hua Heng said curiously, Sunset Island has just appeared. There will be an island establishment ceremony in 3 months. Fellow Taoist Xiao is a guest of Sunset Island and should attend. Xiaofan shook his head. It's not that this Xiao doesn't want to stay. This is no small matter. This Xiao can't wait. All right. Hua Heng clapped his hand and took the stone tablet in his hand. After he immersed his divine sense in it, he pointed his finger. A trace of blood flashed on the stone tablet. It was a rumbling sound coming from the inner hall in the distance. Hua Heng's face lit up and he said with a smile, this old master is fortunate to have not failed you. This is one of the forbidden areas of Sunset Island. Those who are not elders or above are not allowed to enter. Since fellow Taoist Xiao is a guest elder, you can naturally enter. Please. All right. Xiaofan knew that this was not the time to be polite, so he nodded and followed Hua Heng into the inner hall. Could it be that this Hua Heng has bad intentions towards this young master? Xiaofan was somewhat suspicious as he flew. However, the problem was that this stone tablet had gone through Xiaohua's blood, so there was a trace of gold left in it. This trace of gold was enough for Xiaofan to control the stone tablet when Hua Heng controlled it to attack Xiaofan. In other words, Hua Heng couldn't threaten Xiaofan. What kind of warning sign is that? Xiaofan was suddenly shocked. Could it be that Sunset Island will sink again? However, looking at Hua Heng's excited appearance, even if he told Hua Heng that Sunset Island would sink again, Hua Heng definitely wouldn't believe him. Elder Xiao, it's right here. After flying past a few restrictions and a few corridors that looked like a maze, Hua Heng pointed at a small house that was only 3 meters tall and said, "Inside the small house is the most important place where the cultivation methods of my Sunset Island are recorded." However, at this point, Hua Heng was somewhat hesitant. "Are there any taboos?" Xiao Hua asked with a frown. "If this old master says it now, Elder Xiao, I'm afraid that this old master will think that this old master is deceiving Elder." Hua Heng smiled bitterly. "It's probably because this old master didn't say it clearly earlier." "It doesn't matter. Island Master Hua, please say it." Xiao Hua smiled. Hua Heng said embarrassedly, "Earlier Elder Xiao asked what cultivation method it was. Actually, this old master also doesn't know, because this forbidden area has some strange rules." This Xiao is even more curious. Xiao Hua's curiosity was piqued. Yes, every Sunset Island disciple above the rank of Elder can enter this forbidden area to comprehend the bone tempering technique after mastering it. Hua Heng thought for a moment and said very seriously, "However, this opportunity only comes once, and it's only for a day. No matter if you comprehend it or not, you have to come out after a day and a half. After you come out, no matter how much you comprehend, you can't teach it to other disciples, and you can't tell others what you've comprehended. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for it." Chapter 2171. Oh my! Xiao Hua almost stuck out his tongue. This rule is too strange. Aren't the seniors of the Sunset Island afraid that this cultivation method will be lost? I don't know either. Hua Heng shook his head. "I haven't completed the bone tempering technique yet, so I didn't think about it before. Now, I have to consider when I can enter after completing the bone tempering technique so that I won't waste this 1 day and 1 night opportunity." "All right." Xiao Hua muttered, "I don't know when I can come to the Gui he see in the future, so I'll go in and take a look first." "Elder Xiao, actually, your body refining technique has already surpassed this old man's. If you continue to comprehend the bone tempering technique of my Sunset Island, you will have a chance to comprehend this secret technique in the future. Why are you in such a hurry?" Hua Heng was sincerely thinking for Xiao Hua. "Don't," Xiao Hua thought. "If my premonition is correct, the Sunset Island may sink again in the next few days. I'd better hurry and take a look first. Hee, I'm very curious. If I know about this, I'll definitely go in and take a look. Otherwise, I wouldn't have collected those tokens of unknown origin." Xiao Hua said while touching his nose. "All right." Hua Heng pointed his finger at the stone tablet. With a rumbling sound, a stone door rose from the inside of the small house. "Elder Xiao, go in. After 1 day and 1 night, the stone door will naturally open. Elder Xiao, you have to come out immediately. Otherwise, I won't be able to open the stone door unless there's no life in the small house." "I know." Xiao Hua nodded and was about to walk through the stone door when he turned around and said, "Island Master, the Sunset Island has just risen from the sea. Who knows if it will sink again? Island Master should be prepared." Hee, don't worry, Elder Xiao." Hua Heng smiled mysteriously. "How can I not know? If there's any movement, the island guarding spirit stone will definitely inform me." "Of course." Xiao Hua patted his forehead and said with a smile, "I don't control this spirit stone, so I don't know its magical uses." Then, Xiao Hua walked into the small house with a big smile. Hua Heng saw Xiao Hua's figure disappear and the big rock fell down. He didn't waste any more time and turned around to fly away. The Sunset Island had just appeared. He had too many things to arrange. Xiao Hua's matter was really insignificant. When Xiaohua entered the hut, his divine sense was immediately confined, unable to leave his body at all. His gaze swept across the four walls inside, but he didn't find anything special. He only felt that there seemed to be a strange magic power fluctuation inside the walls, which should be a kind of strange restriction. Xiaohua's eyes swept across the room, and when he saw that the four walls were filled with these words, he unconsciously relaxed his brows. Because the handwriting was the same as the Sunset Palace, engraved outside the main hall. It was similar to the inscriptions on the armor, and it was also a type that Xiaohua was familiar with. Great! Xiaohua couldn't help but rejoice at what he had done in Zhongling Mountain Villa. If he didn't care about Zhong Tianyao life and death that day and only took the 2 pieces of gold foil away, not only would he not get refining the world, he wouldn't get the 5 elements refining technique, and it would be even more impossible for him to know the words similar to the inscription of armor. Then, when he came here, he could only waste 1 day and 1 night in vain. Giving spiritual herbs to others, leaving a lingering fragrance in my hands. Xiaohua sighed. Old friends really don't deceive me. However, Xiaohua's sigh hadn't finished yet. His gaze swept across a wall, where the starting point of the cultivation method was. He unconsciously stood on the spot, his mouth still muttering, "What? Celestial body empowerment technique? How, is there such a cultivation method?" However, this still wasn't what shocked Xiaohua the most. By the time he finished reciting the general outline, his 2 eyes were shining. A kind of fervor, a kind of absolute disbelief, was revealed on his face, which was practically unperturbed by favor or disgrace. Is there really such a miraculous arcane effort? But pouring all kinds of spiritual energy into the body, and forcibly raising the magic power? Not afraid of any bottleneck, not afraid of any chi deviation. No wonder the bone tempering technique is only the foundation. Without the bone tempering technique as the foundation, the body would have collapsed long ago. No wonder this secret technique can't be spread outside. If half a word was leaked out, wouldn't it have set off a reign of terror in the Dawn Rain continent long ago? And, the simplest thing is, this Sunset Island would have been the one to suffer the most. Right, why didn't Kwa Hung make me swear a heart oath? Could it be that he knows I won't spread it? Or maybe, he doesn't think I can understand it. Xiaohua pondered again, forget it, who cares, hurry up and comprehend it. There's only 1 day and 1 night, time is tight. Thinking, Xiaohua sat cross-legged, hurriedly reading from the first sentence of the Celestial Body Empowerment Technique. Soon, 1 day and 1 night passed. When the huge stone of the hut rose, Xiaohua's figure walked out of the hut with joy in his eyes, seemingly with a kind of doubt. "Elder Xiao, please follow this old man's guidance." Kwa Heng's voice sounded in Xiaohua's ear, "This old man is in the main hall right now, and has no time to come and pick up Elder." Well said. Xiaohua understood that this was done by Kwa Heng using the island guarding spirit stone. He turned his head to look at the hut that was closed again, and followed Kwa Heng's guidance to the main hall. At this time, the main hall was already in order. Several elders and dozens of disciples were sitting in an orderly manner. Kwa Heng sat at the head, while Shueshue and Kwa Chiao sat at the side. When Shueshue saw Xiaohua appear, a smile appeared on her face. Obviously, she had been worried for 1 day and 1 night. "Elder Xiao, did you get anything?" Kwa Heng smiled. "Ha ha ha. Island Master is testing me." Xiaohua smiled but didn't answer. "Ha ha ha, yes." Kwa Heng nodded, presumably, Elder Xiao is also wondering why I didn't make you swear a heart oath, right? "Yes, that's right." Xiaohua smiled. "Elder Xiao, you don't know, this is a kind of charm of my Kwa family." Kwa Heng smiled, "As long as you enter that hut, you will be restricted by the charm, and there is no need for any heart oath." "I see." Xiaofan smiled bitterly. He didn't blame Kuo Heng for not telling him that day. He knew that even if he knew the reason, he would still have to enter. As for the charm, was Xiaofan afraid? That day, the charm of the disciples of Sunset Island was probably not too important. As for Xiaohua's doubts, it was a warning sign. Even now, he still hadn't found any clues. Elder Xiao, please sit. Kuo Heng waved his hand. This old man still has some things to discuss with the elders. When Xiaohua heard this, he immediately cupped his hands. Island Master Kuo, I already told you yesterday that I really have something that I can't avoid, okay? Kuo Heng seemed to have known that Xiaohua would say this. He clapped his hand and took out a token, flying in front of Xiaohua. This is my Sunset Island's token. Elder Xiao, please keep it well. Okay, this is no problem. If Sunset Island has any problems in the future, please inform me. Xiaohua took the token and said bluntly. Chapter 2172. Great! Kuo Heng was overjoyed when he saw that Xiaohua didn't decline and even said such words. He opened another storage pouch and handed it over with a smile. This is the harvest of my Sunset Island disciples yesterday. Elder Xiao, you don't have to be polite. Good. Xiaohua took it and cupped his hands. I don't dare to stay any longer. Island Master Kuo, elders, I'm really sorry. Xiaohua raised his eyes to signal Xue Xue. Xue Xue immediately got up and followed Xiaohua out of the hall. Kuo Heng was quite surprised to see Xiaohua so anxious. He naturally thought of the secret technique in the small house on Sunset Island. Unfortunately, because of the power of the talisman, Kuo Heng didn't dare to ask more. He also knew that Xiaohua would absolutely not say. Therefore, Kuo Heng was somewhat hesitant. Yes, now that Kuo Heng had the island guarding spirit stone, the entire Sunset Island's forbidden technique was under his control. This day and night, Xiaohua did his best to comprehend the immortal body bestowment technique and didn't have time to be distracted. Kuo Heng also didn't idle. Kuo Heng didn't pay attention to the relocation of the Scarlet Island disciples. Instead, he put all his attention on refining the island guarding spirit stone. Yesterday's spell was just a simple control of the island guarding spirit stone with the help of Xiaohua's heaven and earth sleeve. As for the real control, it would be as natural as the palm of one's hand. After all, Kuo Heng was only a gold core cultivator. Should I do something? Kuo Heng's heart inevitably wavered. After all, Xiaohua was a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Kuo Heng was really worried. However, just as Kuo Heng's fingers moved slightly, as if he was going to touch his storage pouch, Xiaohua suddenly turned around and said with a smile, Island Master Kuo, is there anything else you haven't told me? Kuo Heng was startled, and sweat appeared on his back. He waved his hand and said, No, this old man thought that you left in such a hurry and felt really apologetic. I wanted to see if there was anything in the storage pouch. Ha ha ha, Island Master Kuo, no need to be polite. This Xiao is already a guest of Sunset Island. I'll have plenty of opportunities to come again in the future. Xiaohua, who released his Buddhist consciousness, laughed loudly. His eyes flashed a trace of seriousness, and he quickly walked out. Forget it. Kuo Heng didn't think that Xiaohua could see through his actions or intentions. I'm afraid this is God's will. This old man will believe in Xiaohua. Immediately, Kuo Heng, along with several elders and a dozen disciples, followed Xiaohua out of the main hall. Seeing that Sunset Island was busy, the disciples slowly moved all their belongings to Sunset Island. Xiaohua was nervous and didn't dare to stay for a long time. He casually said a few polite words to Kuo Heng and the others, then took Xue Xue's hand and flew towards the Dawn Rain continent. The two of them flew for an hour in one breath. Only when they saw an uninhabited island in front of them did Xiao Hua slowly descend. He felt that the throbbing in his heart had somewhat calmed down. "Husband, why are you in such a hurry?" Shue Shue asked curiously. "Are you rushing back to the Imperial Thunder Sect?" He. Xiao Hua sensed again and found that the warning sign had disappeared. He immediately said with a mischievous smile, "Wife, there are many people on Sunset Island." Bah! Shue Shue's divine sense swept over and found that there were no traces of people nearby. Her face slightly reddened and her body gradually heated up. She reached out and pinched Xiao Hua's arm, saying angrily, "You impatient little husband." Just as Xiao Hua was about to move, a cold feeling suddenly emerged from his back. It was as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. An incomparable sense of danger caused his heart to swell and burst. That restless feeling immediately disappeared like a gust of wind. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. His figure flashed and he immediately flew away with Shue Shue, flying straight towards the depths of QC. Husband, what are you doing?" Shue Shue looked at Xiao Hua's deathly pale face and the surrounding scenery that was rapidly retreating. Xiao Hua actually used the bright thunder escape to escape at the fastest speed. Shue Shue was instantly shocked. Like Xiao Hua, the beautiful thoughts in her heart instantly disappeared. Feeling Shue Shue's body stiffen, Xiao Hua knew that Shue Shue already understood the situation. He used all his magic power and didn't even have time to speak. "Husband," Shue Shue whispered, "did you encounter an enemy?" How could Xiao Hua speak? Right now, his back was covered in goosebumps. He felt as if there was a snake chasing after him. And yet, even when he released his divine sense, he still couldn't find any clues. In fact, that feeling was getting more and more serious, as if this threat was getting closer and closer. After another half cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua suddenly stopped in the air and let go of Shue Shue. He said anxiously, "Wife, husband can't talk to you anymore. There seems to be a fatal threat approaching. Husband will do his best to escape. You have to know that husband's senses have always been very sharp. Husband can't bring you into this whirlpool." As he spoke, Xiao Hua clapped his hand, took out the token of Sunset Island, and handed it to Shue Shue. "Take this token of Sunset Island back, and ask Hua Heng to send disciples to escort you back to the thunder-controlling sect. Even if they can't go, they have to send you to Haoming City or Yun City. In short, ask Yu Chen or Zhong Tianyao to send disciples to escort you back to the thunder-controlling sect. Tell them that husband has some urgent matters to attend to. When husband is done, I will definitely thank them." Then, he didn't dare to say another word. He raised his head to identify the direction and flew towards the north of QC. "Okay." Shue Shue accepted the token from the Sunset Island. Her tears had already fallen. She knew that her cultivation was too shallow. She couldn't help Xiao Hua at all. Instead, she had become a burden to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua had abandoned her and traveled alone. It seemed very heartless, but in fact, it was the greatest protection for her. Shue Shue fiercely bit her pearly white teeth and a trace of blood was left on them. But then, Shue Shue seemed to wake up and said loudly, "Husband, don't be afraid. This time you will definitely." However, Xiao Hua's bright thunder escape was so fast. In just a moment, it was about to disappear. There was only a vague figure in the distance. How could Xiao Hua hear it? How did Shue Shue know that Xiao Hua would definitely be fine this time? It's really strange. Shue Shue identified the direction and was about to fly in the direction of Sunset Island. However, her heart stirred and she put away the token. She remained calm and unruffled in the midst of chaos. She lightly floated up and flew in the direction Xiao Hua had come from. While flying, Shue Shue greedily looked at the sea. Occasionally, she would descend and seem to check the sea beasts in the sea. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a powerful divine sense suddenly swept over from afar and swept over the entire range of 100 miles. That divine sense was so powerful that Shui couldn't determine the cultivation of the person who came. However, Shui immediately locked onto that person. After a moment, a figure turned into a rainbow and flew over from afar. A nascent soul cultivator. Shui slightly sensed and immediately felt as if her scalp was about to explode. She hastily bowed and stood in midair. She didn't dare to raise her head and respectfully welcomed the person. She really couldn't think of when Xiaofan provoked a nascent soul cultivator and was actually being hunted down. This person was naturally Changbai sect's Taoist Jingru. Taoist Jingru only paused for a moment. Her gaze swept over Shui and she immediately moved away. Her figure didn't stay any longer and turned into a rainbow, flying in the direction Xiaofan flew towards. Shui waited until Taoist Jingru flew far away before she finally relaxed. Her heart was beating wildly and she was somewhat apprehensive. She was also very bold. Fortunately, Taoist Jingru didn't know that there was a female cultivator beside Xiaofan. Otherwise, Shui might really be in danger. Of course, since Shui dared to test Taoist Jingru like this, she probably had something in her heart to rely on. Not to mention Shui returning to Sunset Island, Xiaofan had been flying all the way. In his heart, he had already cursed Taoist Jingru to the heavens. If cursing could be used as a magic technique, Taoist Jingru would have long been riddled with holes by Xiaohua's curses. Which family's child is this? Why is he so insensible? He didn't even say hello and just chased after me. In the end, Xiaohua really didn't have the heart to curse. He very helplessly thought to himself as he flew away with all his might. Huh? Where is this guy? Is there something wrong with this tracking technique of mine? While Xiaohua was bewildered, Taoist Jingru was also puzzled. They had already chased him to the depths of the Kueha Sea, so why hadn't they found any traces of Xiaohua? Moreover, according to Taoist Jingru's sea chart, Xiaohua seemed to be heading towards the northwest of the Kueha Sea. Oh my, could it be that this guy actually knows that this old man is chasing after him? Could it be, this guy's flying technique is very fast? Taoist Jingru suddenly came to a realization. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.